Welcome to the Sci-Yang Zone. This ain't just a what if, it's a whole damn timeline shift. Today's saga? What if Goku's absence led to chaos? Let us get started. The sun set on a day that had left many people feeling abandoned by Son Goku when he made the decision to train UUB in the Majin's home village. The Sun family was hit the hardest and extremely distraught by their beloved kin's resolution. Son Gohan found himself becoming the pillar of his family once again in his father's absence. He had to tend to Shi, who had fallen apart, Pan, who had been inconsolable, and Goten, who had gone into a shocking numbness that had rendered him useless while Gohan and Videl had been trying to render assistance to Shi and Pan's hysteria. The elder son brother took his entire family to his own home, not knowing where else to go. The briefs had knowingly extended their sympathies and offerings of help, but he had refused them. Vegeta was likely to have an emotional episode of his own over this whole matter, one that would require Bulma, Trunks, and Bura to contain. Again, Son Gohan was the pillar, always supporting everyone who had been hurt by his father's ignorant selfishness. The anger that he long suppressed boiled just beneath the surface. Like his own mother had exclaimed only this afternoon, his father could not possibly be leaving them again. His inner child roiled within him, wanting to blow the entire world that Son Goku loved so much to smithereens, just to gain some sort of justice or to show his father just how much he hated him sometimes. But no, he couldn't. He loved Earth just as much as Son Goku did. And so he pushed it further down within himself, a deep recess of his heart he seldom expressed, not even to his own wife. Now was the time to tend to his family, not to himself, however great the need. He parked the minivan that he borrowed from Bulma in his driveway and cut the engine. It was late evening, the street lights already lit to ease the encroaching darkness. Fireflies were common for this wooded area that he and Videl had chosen to raise Pan. It was quiet, though none of them truly knew any sort of peace or calm given the current circumstance. He glanced at his wife, who had held their sobbing daughter throughout the ride home. Pan's wails had finally trailed off as she tired herself out, and was now sleeping fitfully. Videl smiled weakly, for her youthful optimism had faded in the past 10 years as she endured a marriage to an alien hybrid that she had fallen in love with as a teenage girl. Gohan's family had continually put strain on the eldest son brother, and by proxy, her. Goku was always neglecting his duties as husband and father, which Gohan in turn had to fill in for to the best of his ability. So he inevitably would support Shi, who was dissatisfied as a wife, and would be a surrogate father to Goten, who hadn't even met his father until he was 7 years old. Let us get everyone inside. She finally managed, exiting the vehicle with their daughter in her arms. Gohan helped his sobbing mother out of the van, wondering how Goten could have just sat numbly beside her while she cried throughout the entire ride. The younger son hadn't even made eye contact with any of them just yet, and had remained silent as the night progressed. He merely mechanically unbuckled his seat belt and followed them to the front door waveringly. Gohan guided the overwrought matriarch to his sofa as Videl went upstairs to tuck their daughter into bed. Poor Panny, Gohan reflected somberly. Her grandfather Goku had been extremely involved in their life since Pan had been born, but it seemed that Goku's love for battle outweighed the love he had for his family, and she was experiencing for the first time the hurt and distress over Goku's pattern of absences. He observed his younger brother as he slipped into Gohan's favored lounge chair, staring at no point in particular. This was not good. Would Goten be able to snap out of the shock of realizing that Goku's disappearances were indeed a pattern? It was likely that the younger son had only just begun to relax and believe that Goku was around for good. Goku had been in all of their lives for the past 10 years, after all. They had all been a family together. Goku, Shi, Gohan, and Goten had lived under the same roof until Gohan and Videl had married and bought their own home 6 years ago. From that point Goten had both of their parents all to himself in his tween and teenage years and had begun to fill in for the holes that Goten had experienced as a child not having his father around. It was ironic, actually, that Gohan had his father present for the majority of his childhood, though he had died occasionally throughout the interim, and had to face his teenage years without Goku. Goten's experience had been quite the opposite, having only his older brother as a father figure during his child years, but had his father present for the difficult teenage times. And now the Son brothers, 27 and 17 years old, respectively, were facing Kami knew how many years where they would be without their father's support. Yet again, but Gohan had seen that their father was becoming increasingly restless in the times of peace, which was probably why he had jumped at the opportunity to participate in the Budokai, and consequently offer tutelage to a student with more potential than his own sons were proving to have. Gohan couldn't help but wonder if he and Goten just weren't good enough to be within their father's notice. Goku always wanted the next exhilarating battle, but in the past 10 years Gohan had found himself more focused on Videl and the family they had created together. And Goten had been interested on catching up on the emotional deficit that came with your father being dead since before you were even born, so fighting hadn't been his highest priority. Gohan also wondered if maybe Goku had culled any love that he would have naturally developed for battle had he been able to come into it on his own. But Gohan had been thrust onto the battlefield at an age that was probably far too young to be appropriate for his mental development. Raditz kidnapping of him, and Piccolo killing his father and wayward uncle, and then Piccolo had kidnapped him, and then the solitary training session he endured in the wilderness with Mr. Piccolo. And the carnage hadn't stopped there, for he had been with his father and friends when Vegeta and Nappa came to Earth for the Dragon Balls. He had also ventured into space while he was still a child and fought extremely powerful aliens in an attempt to save Namek and the universe. And Frieza arriving on Earth. And then the Cell Games. And Majin Buu, which lead to the reincarnation, UUB, who his father had abandoned them to go and train. Any of these events were probably enough to rattle the cage of any developing child. But he wasn't a child anymore, but now a broken adult, trying against all odds to keep his own family safe from harm. His late teenage and early adult years had consisted of increasing emotional episodes that would present themselves whenever anything remotely shadowed or triggered his past. Videl had borne the brunt of it throughout their relationship and subsequent marriage, and his emotional episodes had only increased in frequency and intensity as the years had passed. Post-traumatic stress was probably the closest medical term that could describe what he mentally went through. Videl returned from her task of tucking Pan into bed with a small bottle of pills in her hand. "They'll calm your mother down if I can convince her to take them." It was the medication that he had been prescribed to calm his emotional outbreaks. They usually didn't work well, for his Saiyajin metabolism burned through them faster than their tablet release, and he couldn't afford to be buying ample amounts of medications just to try to stay calm. So he had developed other techniques to manage his emotions, though they weren't always fail-safe or available. Sometimes he would take a flight around the world, initiate a sparring session, or if Videl was willing, have a rough session of intercourse until he came his way to calm. Even his daughter's presence calmed him like a numbing balm. There would be days where all he did was interact and play with Pan, making certain that she would have a collection of good memories she shared with her own father. "I'll get a glass of water." He turned to do so while Videl approached his sobbing mother. This was all so surreal. He kept wondering if perhaps this was some horrible dream and that he'd wake up in a cold sweat beside his wife in the comfort of their own bed. He certainly had similar nightmares involving a reincarnated enemy intent on extracting his revenge, or a newer, stronger being with similar purpose looming ahead of them with little hope to be had. He returned to the living room quickly, handing the glass of water to his strained mother. She popped the pills without argument, sinking into the couch to sob more. It was sad, really, for his mother was only 47, and still quite pretty. His father was leaving his wife in the last of her physical prime. If he returned in 5 or 10 years, she'd be much older and more frail. Their physical relationship would certainly be limited if or when Goku returned. Their entire relationship had been limited as it was, having been married for nearly 30 years, but Goku had really only been present for a little over 15 of those years at this point. That was probably a sour disappointment for Shishi as a widowed wife and single mother to demi-Saiyajin boys. Gohan had been privy to the majority of his parents' marital disputes. Goku was forgetful when it came to romance or intimacy, often neglecting his wife for weeks or years on end with training retreats or defending Earth. And Shishi's anger and bitterness over being neglected had grown to a monumental size to the point where she was a weeping and broken woman now that her beloved Goku'S had left her once again. Perhaps it would be better to invite her and Goten to live here for the next few weeks until things calmed down. It was really the only way he could continue to work and handle his family's grieving process. He and Videl could not maintain their family's needs if they were constantly trekking to Goku and Shishi's ill-located, humble abode. Videl wasn't working right now because Pani was so young, so he was busting his hump as a college professor to support his little family that he perhaps started too early in his dysfunctional life. Gohan's home was closer to the city, and thus it would be convenient for Goten to be closer to his friend Trunks while he went through this difficult time. But he'd have to run it by Videl, and she would have to agree, or it wouldn't work. Gohan opened his mouth to speak with his wife, but as he did, Goten jumped out of the lounge chair he sat in. Without a word he marched to the front door, opened it, and closing it quietly behind him, was gone. Videl and Gohan shot one another a panicked glance at the teenager's actions. Shishi, already bleary from the pills she had taken, didn't react. Where is he? Capsule Corporation. He needs Trunks right now. Gohan answered, interrupting his wife's alarmed question. Even when Goku had come back into their lives, Goten had maintained his deep friendship and bond with the son of their father's rival. Gohan suspected that it was because Trunks was the only person who hadn't ever left Goten at one time or another in the youngest son's life. Goku had left before Goten had ever been born. Gohan had moved out of the house once he was old enough to, and Shishi's emotional episodes over their father's actions often left Goten fending for himself. Videl sighed heavily, sinking into their threadbare love seat that was part of their second-hand living room ensemble. He crossed the room and sat by her, his hand resting on the nape of her neck as a comforting gesture. They observed Shishi as her eyes closed and her breaths became deep and even. Good, she could finally rest, if only up until the drugs wore off. Maybe Mom and Goten should stay here for a few weeks. Just until they work through the shock, you know? He suggested softly, watching his wife for any sort of reaction or attempt to hide her true feelings. He felt drained suddenly, all of his anger giving way to deep sadness and extreme fatigue. Videl grimaced and he removed his hand from her cautiously. She was a strong person, had been so since her own mother had passed, and Shishi's overbearing nature clashed with her own. Shishi usually wasn't pleasant to be around, and certainly wouldn't be so in the weeks to come. But she was the mother of the man she loved dearly, and therefore had a responsibility as Shishi's daughter-in-law to care for the older, grieving woman. The same went for Goten, whom she had known since he was a little boy. She didn't want Goten to dwell in that miserable home with only Shishi for company. That would not be healthy for the teenager, nor would it lead to anything remotely functional. She couldn't leave Goten to a dismal living situation like that. They can stay as long as they need, Gohan. She found herself answering automatically. Her feelings aside, she had to do this to keep the family together. She and Gohan were a team, and this outcome would collapse without her complete support and agreement. He would collapse without her. His deep, ebony eyes bored through her. Are you sure? He knew her well, had seen her grimace. He had to be sure. She nodded wearily. We're a family. No matter what. Thick and thin, remember? She took his hands in her own, squeezing them empathetically. They had sworn to be partners in life, to stick together, even when the odds were against them. She could not go back on that vow any more than he could. He leaned in, kissing her gently. Thank you for being in my life. It was times like these where he realized why they had married so young. He couldn't survive without her. They were both damaged, in their own ways, and needed one another for support to function. Her eyes blurred with tears. I need you just as bad. Ever since my mom died, she had her holes too. She and Gohan had become constant companions because their need was mutual. They had thrust themselves into greater responsibilities than they were probably ready for just because it would ensure the bond between them. And, truly, they had dated faithfully for 4 solid years before marrying, and had only been married for 1 year before Pan was born. They had become married parents at 22 with a mortgage over their heads. He pulled her close, holding her in the protection of his arms. I know, and he did know, all too well, in coping with his father's countless deaths and disappearances. At least Videl had only experienced her mother's death once. She listened to the beating of his heart, so even and strong, and wondered how he could still be so dependable, despite having suffered what he did. Gohan was a far better man than his father was, because he ensured that he would never leave his family's side, no matter what battle glistened like a shiny distraction in the distance. I love you. she murmured, reaching deep within herself to find and pull the will she need to get through this. As long as Gohan was by her side, they would get through it all. Trunks wasn't quite sure what to think of his father's reaction to son Goku's disappearance. The Briefs family had returned home to Capsule Corporation in an awkward silence, none daring to say a word for fear of setting Vegeta's rage off. The Saiyajin Prince still hadn't really reacted, at least not outwardly. His mother was also silent, for her longtime friend has left before, and this habit of Goku's wasn't one she had visibly expressed bothered or hurt her either. So both of his parents, in their long time, quite opposite, relationships with Goku, were in a deep state of shock. It left him tending to Bulma's needs when they arrived home, for Vegeta had retreated to the comfort of his gravity chamber while Bulma sought solace in her laboratory and inventions. His 4-year-old sister had only required a grilled cheese sandwich, a bath, a bedtime story, and a simple explanation of what had truly happened that day, all of which he provided effortlessly, since he was 18, and able to at least accomplish this menial tasks. Approaching either parents about their afflicted emotions, however, was not his forte. It was probably dangerous, more like, since his parents had the most volatile tempers out of all of the people he knew in his short time on this earth. Are Mommy and Daddy going to be okay? She had asked innocently, not quite sure what to think of the current situation. The tense silence was not something she was accustomed to. Usually, in the Briefs family, things would be open talked about, and more often, argued over. Even Trunks and herself had adopted their parents' dysfunctional manners of communicating. So this unyielding silence was unnerving, and quite frankly, starting to scare her. Trunks closed the nursery book, setting it aside to tuck his sister deeper into her My Little Pony bedspread, as if being safe in her bed could also keep her safe from the harsh reality of their parents' emotional reactions. Yeah, Bura, they'll be okay. It may take a little while, but eventually Mom and Dad will be okay again. He was tender with his little sister whom he shared a 14-year difference with. It had been quite the shock when his parents announced their pregnancy a little less than 5 years ago. He had assumed that by that point he'd be an only child. But he'd been pleasantly surprised, for Bura was a welcome addition in their family, for she had softened Vegeta's harsh exterior noticeably. He did his best to keep his jealousy from overwhelming him, for his birth hadn't quite had the same effect on the stoic and sometimes temperamental Saiyajin Prince. So, to this point, he'd been extremely careful to be nice to his little sister. Are you worried about Goten? Her perceptive nature often scared him, for she seemingly knew that Goku's disappearance would affect Goten, which would in turn alter the interactions that Trunks and Goten would be sharing, due to Goten's afflicted emotions. She also had sensed, and accepted, the depth of the friendship that he and Goten shared. The two demi-Saiyajin were closer than many people considered appropriate, and they had been under the scrutiny of many scandalous rumors regarding their relationship. Trunks felt his eyes burn, because Goten's pain was as real to him as if his own father had just blown his own family off. The Capsule Corp heir loved his friend dearly, and would share the emotional ordeal with Goten to facilitate the healing process. Yeah, baby, I'm worried. He swallowed, his throat thick with emotion. Her small hand rested on his cheek and he marveled at this child's emotional intelligence when she spoke. If Goten has you, he's going to be okay. Trunks eyed his toddler sister with awe. You're right, he said, looking down of the thread of their immediate future. As long as he and Goten were together, they could get through anything. Their friendship had conquered enemies greater than this emotional blow. Trunks had a plethora of scientific intelligence and pragmatic problem solving, but experienced anger regarding his relationship with his father and his parents' expectations. He also often found himself lacking the emotional motivation to accomplish any of his goals. Goten was quite emotionally perceptive and intelligent, provided the emotional content for him, and supplied the sensitive observations and acknowledgments that Trunks needed. But Goten's weakness was not only his abandonment issues, but his lack of effective problem-solving methods. He often found himself lost when considering his future, his goals, and immediate problems that came up, and how to handle them. So Trunks was the only person in his life who had never left him and also helped him to solve his technical life problems. So, over the years of their involvement, they had become integral in assisting one another with their outcomes and could only accomplish anything when the other was involved or supportive in some way. They balance one another, and between the two of them, they could temperance their extreme points of view to find the middle, most temperate answer or solution. The only real hole they experienced was whenever something occurred on the female side of things, since both of their mothers happened to be ball-busters and oftentimes wrapped up in their own dramas or interests. Bura, the only emotionally perceptive yin point of view that Trunks could trust, was still too young for such a responsibility. So he and Goten were often blindsided whenever a detail was missed or blew up in their face. So everything will be okay, the insightful child concluded. Seemingly satisfied, she pressed a kiss to her brother's cheek and snuggled deep underneath her covers. Within moments, she was blissfully asleep, and Trunks left the child to her slumber. He found his way to his own bedroom in the dark, the halls of Capsule Corp memorized like a map in his brain. He closed his door, jumping when he realized he was not alone. His senses flared, and he calmed when the person proved to be none other than Goten. "Sorry, guess I'm a little out of it," Trunks confessed, dropping out of the fighting stance he instinctually jumped into. Goten, who hadn't budged from his perch in Trunks' bedroom window, waved a hand. "No problem. It's definitely been a long day." They gave one another the benefit of the doubt more often than not, and tonight was no exception. He entered the room, closing the window behind him, and immediately engulfed Trunks in a hug. "It really isn't fair," he murmured, his voice breaking. He had managed to keep his cool, to stay in that frosty numb, but once he felt himself cracking he knew he had to get to Trunks or he'd fall apart. Being with Trunks was the only safe place where he could fall apart. "I know," Trunks replied softly, holding his friend close. "I know." The tears came, hot and numerous, soaking the collar and front of Trunks' shirt. But he stood, holding his closest companion, while the teen broke down into the emotional episode Son Goku's abandonment had awoken. "You're the only one," the younger Demi-Saiyajin murmured brokenly. His pillar, his lifeline. Trunks didn't have to ask what his friend meant. He was the only one who had never left Goten's side. "You make it have meaning," he answered knowingly, for he needed Goten just as much as the sun needed him. They stood together, in their embrace, for a long time. And finally, exhausted, Goten passed out in his friend's arms. There was nothing that could be said between them, nothing that could really make it better. So Trunks had held Goten, to reassure him that there was still someone who would never abandon him, no matter what anyone else did. He tucked his friend into his own bed, grateful for the company Goten's presence provided. And, still sitting on the edge of the mattress, he dropped his head in his hands and finally cried. Vegeta often found his solace in the rigorous, mind-numbing routine that was his current training regimen. He'd been repeating his techniques in an ordered fashion for the past few weeks now, for he had felt uninspired, restless, unsatisfied, and bored. Even before that wretched Budokai, Kakarot had been unenthused about their twice-weekly sparring sessions. After Kakarot had attained Super Saiyajin Level 3, he had been satisfied with that development. The Saiyajin Prince, however, was once again infuriated that Kakarot had attained the next level before him yet again. It seemed that his was always barely catching up with that third-class Moran's newest achievement. So, in the past 10 years, he had set himself to task. He had fought, trained, meditated, ate, slept, and breathed the unobtainable power that was Super Saiyajin Level 3. He failed. In those 10 years he pushed himself even further than he had pushed to achieve Super Saiyajin alone. He'd gone into space, sometimes for months on end, just to put himself in life-threatening situations in hopes of triggering the next transformative level. Nothing worked, and though he managed to survive each harrowing experience, he was no closer to his goal. There had even been one moment where Kakarot, using his instant teleporter infernal technique, had saved Vegeta from his inescapable death. Which was the exact opposite thing he was intending. He would have rather died than have Kakarot save him. He told the third-class buffoon this fact as he lay dying in his rival's arms back on Earth's plane. Goku had given him a hard glance that was as biting as his reply, "I wouldn't let your selfishness hurt Bulma and Trunks." His tone was one he almost never utilized. He administered a sensu bean roughly, forcing Vegeta's mouth closed so he wouldn't spit the sensu out just for spite. "Fuck you, Kakarot!" Vegeta snarled once he ingested the sensu. He wrenched himself from his longtime adversary and crouched to wipe the blood from his mouth. I know better for my family than you know for yours. The arrow had hit its intended mark, and the taller of the Saiyajin flinched from the comment. Vegeta, that's not deserved given these circumstances. He didn't mask his hurt well. He sank to the ground beside the prince of their dead race, the person he wished he could have called friend, and the hurt man who was lashing out at the person he considered responsible for all of his shortcomings. Always revealing his weaknesses to his enemies, Kakarot was, Vegeta thought snidely. Whether you saved my life or not, the hypocrisy behind your intent is offensive to me. He growled, resisting the childish urge to grab a fistful of earth and hurl a clod of it into the younger man's face. He sometimes hated Kakarot more than he hated Frieza. How dare that moron tell him how to treat his family when he hurt his family just as deeply, if not more, with his own actions? What the hell are you talking about, Vegeta? Goku usually had patience where communication between Vegeta and himself were concerned, but sometimes Vegeta's eloquent speech was above his head. And he wasn't feeling especially charitable. Vegeta had absorbed it all, only to hurl poison back in his face. You rushed to my aid to play hero, and then insult me by suggesting that I would intentionally harm my family with my selfishness when you continuously harm your family with your selfishness. He roared. Kakarot inhaled a sharp breath, gripping at his chest. His shoulders sank, seemingly deflated by the hard truth that Vegeta had just illuminated. His mouth moved as he attempted to form a response, or perhaps even a defense, but there was none. Vegeta was of the least emotionally perceptive people, was claiming that Shishi, Gohan, and Goten were being harmed by his selfish actions. If Vegeta was bringing people's feelings into consideration, then the potential that he illuminated must be considered. What am I doing that is selfish? He finally asked, unable to see what exactly he was doing wrong. Vegeta snorted. If you can't see where you're selfish, it's not my responsibility to tell you. Just like it wasn't your responsibility to save my life. With nothing more to say to the third-class barker, he took off, heading home. His presence would be a welcome surprise to his family. His heart wrenched as he thought of how it would devastate Bulma and Trunks if he had died today like fate had seemingly intended for him. He saw that his pursuit of power had leaned more towards the selfish side, like Kakarot had said. So, really, it was good that Kakarot had saved him for his family's sake. Inwardly he growled. Just another debt he owed Kakarot now. As he flew home, he resolved not to train out in the depths of space any longer. It was too dangerous for a man who had a mate and child tucked away on Chikyu. Perhaps if he had remained the mercenary warrior he was in the days of his youth, the danger factor wouldn't matter so much. But he couldn't bear the thought of Bulma and Trunks grieving over someone as unworthy as himself. Nor could he bear a bleak future without them, so he would not resent the lack of future expeditions. Earth was where he belonged, and Earth was where he would either attain Super Saiyajin 3 or not. But he couldn't put his family through the emotional ordeals his own selfishness could lead to. When he arrived home, surprising his mate and now teenage son, they had a surprise of their own. While he had been gone for the last 2.5 months, Bulma had discovered she was pregnant and she was a little over 3 months along. Right before he fainted, he had her another, new reason not to be risking his life in the breaches of space. And since he restricted his training to planet side, he had not achieved Super Saiyajin 3. But in the interim, Bura had been born, their family had wound closer, and he found himself changing, though not through his power, but instead with his emotions and his outward expression of them. His wife and his daughter, like a dynamic duo, had completely unmade him. They had softened the stone-like heart of the stoic prince he was, awakening a well of fierce protectiveness he never felt before in his life for his family. Family alone was something that had been lost to him since his father, people, and planet had been destroyed by Frieza when he was merely 5. When Bulma had been pregnant with Trunks, he had already been terrified of his feelings for her, but now the actual blood tie of their son that grew quickly within her womb. He ran. Like a coward. Like a dog yipping in alarmed defeat. As strong as Frieza had been, as strong as Goku was, he was weaker to the strength that Bulma and their family had over him. But unlike his enemies, and sometimes rivals, Bulma did not exploit this power she had over him. She had only desired to keep it between the two of them, nurturing it tenderly and delicately, allowing it to grow to encompass the children that had sprang from their emotional and physical union. It had taken him many years to become comfortable enough to transact emotions at the limited level that he was capable. An awkward and often uncomfortable transition that he made for the sake of the mate he loved above anything else in the universe, even himself. And while he had grown and developed emotionally over the last few years, his power level had grown, but not attained the covetous position of Super Saiyajin 3. And thus Kakarot had become increasingly disenchanted with their sparring sessions. It was not out of arrogance, or any sort of conceit, but Kakarot had just longed for another adventure, a new challenge. Vegeta had simply ceased to be so in favor of the new family he was building, though he had not intentionally made the decision. And so Vegeta couldn't truly fault Kakarot for jumping at the chance to train a being that had the potential to be even more powerful than either of them. Majin Buu had been extremely powerful, a formidable opponent, and even Vegeta saw the power that laid untapped within the Majin-S reincarnation. Kakarot obviously intended to train UUB to be Earth's next line of protection and defense. Kami knew their children were not stepping up to the job. That was another issue that irked Vegeta occasionally. Trunks was 18 years old now, and had increasingly turned his focus away from becoming a powerful warrior to follow in his father's footsteps and instead was focused on becoming the next president of his mother's multi-billion-dollar company. Vegeta knew that he hadn't always been the emotional father figure that Trunks had needed, that he'd been nowhere near ready to be a father when Bulma had unexpectedly gotten pregnant with Trunks. But they had kept him, and Vegeta had adjusted as fast as he could to being a father, striving to do better than his own had. Things had been easier the second time around with Bura, though he still had to change and adjust. He just did it more gracefully, though he still tripped up enormously. He was sometimes surprised that either of his children cared for him as much as they did. And so he didn't press Trunks to train or express his disappointment when his son sought to become a brilliant CEO. In some ways, he was training to be this planet's version of a lord or king, for he is developing a form of global domination through currency instead of one's physical prowess. But, inwardly, he was still somewhat sad that his son hadn't fully embraced his Saiyajin nature. And Vegeta had seen that similar expression on Kakarot's face as he had watched his eldest son marry, settle, and domesticate instead of pursuing his strength. And now Goten was so weak that he'd been defeated by little Pan, who was barely 5. 3 demi-Saiyajin who had chosen to embrace their human heritage instead of their alien father's dead race. Vegeta couldn't blame the hybrids for their lack of enthusiasm when regarding their father's near-extinct heritage. Hell, he was the only one among them who could even speak the Saiyajin tongue. And his vocabulary was more coarse because Nappa and Raditz were not well-bred Saiyajin individuals. Had he grown up on his home planet, Vegeta would have been far more well-spoken and educated than he currently was. Fraser's educational system for his soldiers was the bare-bones minimum, and Vegeta had read and studied a lot on the side just to become competent in his education. It was still hardly worthy for Saiyajin royalty, but he had to make do. A good portion of his life before he finally chose to stay on Earth was involved with making do. Working with the proverbial hand you were dealt. Bulma had sometimes questioned him on his past, as an attempt to better know the alien man she had fallen in love with, and was more often than not shocked. What was it like, growing up as a mercenary? She had asked once, after the sweat from their love-making had dried into their skin and they had lain in a comfortable silence. He laid upon their plush bed on his back, his head and shoulders propped up against the pillow and headboard. She was curled up beside him, propped up on an elbow, her free hand tracing over his rippling abdomen. He had his eyes closed, though she had known he wasn't asleep. Under Fraser, it was hell. He answered quickly, keeping his voice neutral. His face hardened into that mask that Bulma defined as the theater's no mask, a neutral expression that could be interpreted in any manner to the viewer. He knew it adopted frozen features whenever his emotions ran the highest. And Bulma's question was innocent and well-meaning, and thus she did not deserve the myriad of emotions that coursed through him to become hers as well. Bulma sighed softly, resting her palm against his stomach. She looked up into his eyes, and under the dim light of the night sky that streamed into their bedroom, he could see that his answer was not satisfactory. But she didn't know what he was protecting her from when it concerned the demons of his past. I know it was bad. But I want to know the truth. about how bad it was. She was not apologetic, but just trying to understand the man whom she had built her life with. But he was too afflicted by the past to realize that. He revolted. Why now? He questioned angrily. The past is done. Fraser's empire is dead. You and I are here, now, on Chikyu, and it is peaceful. Why drudge this up? He tried to contain his panic and alarm. He didn't want to feel this old traumas and hurts. He kept them too long suppressed. To wake them now it would not be wise. She sighed softly, pressing errant kisses to his chest and stomach. He was covered in scars from battle, and she once tried to ask about where each one had come from. He didn't remember most of them, and wished he didn't remember some of them. So he remarked flippantly that he didn't remember and didn't care, so she shouldn't either. A mean comment to deflect her, just so she couldn't unlock the door that held all of his grievances of his life. You know me so well, I just want to know you well in return. She had become remarkably calm in the years since they met, learning that sometimes the softer she was the less reactive he was. Other times, though, she had to be tough and assert her will. Now was one of the times where her gentleness left him no room for argument. I have a lot of blood on my hands. I traveled all over the galaxy, with only 2 of my vassals to keep me safe while I grew into manhood. Vegeta began hesitantly. He wasn't sure what his mate would think of him if she knew the extent of the abuse he endured. Would she pity him? Nappa and Raditz, who were both dead now. And Nappa and Raditz had both known much of their people and culture. Bulma realized that Vegeta probably missed Raditz and Nappa's company just for the fact that they weren't ignorant to the Saiyajin culture. He continued, his voice softening, everyone was my enemy, and Fraser had a personal vendetta against the Saiyajin, and specifically me, so he was obsessively cruel to me. Bulma felt the cold rush up her spine. If Fraser was obsessively cruel, it was probably something similar to what inmates experienced in prison, and she had seen documentaries on how ugly it got. What would he do to you? She questioned aloud, swallowing as her heart began pumping furiously. Oh Vegeta, I wish that monster hadn't hurt you. He stiffened, sitting up and turning away from her. It was a long time ago. He protested softly, shoulders slumping. He was older now, in his mid-40s, and been 29 when he first set foot on Earth with intent of destroying and taking the Dragon Balls. In that time he changed a great deal, but his memories never had. They were the constant in his present that kept him from being a better husband and father. She sat behind him, resting her head on his muscled back. She wrapped her arms around him, wincing when he didn't respond to her embrace. Vegeta, I'm sorry. She mourned aloud. He raised his head, his gaze following the view from their window. I would not be the man I am today had I not endured what I have. Though I am sorry that I am not better equipped to father our child. Perhaps I am hindered by the past, for Fraser tried to break me in mind, body, and soul. He admitted, feeling the shame well deep within him as he reviewed the memories that he still was not comfortable with, even after all the decades he carried them in his heart. I'm glad you're the father of our child. She said softly, as if to reassure him. And she was as damaged and dysfunctional as Vegeta was. She loved and respected the man, and the warrior he was. Trunks wouldn't be anywhere near amazing as he was if Yamcha or some other schmuck had sired him. Trunks was the best of the blend between both of them, and she would never change who she had chosen his father to be. I probably never should have been a father to begin with, I'm so broken, he wanted to say. But no, he couldn't admit such things aloud to anyone. They couldn't know his vulnerabilities. I'm not suited for it, given my past. He replied earnestly, turning to look at his wife and mate of a decade. He knew he was not gentle, loving, or tender by any means. The few times he could muster those emotions was between his mate and himself in the privacy of their bedroom. Even hugging his own child felt awkward most times to him, though Trunks seemed to be able to transact emotions painlessly with his best friend Goten. Trunks hadn't been a planned pregnancy, and if he and Bulma had been involved enough to discuss such issues as family planning, Vegeta would have probably been against having children at all. One of the reasons why he fled back when he discovered that Bulma was pregnant. He knew he wasn't able to give any child the emotions that had been brutally savaged from his psyche since his youngest, most impressionable years. It had taken a long time for him to change. Once Trunks had been born, he was a father, whether he liked it or not. But he knew he loved Bulma, though he had trouble expressing it, and so he strove to be a good father to please her. And he'd done well at some points, and not so well with others. Vegeta, I love you. We've both made our mistakes with Trunks, but we're together, and you're here. That's more than enough. Her comforts were nice, though he knew he wouldn't know the full extent of the damage he'd done to their son until he was an adult himself. And it was too late to change it. No one is perfect, his mate continued. Trunks will realize that too, once he's grown. And he'll come to understand the man you were and other mistakes you and I made in coming to know one another. He'll make them too, with his own mate. Just different ones, that's all. She seemed content in knowing that nothing was perfect, though perfection had been his constant goal since he had been a child. Perhaps he needed to temperance himself somewhat. He pinned her beneath him then, kissing her deeply and fully. "You are my one love," was all he could say to his mate. He didn't know how to tell her that he needed her more than anything, and she was the beacon of light that kept him as sane as he could be and kept him continuously drawing breath on this backwards mud ball. She smiled and welcomed his embrace, and no more was said as their touches and caresses did all of the talking. They had made do as well, it seemed, in their relationship and its imperfections. They were both weird, in their own way, his mate and himself, and perhaps they were the only two who understood the other so well, nuances and all. The only ones who could put up with the other for the sake of each other. But, truly, they had a bond quite unlike any other they'd experienced, and were magnetizingly drawn to each other. Life without their counterpart would have been empty and droll. She was still his saving grace on this pathetic planet, for Kakarot and his son were both beyond his grasp in numerous ways now. Kakarot had replaced him with Uub, and Trunks had replaced him with Goten. Kakarot's need for the elusive ultimate battle potential was now fulfilled, and Trunks' need for mutual emotional interaction that he so desired was fulfilled. His mate and daughter were the only ones who needed him still. So now, in Kakarot's absence, it was probably wise to keep his attention towards his family, as it had been since Bura had been born. He halted his training session, concluding that Super Saiyajin 3 didn't matter so much at the moment. Kakarot probably wouldn't be back for weeks or even months to spar with him. His mate, however, mattered more than anything else. And he realized that she too was hurt by Kakarot's selfish decision. She probably needed him, or anyone, to extend their sympathies. He left the gravity room, shutting it off for the night. Being with Bulma was his utmost priority now. Training could wait. Bulma was accustomed to long hours toiling away in her lab, and often enjoyed the solidarity in the task. But tonight she just felt unsettled, unnerved, and upset. Goku's selfish choices from this afternoon had definitely thrown her for a loop, and though she was experiencing her afflicted emotions, she knew that Vegeta was probably suffering extensively at the moment. Her shock and numbness was preventing her from moving, acting, or even really thinking. She was stuck at her lab station, fiddling with an invention that she wasn't even truly vested in, so that if she happened to make a mistake it wouldn't be devastating to her long hours of work. She had known Goku as a teenager, and his absences became more frequent and extreme as the years had unfolded. And now, just when everyone thought peace and calm had been attained, Goku had shaken up all of their lives in his hunger for the thrill of battle. He'd promised to return for visits, but she knew in his childlike excitement he'd neglect to return as often as he could. Poor Shishi, her husband had been absent in her marriage just as much as he'd been present, and who knew how long he'd be gone this time around. Vegeta would leave on training excursions quite frequently, but he'd never left her for even a year, let alone years, on end. He was certainly more stable in Trunks' life than Goku was for his son's. Goku was quite thoughtless in comparison to Vegeta, though callous the Saiyajin prince was. Nothing was constant, it seemed. No matter how badly she, or the other older members of the Z team, wanted to stay close-knit, Goku's forgetfulness kept them from bonding as they should. She knew that as the years progressed they would all lose contact with one another. They would all inevitably grow apart if something didn't change, if some effort wasn't given. And Goku didn't seem to care about the family and friends he cultivated in the years he lived on Earth. None of them could keep up with him, the bright shooting star he was. They had stopped and settled somewhere on the arc of their respective journeys, where Son Goku had never pried his gaze from the new horizon. Shit, she barely ever saw Tien Shinhan, Chaozu, Roshi, Krillin and his family, or even Yamcha, her ex-boyfriend. Last she heard, he'd begun drinking excessively. He was on a downward slide again, for he had the habit of sinking into depressions that had been responsible, in part, for why their relationship had failed. She sighed softly, pausing to adjust a mathematical error on her blueprint, and returned to her thoughts of the Z warriors. Krillin still lived at Kame House with that pervert Master Roshi, and she seriously questioned his judgment in subjecting his wife and daughter to that man. Maror was 13 now, and Bulma saw how beautiful she was becoming. It was inevitable that Maror would blossom, really, for Ju Hachigu was a stunning woman. Maror had the fortune of inheriting her mother's beauty. It was only natural, but Roshi had barely been appropriate when Bulma herself had been a teenager, and Maror was much more naive due to her sheltered upbringing. But now that she was older, Ju Hachigu and Krillin were not as watchful of their daughter, while Roshi's lewd eyes were ever the more watchful. Bulma winced, inadvertently stabbing herself with the ballpoint of her pen. She studied the puncture wound that she inflicted upon her fingertip. It was rather deep, and she wasn't sure why she had lost control like that. It was almost stupid, really. But the more she found herself thinking about Master Roshi and Maror's impending womanhood, the more sick she felt. An ache in the pit of her stomach, an uneasiness that she could not seem to shake. It was ridiculous, really, to feel so unnerved when your laboratory and home had the 5-star security system. Not to mention your alien husband and child, who possessed extreme strength and supernatural powers, would kill any intruder in cold blood. A woman didn't have to worry much when these factors were tallied together. She bit her lip. Roshi was typically harmless, but when he drank, a habit he increased over the years, well, it wasn't good. The Capsule Corp president closed her eyes and rubbed at her temples. These old fears and worries, hadn't she put them aside a long time ago? She was the beautiful and talented Bulma Briefs, who not only was the current president of a global company, but the wife of a studly Super Saiyajin and mother to 2 wonderful children. Some imperceptible memories, she could never quite grasp them, nor did they seem forthcoming, could not be responsible for taking any of that away from her. Old fears were immediately put to rest as a new fear presented itself as a shallow footstep that sounded through her lap. She jumped, standing to brace herself against her desk. "Who's there?" she called out fearfully. Kami-sama. She was more worked up than she realized. She sounded like a helpless, frail slip of a thing. "Vegeta." Her husband answered, eyeing her uncertainly as he stepped from the shadows to be by her side. "Did I frighten you, woman?" he queried gently as his hand rose to cup her pale face. Her heart was racing and she inhaled deeply as his touch comforted her. Vegeta was the one man who would save her, no matter who the enemy, what the cost. He had always kept her safe. "I was startled, though you don't frighten me," she answered, her mind half elsewhere, unthinking of the present. His furrowing of his brow, his indignance at her statement, was almost comical. "Perhaps I should remind you why you should fear your prince and mate." A teasing tone, though an almost predatory gleam in his obsidian eyes had her trembling, which brought back his concern. "Woman, what ails you?" He took her in his arms, sitting at her well-worn computer chair, cradling her like he would while comforting Bura from a scraped knee. She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face. "I don't know. I guess today has just rattled me," she answered softly. Her heart race couldn't seem to calm, and she kept getting chills. "Kami-sama." He held her close, his sympathy astounding her. "I know. His decisions affect everyone around him, though he does not see it." He was well aware that his wife was going through some sort of emotional upheaval, but it seemed more extreme than her mere friendship with Kakarot would warrant. What had her so unglued? A resigned forlornness in his voice brought her back to the present. Vegeta's longtime rivalry with Goku had somehow changed today, though into what she couldn't possibly guess. That was for he and Vegeta to know, she assumed. "Oh, Vegeta, are you okay?" She withdrew to study him intently, and he blinked in surprise, and then chuckled softly. It just rearranges my priorities to what they should be, is all. And I am more concerned for you, woman, since you harbor affections for that third-class buffoon. And you tremble as if you'd seen a ghost, he thought worriedly. I should be used to it by now. She echoed, for it reflected not only upon Goku'S ignorant disappearances, but also her unsettled feelings regarding Master Roshi. They hadn't really been awakened for years, but once she had seen the way the old lecherous man was barely able to conceal his invasive glances at the young girl, they had hit her with full force, leaving her shocked and numb for hours. Goku'S announcement had only added insult to injury. Why was she dwelling on this inexplicable feeling? Was it because of Maror? Maror was barely 13, if Bulma recalled correctly. Too young to fend off an experienced molester like Roshi. Perhaps that defenselessness, that innocence, it called out to her. Though she didn't know why. Will you be all right? He was concerned, she could tell. But she couldn't pull out of this frosty numbness that was closing in on her. Yeah. She smiled weakly. She pulled him into a hug, pressing kisses to his head, hair, and neck. I'll be okay. But between the two of them, neither was convinced. He frowned, wishing he knew what to say. She was so unnerved he wondered what had happened in the hour since he'd seen her last to startle her so. Unless she was experiencing a past trauma, remembering it, setting off the emotional and chemical response as if it had just happened. He knew this type of trauma well, and even Earthling had the intelligence to identify it. Post-traumatic stress. He possessed it himself, much to his dismay. He thought that once he'd survived his childhood he'd be all right and could continue with his life. But as he had settled into his new life on Earth, he realized that one could never escape their past. No matter how you suppressed it, it had a way of manifesting itself somewhere in your outcome. He still suppressed most of his thoughts and emotions, recognizing them as far too dangerous and intense for what the present called for. What had his woman suppressed that now ailed her in her adult years? Plenty of traumatizing things had happened in his woman's life, any or all of them could just be compiling past her threshold of tolerance at this point. She was 51 now, technically halfway through her human lifespan. Were all of the enemies and events that had happened weighing heavily on her now? Had Goku'S newest departure set off an avalanche of unresolved emotions? What happened to you? Tell me what is scaring you, woman, because right now you are safe. He finally demanded, though gently, Master Roshi. She breathed, his fists clenched, though he avoided being rough with her. What did he do to you? I will kill him, I swear it. His voice had become menacing instantly, practically snarling. His power level spiked with his temper. Nothing. Well, I don't know, Vegeta. I just have weird memories from when I was young, and I don't really remember, but seeing him look at little Maror the way he did today I didn't like it. She babbled, not really sure if she could explain it so that he could make sense of it, to understand her. Bulma, Frieza raped me when I was a child and continued to do so well after I was grown. If that bastard Roshi raped you, I will not be able to stay my hand. He grasped her hands, his urgency profound. His confession shocked them both, to the point of Bulma dissolving into tears. He felt close to crying himself, for those memories were his alone to endure. Anyone else who ever knew of the extent he'd endured was long since dead. Vegeta had thought it would finally die with him. But if Bulma had endured similar abuses, he couldn't withhold something that could lend to a better understanding of one another. Oh, Vegeta, I had wondered, but I never actually knew. She wailed, falling into his arms. She cried for him, since he found himself unable. She loved him more than he loved himself. Bulma knew the level of sorrow that he should actually feel, though that part of his heart had already crumbled when Frieza had killed him on Namek. He bit his lip, the dam breaking. Tears flowed, unbidden, down his face. Why now? They had been together for nearly 20 years, and only now had they revealed one of their most intimate, deep, and darkest secrets. I'll kill him. He swore aloud, though neither was certain if he meant Frieza or Roshi. She wiped at his tears, and he began to wipe at hers in response. Don't kill Roshi, Vegeta. I don't know right now if he did or didn't. She trailed off, too weak to give it mention. She grit her teeth and continued, I don't want an innocent man to die for a crime he did not commit, however much of a pervert he may be. He growled softly. If you discover that he has, I will end him. He swore vehemently. She nodded. And I agree. It was a rare moment when they saw the most lethal sides of themselves reflected in the other. Had they been king and queen of Vegeta's race, or perhaps rulers of Earth, their ambitions would be something to behold. Perhaps it was better they were satisfied with a simpler life for the moment. Please, it was his turn to feel weak. He couldn't even speak it aloud again, either. She softened, stroking his cheek lovingly. You are beautiful to me, Vegeta. You're safe with me. I'm not here to judge you, I just want to love you. I just wanted you to love me. That's all I want. He confessed, and Bulma wondered what sort of soft and gentle man Vegeta would have been had he not been born to a race of bloodthirsty warriors. What sort of sensitive and emotional person would he outwardly express himself as if he had not been traded for his planet's peace and raised as a mercenary? That man existed, he was just locked deep within the recesses of Vegeta's armor-plated heart. She gazed upon him wonderingly, stroking his mused hair. I need you, just as you need me. I want you. He opened up to her, kissing her deeply. She moaned, already tugging at the spandex outfit he was still wearing. He pulled away from her only to discard his spandex pants and tank top, his boots kicked carelessly to the side. She grabbed him, pulling his body back to hers, for she had quickly stripped herself of her clothing while he had his. He slammed up against her desk, nearly tipping it over, but his woman didn't wield that kind of strength. She laughed, kissing him deeply, her hands roaming over his frame as his did hers. They had come to know one another well physically and sexually over the years, yet they always managed to discover something new about one another. He grabbed her, lifting her to sit her upon the crooked sitting desk. She succumbed to him as he plunged within her, eliciting a cry of pleasure from her. He still aroused her to near madness, even after 20 years. They had remained in their prime together, constantly challenging one each other to be better. She felt young never so much as when she was in his embrace. I love you, she cried, her first orgasm washing over her. He growled eagerly in response, keeping the tempo of his hips at a frantic pace. He didn't let up, and her next orgasm crashed upon her, her entire body trembling as she rode out the wave of it. Still, he continued, the desk cracking beneath his powerful thrusts. He rose to Super Saiyajin, the jump of ki sending her to her next climax. She dragged her nails down his back and he sunk his teeth into her neck. She was accustomed to his habit, recognizing it as an integral part of his people's customs, and she treated it with the same serious reverence that he did. His power jumped to the second level of his transformation, and she allowed his awesome ki to flow through her, relaxing into the yin as he became more yang. This technique that Vegeta had shown her kept her from getting harmed during their intimate encounters and thus far proven true. She shuddered. I'm coming again, she moaned, her eyes locking with his. He drowned in the depth of her eyes, losing himself to the point where he didn't know where he ended and she began. Their bond was reaching a new height, a new plateau of understanding for one another. I love you too, Bulma, he whispered as he came with and within her, trembling from the charge that coursed through his spine. He collapsed in her arms and they laid upon the desecrated desk for some time. Nothing more needed to be said. Goten woke before Trunks, and since the elder Demi-Saiyajin had spent the better part of his evening comforting his longtime friend, Goten didn't move from the plush, king-sized bed that they currently shared. Their legs were intertwined, as was usual when they fell asleep together, and he didn't want his extrapolation to disturb Trunks. Goten took in his friend's features, which were serene in his sleep. Goten felt bad enough as it was that he'd come crying to the capsule corp air as it was. Trunks had already tended to Bura, since his parents were each having their own freak out, apparently. Goten knew that the complicated relationship between his dad and Vegeta was bound to cause afflicted emotions in the Saiyajin prince when Goku had ditched their routines training sessions to train some grubby kid in the sticks. And Goten also knew that Bulma's fond friendship with Goku would spark the disappointment of Goku's continual absences. But they were allowing their emotions to affect their daughter, which put Trunks in an uncomfortable position as well. Goten was alarmed that his and Trunks' parents had bred to begin with. Both of their families were quite dysfunctional, and probably shouldn't have brought children into their messes. Shishi, Goku, Bulma, and Vegeta didn't communicate well, and each had pasts, presents, and futures that were riddled with problems. Such as the newest problem, his father's latest abandonment, which was now triggering everyone else who had been left behind to cope with Goku's life-altering decision. Neither of their families could just sit in a room together and express their mutual hurt over Son Goku's effect on their lives. Kami-sama knew they all loved him. Each of them cared deeply for the Earth-raised Saiyajin altruist. And it was because they loved him that it had individually hurt them when he left them for great periods of time. The insensitivity and carelessness of it was what sparked the anger. On a more optimistic side of things, one could suggest that Son Goku loved the entire world as much as he loved his family and friends, and thus his selfless heroism was to be revered. But then, Goten's counter-argument was that if Son Goku loved the people of Chikyu, and the people of Chikyu loved him, why had he ever needed a wife and family? His absences were more accepted by Son Goku's friends, for they all had lives of their own to pursue. Even Bulma wouldn't be too miffed about it over time. She did have the tendency towards drama after all. And Vegeta would inevitably keep up with his training, as his father would inevitably turn up to issue Vegeta challenge. But Goku's absences deeply cut his wife and 2 sons, leaving behind a gush wound in each that kept them from functioning properly while he was gone for years at a time. Goten had considered his dad to be like a comic book superhero the first 7 years of his life, and even when he had met Goku for the first time, he had a halo around his head and wasn't he the flesh and blood that Trunks' father was. Vegeta had been the only real father Goten had ever met, other than families that he'd seen on the streets of the city or at the parks he'd been taken to, and Vegeta had problems of his own, so he wasn't the best example of what having a father meant. Nor was Vegeta the gentlest of parents a child could have. Trunks had definitely had it harder growing up in that aspect. Vegeta could be quite harsh and unforgiving. Gohan had been the surrogate father in Goku's place, a role he didn't have to fulfill but did out of the goodness in his heart, and for that Goten was extremely grateful. He knew it hadn't been easy for his older brother when his father had died and he discovered that his mother was pregnant. Shishi and his older brother had grieved together while he grew within Shishi's womb, and when he had been born, Gohan knowingly took up the role of not only helping his mother while growing to adulthood himself, but also taking charge of fathering his new little brother the best he could. Gohan had certainly made mistakes, but Goten didn't begrudge him. Gohan was much softer and gentler compared to how Vegeta and Trunks interacted, so Goten was glad that Gohan had been as patient as he had been. Despite handling their mother's emotions, excelling in school, and sometimes working to earn cash for the family, Gohan had always made time to help him with his studies, take him outside to train his growing and sometimes difficult to control powers, and tell him stories about the man Son Goku had been. Goten would say that Gohan was the other person who had never truly abandoned him, for even when Gohan was marrying with Videl, he had come to Goten to talk about it first. He remembered that conversation clearly. He'd been 11, and Gohan was coming up on his 21st birthday. "Gohan, dear, I want to talk about your upcoming birthday. Bulma wants to throw your party at Capsule Corp. What do you think of that?" Their mother questioned winningly. It would be a great opportunity to get the whole Z gang together. Especially since they had enjoyed the last 3 years of peace since the whole Boo incident, and their father had lived with them since then and devoting all of his attention to them. It had been nice, actually, for he'd come to know his father and had also become quite strong constantly training with his father and older brother. They had been the happiest 3 years of his life, actually. Though Gohan was increasingly absent from the family, since he'd been going to school and working in the city, they still had the weekends together. Though sometimes Gohan would be staying in the city, or he would sometimes bring his girlfriend Videl to stay with them, which made things get crowded. Shishi seemed to enjoy the weekends that Videl came to stay, and Goten wondered if maybe Videl was becoming something of the daughter that Shishi had never had. He liked Videl. Thought she was really pretty, actually, so her company didn't bother him. Her presence did seem to distract Gohan though. His older brother brightened at their mother's suggestion. "That perfect, actually, because there was something I wanted to talk to you guys about, and if this conversation goes well, then we can have a double party." His older brother was obviously excited, but Goten couldn't begin to guess where all of this was leading. His father leaned back from his voracious appetite, grabbing a napkin to wipe at his mouth. "Well, Gohan, what's going on?" He questioned curiously. Shishi's maternal instinct was already zeroing in on where this was leading. Oh. Are you going to ask Videl to marry you? She blurted exuberantly. The wedding plans were already formulating in her brain. Lists were already extensively made. Her baby was going to marry a nice girl that she had personally come to approve of, and all she could see was the upcoming, inevitable baby announcement. Goku and Goten found themselves exchanging confused glances. How had they been so left-fielded by this conversation? But they remained quiet to see what Gohan would say. Gohan blushed slightly and seemed almost sheepish. I've already asked Hercule. He challenged me to win her hand. I was gentle, I swear, he replied to Shishi's disbelieving expression, and he said yes. I haven't asked her yet though, since I wanted to talk to you guys first. He finished earnestly. Their father cleared his throat. So do you love her? Goku asked blatantly. He was never really mean, just truth-oriented, Goten supposed. Gohan nodded. Of course, Dad. I wouldn't have brought any of this up if I wasn't serious. He had even thought of it himself, first. He and Videl had been dating for almost 5 years now, and though he knew Videl wasn't rushing things, he kind of wanted to. He wanted more time with Videl, and living out here in the woods wasn't really working with his lifestyle or the future he wanted to share with the woman he loved. Goku frowned thoughtfully, and turned to Shishi. Do you like her? He asked his wife. Gohan was obviously in love, or lust, and if Shishi didn't think it was a good idea, it probably wasn't. Shishi smiled softly. Their babies would be so adorable, Goku-san. She sighed romantically. Could life be any better? Her husband was back, her oldest son was getting married, things were just going so perfect. Well, Gohan, if that makes you happy, then I'm happy for you. Their father graced them all with his broad sun smile, but Goten felt fear. So if Gohan wanted to marry Videl and have babies, what would become of their relationship? Would he ever come back? He found the tears welling before he could control himself, and they plopped off his chin before he could hide it. The whole table froze. Goten? What's wrong? His family each chimed in with their own variation and rushed to his side. He felt like an idiot. So he bolted. He didn't know how his family decided who was going to go after him, but Gohan was the one who did. His older brother went through the process of climbing the tree that he himself had hovered to, so when Gohan perched beside him, he knew he had to explain. But how could he give words to the overwhelming fear and upset he felt? Hey! Gohan was gentle, as ever, and Goten realized he'd miss him. He wasn't naive enough to believe that Videl would come and live with them when she lived in a mansion with Hercule in the city. Gohan worked in the city and went to school in the city. The country was not a place he wanted to be any longer, it seemed. Hey! He answered back, wiping at his tears which hadn't yet stopped. What's wrong? He fell into his brother's embrace, for he was still much smaller than Gohan was. Please don't leave like Dad. He found himself mewling in a voice that was much younger than his typical tone. Gohan held him tight while keeping their balance on the tree branch. Dad came back. And I'm not him. He said gently, but it won't be the same without you. I've never been without you. The realization startled even him. Gohan had been the man who had ever woken up for his nightly feedings, had changed his diaper, given him baths. He had administered the tasks without complaint when their mother had been too inundated with grief and depression to do so. He taught Goten to read, had helped him potty train, had tended to scraped knees. Had taught him how to use the Saiyajin gift he'd been blessed with from birth, and my life has been so enriched since you've been in it. I love Videl. Like Vegeta loves Bulma, like Dad loves Mom. So I want to marry her, have a family with her, share a future. But you will always be my baby brother. I will always love you. And you can come and stay if you want, at Videl's apartment in the city, whenever you want. Gohan had the most diplomatic way of saying things, so Goten immediately understood his brother's emotional motivation. He had with Videl what he had with Trunks, that deep emotional connection that filled in the hole that your parents left behind. I wouldn't want to bother you while you guys are making babies. He learned that fact of life not too long ago from Trunks, who had caught his parents doing just that. He was mortified, yet curious. Gohan blushed. He stammered, unsure of what to say when his 11-year-old brother pinpointed on the very motivation, besides his love for Videl, that was driving him to his decision. Goten felt himself smile at his brother's embarrassment. I wouldn't mind if Videl became my sister. I like her. And I want you to be happy too, 'cause I know you did all the work that Dad was supposed to when I was growing up. Gohan was amazed at how emotionally intelligent Goten had become. Yeah, it wasn't fair to either of us that Dad chose to remain deceased. His emotions regarding that issue were long-standing and bitter. Goten sniffled slightly. And it wouldn't be fair for you if I asked you to stay. Besides, Mom and Dad are here. You need to be happy too. He loved his brother enough, and knew him well enough, to know that Gohan's life had not been particularly easy or fun. It had been very difficult, and Gohan's strong character reflected that. Gohan felt relief, and something that could only be described as bittersweet. I love you, he told his little brother. Goten had been the beacon of hope for him when their mother was catatonic over Goku'S death. Even if everything else fell apart, Goku had left the precious part of himself behind in the gift that was Goten. When Goten had been a baby, and had fallen asleep in his arms after a feeding, a peace washed over him. He had barely been a teenager himself, though his time in the hyperbolic time chamber had aged him and given him more wisdom, but his infant brother helped him to realize where hope could be found. Where you could find the reason to live, to matter. You're like a father to me, more than my brother. Goten confessed, the tears coming again. Could he ever truly express how grateful he was for Gohan's good spirit? How lost he'd be without the guidance of his big brother who seemingly cared for him more than their own father had. Gohan felt his throat thicken with emotion. You're like my son too, in some ways. But while I build a future with Videl, you should probably get to know Dad. The man that he is, underneath the exterior of the father he is. He's not perfect, and I'm not either. Try to keep that in mind, okay? Goten nodded, hugging his brother tightly. Okay. He agreed. Gohan was much more considerate than their father was, and he knew that his older brother wouldn't neglect him the way that Goku had. He was childish in thinking that Gohan would leave and never come back. Gohan was dependable, an all-around good guy. So Gohan had married Videl, Hercule bought them a lovely house for their wedding present, and the young couple had Pan a year after they married. But Gohan had kept his promise, visiting often, and allowing Goten to come visit the newlywed couple, and sometimes stay for a weekend. He had actually been a big part of his niece's life, as were their parents. They were still a family, but Videl and Pan had been welcomed additions. Though they probably could have done without Hercule, and once Gohan moved out and started a family of his own, he and Trunks became even closer. Family was one thing, but his deep bond with Trunks was something even more crucial to him. They seemed to be the only one who could help the other adjust to all of the changes their lives presented to them, and Gohan's departure to adulthood was another time where Trunks had been there for him. Trunks had been 12 back then, and Goten was only a year his junior, so they typically went through developmental changes around the same time. And, boy, did things start to change. Puberty kicked in, and over the next few years he and Trunks changed dramatically as they became teenagers. They had been a reflection of one another as children, but as they became teenagers, their personalities began to separate more, and they came to complement one another, successfully achieving whatever goal or task they set themselves to. Their clever teamwork had quickly convinced Gohan to speak on Goten's behalf when Goten wanted to attend public high school with Trunks. Goku and Shishi were reluctant to have Goten, at the age of 15, fly himself to and from the city 5 days a week. But his parents had relented, and Goten soon found his social network opening up to more than just his parents every day. Another small bonus was that he would often spend the night at their Trunks' house, or Gohan's, when Shishi protested to how much time he spent on the brief's hospitality, and it was a nice reprieve away from his mother, who was becoming increasingly hard on him about his studies. Goten wasn't the most academically gifted, though he excelled in sports. It was now Trunks' senior year, and Goten's junior, and they had spent the last 2 years tearing it up at their school, gaining quite the reputation. It had been fun, for they joined the basketball club and became stars, which of course led to a lot of partying and a lot of interactions with girls. Trunks was more of the playboy between them, whereas Goten would usually date the girl for a week, or two, or however long it lasted, which usually wasn't very long. Usually they became unnerved with how close he and Trunks were. Or whenever they somehow accidentally revealed too much of their strength in front of their current interests. His other half shifted in his sleep, as if he heard all of the good memories Goten was reviewing since he hadn't wanted to wake him by moving. "Hey!" he murmured sleepily. Goten smiled, for he wasn't surprised. Their minds seemed to follow one another closely, as if they were constantly paralleling each other. Goten sighed contentedly, burying his face into Trunks' neck. He was so warm, and Goten felt so safe. They knew one another so well that neither was uncomfortable by the physical contact. "Can we spend all morning in bed?" He lulled his voice to a more childish tone, for Trunks seldom refused him anything when he did. Trunks pulled him into a bear hug. "I'd cut school for you, no problem," he affirmed softly. "I still closed." Trunks' graduation was looming, while Goten still had a year left, and the older of the two was becoming quite disenchanted with attending classes. The lavender-haired prince had an internship lined up at Capsule Corp once the summer was over, since he was preparing to become vice president once he graduated college, and Trunks eventually was to become president of the entire company, once Bulma was ready to pass down the proverbial torch. Goten was rather impressed by Trunks' lofty goals. He was still unsure about what he wanted to do with his life. "You've got your future set," Goten remarked softly. He wasn't jealous, just more in awe. Trunks had that silver spoon advantage, no doubt, but he also worked hard throughout high school, excelling in his honors classes and the basketball team, earning everything he achieved. "You've still got a year, 10. His companion reassured, waking slowly. Goten withdrew from the embrace to regard his friend. "I know, I'll figure it out eventually. I'm just proud of you." He felt pretty silly, telling his companion such corny things. Trunks smiled softly. "Thanks. I couldn't have done it without you backing me." His eyes opened, shining aquamarine with the gratitude he felt for Goten and his impact on his life. His hand rose and he trailed his fingers over Goten's smooth cheek. Goten closed his eyes, enjoying the touch. "I couldn't do it without you, either." He breathed softly. The next few weeks would be hard on the entire family, and both of them knew this. They still didn't know how devastated Shishi would be, and Goten knew his mood wouldn't be stellar either. He's fucking dad. An idea occurred to Trunks. "Do you want to get an apartment together, now that your dad, he was 18, was about to graduate high school? His parents probably wouldn't mind him getting a small place of his own. He would be interning at Capsule Corp when he wasn't involved in college, which would be a piece of cake anyway. He inherited his mother's genius, so school came easily to him." Goten blinked, considering Trunks' offer. To live with his best friend, just the two of them. But then what about his mom? Would she be okay without him? Gohan had his own family to care for, he couldn't just leave her alone out in the woods, no matter how great his own need. "I would love to," but he trailed off reluctantly. "But?" His counterpart was impatient because he knew it would be the best option for the both of them. Goten sighed, toying with Trunks' soft lavender hair, which was so different than his own coarse, unruly locks. He was often fascinated by it, his gossamer strands were so silky. "I just feel bad about leaving my mom alone. She's fragile, you know." She had been so volatile, ever since Goten could remember. She was either on a furious rampage, manically happy, or hysterical. She rotated between those three moods most often. She wouldn't let you out of her sight anyway. The woman was obsessively overprotective of her two sons, and understandably so. But Goten was 17 now, and his mother was still so domineering. Trunks knew she'd cling even more tightly to her sons now that her husband had left her once again. Goten flinched at Trunks' sullen tone. "Hey, I want to live together. And once I'm 18, my mom won't have a say in the matter." But he couldn't conscience leaving her, nor would she allow him anyway. Not after this whole fiasco had just played out with Goku. Trunks grimaced. So put up with another year of her incessant bitching, but on your 18th birthday we're getting an apartment together. It was the final word, and one they both knew they agreed on. The potential already flashed between them, illuminating a bachelor pad that the two could be the masters of. Goten smiled softly. In a year's time he would be 18, and graduating high school, and he could get a job and live with Trunks, and well, things would be better, at least. Okay, it's our game plan. They joined hands, squeeze shaking on their vow. You should probably call your family and let them know you're staying here today, Trunks suggested. As much as he didn't like Shishi, he never pushed Goten to disrespect or disregard his family, lest Goten be forbidden from spending time with his delinquent friend Trunks. Thus far they hadn't upset either of their families with their friendship, keeping communication open about where they were and when they would be home again. Though they more often than not told their parents they'd be at their friend's house when they were actually going out to parties. But no one was the wiser to their knowledge. Goten sighed heavily. The last thing he wanted was to talk to his family and weep over what an asshole his dad was. Fine. He grabbed Trunks' cell, knowing his friend didn't mind him using it, and he dialed his brother's house line. It rang once, twice, and was then answered by Videl. Moshi moshi. The stress was evident in his sister-in-law's voice, but she still faked a cheerfulness that Goten appreciated. Videl was the glue that held Gohan together. Goten knew his brother was suffering from the after-effects of his childhood and teenage years, and Videl was keeping him sane, helping him cope with his emotional episodes. Hey Videl. It's Goten. He answered kindly. Oh, Goten. Where are you? His sister-in-law's concern was obvious and he grinned. She really had become like a sister over the past 10 years. He was glad for it. He was glad for her. I'm at Trunks'. If they didn't already know, he'd be surprised. Where else would he be? Who else did he really care about? Trunks. It had always been Trunks. He ran his hand over Trunks' hair as they laid in bed. Trunks was silent, tuning into Goten's conversation with his family, straining to hear it. That's what we thought. Hold on, sweetie, Gohan wants to talk to you. Videl's voice was then muffled, the phone was passed over, and Gohan took over. Goten, are you okay? His brother's voice was just as urgent as Videl's had been when regarding his well-being. He knew that Gohan was majorly stressed now, since the family would all weigh upon him now that Goku had pulled his next disappearing act. He didn't want to add to his brother's stress with his own problems. Yeah. I'm with Trunks. He replied matter-of-factly. It was the best place he could be, the best place he'd ever be, given the current circumstances. And maybe he should be there, so he wouldn't bother Gohan. He had enough problems. Can you come over? Videl and I would like to talk to you and Mom. Gohan's voice was definitely strained, and Goten felt really bad that his brother had to go through all of this, and that he'd made him worry. Is she okay? Goten blurted once their mother was mentioned. I'm well, no, not really. She took one of my pills last night. She hasn't woken up yet. Gohan answered honestly. Was he some sort of jerk for drugging his mother? He felt a tad guilty, but it just was so much easier to manage her this way. Goten grimaced, and Trunks gave him a reassuring touch. Goten covered the mouthpiece and turned to his friend. I need to go home for a bit, will you come with me? He looked in Trunks' eyes, searching for the reassurance he needed to get through this. If I'm welcome. He answered instantly. Goten turned his attention back to the phone. He knew Trunks would come through for him. He didn't doubt him for a second, nor did he take him for granted. I'll come if I can bring Trunks with me. He replied seriously. Gohan paused to consider. This was family business, and he wasn't sure if Shishi would be comfortable if Trunks was there. But if Goten wasn't going to cooperate unless Trunks was there, then he would have to pick his battles. All right, Trunks can come over. Please hurry home, Goten. Okay. Goten agreed as he ended the call. He placed the cell on Trunks' nightstand and sat up to acknowledge his friend. Thanks for being on my side, Trunks grinned. Hey, I gotta represent your side when you get overwhelmed, you know? He sat up also, kicking the covers back. Goten gave him a hug, which he returned before withdrawing. Let us get this over with. The sooner they could see Shishi's bitching, the better. Appreciate you, Goten said, punching Trunks' shoulder companionably. You too, Trunks replied, punching Goten's stomach in return. They laughed, scrambling to see who would get to the shower first and thus earn the privilege to use it first. Goten won this time, though he was certain Trunks had let him, and so he kept it brief. He perused Trunks' closet while the Demi-Saiyajin Prince took his own shower. Trunks had so much clothing it was ridiculous, and he often borrowed from his friend's closet. Trunks entered the closet as Goten finished dressing in the shirt and jeans he had selected. Neither was shy around the other, and Trunks dropped his towel on the closet floor. Dark wash denim is a good choice, he complimented as he pulled his favored boxer briefs on. Goten laughed. It slims my fat ass, don't you think? Trunks teasingly whipped a pair of socks at Goten, who barely dodged. Okay, I won go there, he promised as he laughed. Trunks laughed. The legs of my pants are kinda short for your long freaking legs, though. He should probably just get Goten some good denim as a gift, he thought. It might even cheer him up from all of this bullshit with his dad. Goten looked down. Yeah, though I think I'm skinnier than you right now, he tugged at the waistline. It was a bit loose. Oh, so now I'm short and fat? Trunks mock snapped. But really, he need his best bud's reassurance that he was attractive. Sometimes he wondered, since he was half alien and although Goten was in the same boat, being half alien himself. The only two who could relate to one another. Goten laughed. You're fine, trust me. The ladies are still going bonkers for you at school, he assured. He knew beneath all of Trunks' outward arrogance bluster, he was quite insecure about his peculiarities. It was difficult hiding your half-alien heritage during the intimacies that occurred throughout high school. Their extreme strength, steroid-looking muscles, and their scars at the base of their spine, it raised a lot of questions, and sometimes fear and dismay from their human peers. Trunks dressed while laughing with his friend. Girls like you too, you know. And half the time you're oblivious. Good thing I'm your wingman. He suspected it was because Goten's parents had been one another's first and only lovers, as was Gohan's circumstance with Videl. Goten was going against his family's grain just by dating, sleeping with, and breaking up with quite a few human females. So he and Trunks were boxing in the dating ring of high school with only each other in their corners. Thanks for helping me get my D wet more than I would have on my own. Goten nodded acknowledgingly. They laughed again as they opened Trunks' bedroom window. There was no point in bothering to tell anyone where they had gone. Bulma and Vegeta had Bura, and their own problems, to contend with. They probably didn't even know Goten had been there to begin with. They jumped out, nudged the window closed, and then took off for Gohan's house, flying high enough to be hidden by the low-flying clouds. They dropped into Gohan's backyard, using the tall growing pine as their cover. The teenage boys pounded their knuckles together before approaching Gohan's back porch. Goten opened the door first, calling out to announce his presence. I'm here. We're in the living room. Gohan's voice answered. Trunks nudged Goten forward into the kitchen, closing the door behind him. Goten walked through the kitchen to the living room, Trunks following closely behind. Everyone was awake, Videl sitting beside Shishi on the couch, Pan in Videl's lap, while Gohan was pacing the living room, an obvious nervous wreck. Oh, Goten! Shishi cried, running and throwing herself into her youngest son's arms. Goten held his mother awkwardly. Mom! Pan jumped from her mother's lap while Shishi had attached herself to Goten, rushing to the Demi-Saiyajin whom she harbored quite the crush on. Trunks-kun! She cried, wrapping her arms around one of Trunks' legs. Trunks picked up the tiny girl, who was as sweet and rambunctious as his own little sister, and held her close. I know things are hard right now, Panny, but will you sit with me and be a good girl while everyone talks? He used the soft tone he often addressed his sister with. The little girl, so eager to please the man of her affections, nodded eagerly. Okay, Trunks-kun. I'll be good. Goten looked to Trunks helplessly as his mother clung to him, weeping. He had moved to sit in Gohan's favored reading chair, Panny comfortably nestled in the teen's lap. Trunks was planning on being neutral, only interfering when things got over the top. This was not Shishi at her worst, so Goten was on his own. Let us sit down. Gohan wants to talk to us, doesn't he? He queried weakly as he guided his mother back to her previous spot on the couch. He perched on the arm of the couch, caught in a state of tension awaiting whatever conclusion his brother had come to. Gohan took his brother's cue, clearing his throat. Yes, Mom, I do. Videl and I have been talking, and we decided that it would be best for the family if you and Goten came to live with us. He locked eyes with his wife, and they both nodded. They were in agreement, a team. Goten blinked, considering. He wouldn't have to live alone with their depressed and manic mother, and he and Gohan could share the responsibility of caring for her. He wouldn't have to commute from the forest to the city just to get to school. And Gohan, Videl, Pan, Shishi, and himself could be a close-knit family, at least until they were well enough again to be more independent. It seemed like a valid point, and he knew he'd be spending more time with Trunks anyway. This immediately rattled Shishi's cage. No. We can't. What is Goku's comes home, and we aren't there? She panicked, not wanting to miss one opportunity with the love of her life. They were so few and far between these days. Goten grit his teeth. Now that Gohan had presented a mutually beneficial option for them all, his mother was going to blow it with her obsessive love for their worthless father. There was no way he was going to live in that shitty little hut with her psychotic ass. He wouldn't do it. Not when he could be so close to Trunks. His anger exploded under the pressure. Why the fuck do you still wait on him when all he does is abandon us? He raged as his mother, shocking everyone other than Trunks in the room. Pan, frightened by her uncle's scary tone, whimpered. Trunks quickly addressed the child's fear, holding her tight and soothing her. Gohan shot Trunks a grateful look, because his daughter's age would hinder her from fully comprehending the situation as it was. She just needed to be soothed, and know that despite the problems, everything would be alright. Goten! Videl scolded, shocked that he cursed in front of Pan like that. She was too young to hear such things. Thank goodness Trunks was here. Shishi, shocked at her son's rage, didn't bite back with her usual temper and indignation. He's my husband, and the father of my children, and I love him. She answered, tears trailing down her face. You don't know your father like I do, the sweet innocent boy he had been. But he was alone, only his battles and accomplishments to keep him company. And I wanted to nurture that lonely side of him, give him the love he'd never known from a mother's hands. She mourned aloud. Her love for Goku had pure intent, but somewhere that intent hadn't been enough. Her judgment hadn't resulted in the best outcome for her family. And now here they were, broken, again. Goten's anger diffused. His father's life hadn't necessarily been easy either. His Saiyajin heritage had isolated him enough, and few could be as pure-hearted and trusting as he. I don't want to live out there anymore. He finally admitted, getting frustrated as his eyes strung with tears. Gohan stepped between the two. Mom, if Dad teleports himself to our house and sees no one is home, he'll probably come here right after. You won't miss him, okay? He turned to his brother. Please be more respectful to our mother. I know you don't want to live there, but if you're going to live here you need to respect the house rules. And watch your mouth around my daughter. He admonished sharply. Goten bowed his head. I'm sorry Gohan, I won't disrespect you or this house again. He would only be this humble for Gohan or Trunks. No one else would ever call him to heel other than the two who never betrayed him. And neither one abused their power that they held over him. Gohan calmed slightly. Trunks, will you lend us some capsules so that we can move Shishi and Goten's necessities over here? No problem, Gohan. He placed Pan down so that he could root through his pockets, pulling a small case out. Pan ran back to her mother, clambering back up into her lap so that Trunks and her father could transact. He stood, opening the case, selecting a few capsules. Here. This should be enough, right? He handed them to Gohan, who counted them. That's great. Thanks. He clapped his other hand on the capsule corp's shoulder companionably. I can go with Goten to pack for you, if you want to tend to Shishi and Pan here. Trunks offered kindly. He could sense the elder Demi-Saiyajin was under a great deal of stress, and Gohan had been nothing but nice to him when he was Goten's brat friend. He looked up to Gohan's pragmatic wisdom and good example ever since he could remember. Now was an opportunity to help return the favor. Gohan sank with relief. Thanks Trunks, you're really helpful. Leave it to Trunks to have a solution, just like his genius mother. Trunks shrugged it off. No problem, Gohan. He extended his hand, and Gohan returned the capsules to him. We'll be back shortly. Goten stood wordlessly, and the two left the house as quickly as they had arrived. Why is he so angry? Shishi wailed after her son left without any sort of greeting or goodbye. How could he have yelled and cursed at his own mother like that? Where had she gone wrong with him? I'll go make some tea, Videl announced absently, taking her daughter with her into the kitchen before she was privy to any more of the family's dysfunction. Pani could end up traumatized by this, for Kami's sake. Gohan sighed, glad that Videl had taken Pani from all of the conflict. Mom, he's just upset right now and is handling it his own way. And he has every right to feel how he does. He answered, exasperated with his mother's domineering personality. Shishi sank into the couch. He's just like his father. She commented bitterly. All Goten ever cared about was being with Trunks and away from her. He didn't care about his family, studies, or finding a nice girlfriend. She didn't even think he trained anymore, so she didn't know what her younger son did with his time. She didn't like him spending so much time with Trunks. Gohan was shocked. Mother! He protested, Goten is much more emotionally sensitive than Dad is, don't insult Goten like that. Goten was extremely sensitive about being compared to Goku, partly because he looked so much like him. Goten was the most Saiyajin appearing of all of them, especially when he grew his hair out like their father's. But Goten had grown his hair long and shaggy in the past year, as a way of bucking the system, probably. Shishi was beyond caring. All he cares about is Trunks, just like all your dad cares about is fighting. I don't know what's worse. Gohan wasn't sure what his mother was insinuating. Mom, Trunks is the only friend Goten's ever had. Of course they're close. If I had another Demi-Saiyajin around who was my age, I would have been just as close as they are. No one else understands what it's like being stuck between your parents' cultures. He frowned, as insensitive as his father was, sometimes his mother was worse. At least Goku was kind, his mother was acerbic and biting. They're more than just friends. She insisted. Gohan flinched. Don't assume things. Goten and Trunks both have had girlfriends. Even if Goten and Trunks were involved, Shishi's prejudice regarding the matter would not bode well for the family and would only isolate Goten further. Their family could crumble from Shishi's hateful accusations alone, as a cover-up. Those relationships never last, and probably because they're so wrapped up in each other that the girls run screaming. Shishi was so angry. Goten was becoming such a rebellious and uncontrollable teenaged monster. Gohan removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't think Trunks and Goten are romantically involved, Mom, and even if they are, if that is what Goten wants, and he is happy, you cannot judge him for his preference. I won't allow you to hurt him like this. Don't ever say this to him. But he feared she would. Maybe not right away, but the next intense moment would sending Shishi into a burning rage where accusations would fly left and right. Shishi stood and stormed off to the guest room that Gohan and Videl had provided her. Gohan watched his mother leave, wondering why she only increased her dramatic flares as she aged instead of calming down like older women were supposed to. She was 47 now, but still had the energy to rant for hours at a time. And it seemed as though the older she got, the more outrageous her accusations were. His own mother was accusing Goten of being a closeted homosexual, for Kami-sama's sake. And though Gohan would never chose such a lifestyle for himself, he wasn't a bigoted person who would condemn Goten and Trunks if that happened to be their decision. Truth be told, he had wondered himself, on occasion, if Goten was involved with Trunks, but he stopped himself from considering it. Whatever Goten did in his intimate life was his own business, and as long as he was safe, Gohan didn't worry about him. Some exploration was probably healthy anyway. Gohan hadn't he really played the field himself, marrying the first girl he'd met and fallen in love with. Though he was happy with his wife, it probably would have been wise to gain some experience first. He and Videl had been quite awkward their first time together, and had he been more learned, he probably would have pleased her better, but his mother had no right to hurt Goten over something as personal as his sexual preference. He vowed to keep a close eye on his mother's treatment of Goten. She was likely to lash out at everything since she was hurting over her husband's abandonment. He sighed and went to join his wife in the kitchen. Videl was playing a clever game with their daughter that involved covering Pan's ears and testing her on reading what words Videl's lips were forming. "Say hi to Daddy," she mouthed to her daughter. Pan, delighted, turned. "Hi Daddy." He picked his daughter up, holding her close. "You okay, Panny-chan?" He nuzzled her small nose with his own, amazed that this precious girl was his daughter. So precocious, so curious, but certain conversations weren't for her to hear. "Yes." She pressed sloppy kisses to her father's face. She leaned Uncle Goten and Grandma are sad. She answered, pouting slightly. Gohan sighed heavily. "Yeah." Grandpa decided to do something that made the family sad, since we'll miss him. Pan looked crushed. Why did Grandpa do that? If only Gohan could tell his young daughter that in life people often made selfish choices and didn't care about others' feelings so much as they loved their thrill of the next challenge. But was that too harsh a truth for a child to take? She was already devastated enough. Would she be ruined to know the truth behind Goku's priorities? Because it's his job to train the next defender for Earth. He finally answered carefully. Pan was not satisfied. "He could have chosen me," she argued. To her logic, she was a Saiyajin too, and could be just as strong as her grandpa. Besides, he should have chosen you, Daddy. You're his firstborn son. Like Trunks is a prince because Vegeta is a prince. Her crush was quite obvious, and he hoped she wouldn't harbor it into her teenage years. Especially if Trunks and Goten were together. Her logic was all sound, but Gohan knew that he'd have to correct her. You don't always choose someone for the job just because they're someone's child. Sometimes you have to choose the person who would do it best, because it's the right thing to do. UUB can't even go Super Saiyajin. His daughter was quite contrary, and he applauded her willfulness. It would serve her well in her adult years if she learned to temper it. Which he would help her with, but UUB has an even greater power. Before you were born, Mommy and Daddy fought an evil being named Boo, who almost destroyed the Earth. Videl jumped in, telling the story with the drama and flair to keep a child's attention. Gohan grinned at his wife's brilliance. Yes, he added, we defeated Boo, but he was reborn as UUB, and the power of the evil Boo resides within him. Grandpa Goku needs to train him to be good so we'll all be safe. UUB is a good boy and just needs to learn to use his powers for the force of good. Videl concluded, taking their daughter to cuddle her close. Majin Buu had been such a terrifying enemy, and they almost hadn't made it. She still felt the chill of when they discovered Gohan had died. Gohan smiled at his wife and daughter. But if evil ever threatened Earth, I would help Grandpa Goku and UUB vanquish it. Can I help too? Pan asked, looking to both her parents for their permission. She couldn't hurt their feelings and make them mad, after all. Videl looked thoughtful. If you're old enough, she replied cautiously. She hadn't been involved in most of the chaos because her power level was weak in comparison to her husband and his friends, but she often was able to help with smaller threats. But she loved battle, and knew that Pan did as well. Could she really protect her daughter from the call of battle that flowed in her veins? How could two warrior parents deny their child the same experiences they had themselves? Gohan felt panic. So many battles that he witnessed as a child were too intense. But Pan was the same age now as he had been when his uncle Raditz had kidnapped him and held him ransom for Goku's cooperation. He couldn't bear it if anything like that had ever happened to Pan. And how old was old enough? Goten and Trunks had been integral players in the whole Majin Buu incident. They couldn't have won without them. And they had been 7 and 8 at the time. How old? Pan pressed. She wouldn't be satisfied until she knew what the rules were. 18. Videl decided. That was as long as they could manipulate her future to prevent her harm. After that, Pan would be an adult and therefore free to do as she pleased. Gohan, not knowing if there should be stipulations, such as Pan attaining Super Saiyajin, but he wisely kept his mouth shut. He merely nodded to agree with Videl, knowing that their numerical answer was the longest they would be able to keep Pan safe from danger. And even then, she would probably grow into a willful teenager who would disobey any command they give anyway. The hell with waiting until 18. Their daughter was finally pleased. Okay. 18. She did the math in her head, she only had to wait 13 more years. It felt like forever away, but that was okay. She detrained in the meantime. The parents exchanged worried glances. Their daughter was more willful than either of them had ever been, and it scared them. If she became more powerful than either of them, what would she do with that power? They could only hope that they had taught her well enough to have good judgment. The rest of the family seemed to lack it. Goten tackled the arduous task of capsulizing all of his mother's toiletries and belongings that were immediately necessary while Trunks took care of his room. They finished their mission rather quickly, everything crucial capsulized within less than an hour. They met in the meager living room, and Trunks handed the capsules that contained Goten's personal effects to his friend. Anything else? He questioned lightly. Goten placed the capsules they filled into his pocket, patting them for reassurance. Nope. We should be good. He looked about the room, wondering if there was anything his mother would want. But it wasn't like they wouldn't come back eventually. He grimaced. If he was going to move in with Trunks, maybe she should just stay living with Gohan, rather than come back to this lonely house. You okay? His friend touched his shoulder, drawing him from his thoughts. Goten nodded. Yeah, I just don't think my mom is going to take us moving in together well. He said softly. He wanted to move in with Trunks, he really did, he was just uncertain about how everyone would react. Trunks snorted. I could care less what she thinks. She can't control your life once you're grown up. And it's only a year away. So own it. Goten had been made to be responsible for his mother's happiness, and it wasn't right. Trunks' mother wasn't even that far up his own ass. But then again, he was showing promise where Goten was still uncertain about his future, so she felt entitled to her concern. Goten tousled his hair, stressed. Okay. I'm going to own it. I just don't want them saying nasty things about you when you're the most important person in my life. His mother had already started prying with invasive questions about his and Trunks' relationship, and he didn't feel up to defending something that no one understood. Trunks sighed heavily. Is this about certain people thinking we're gay? It was a rumor that most people at school hadn't bothered circulating anymore, since he and Goten got more than any other guy in school, but they had both been thrown off by it when it had been posed as a potential. It was kind of embarrassing, and when their families suspected it as well, they felt rather trapped. Plus it had made them reevaluate how close they were. They hadn't changed their behaviors around one another in private, since they were comfortable with one another, but they were certain to be more conservative with one another in the public eye. Would Trunks say he was gay? No, since he wasn't attracted to men. But Goten he wasn't saying he was attracted to him, but he wasn't not attracted to him either. But it wasn't the physicalities that even mattered to Trunks. What drew him to Goten was his kind heart, his perceptive nature, and bond that was between them since they were old enough to recognize it. He and Goten hadn't ever really been sexual with one another. They derived their sexual pleasure through interactions with females, and weren't jealous of each other when they did so. No female had ever come between them and their relationship at this point, so it hadn't caused them concern. Though it would be nice if they both had girlfriends who weren't jealous of the bond between Goten and himself. They usually became disgruntled that they weren't the first priority. Well, when they think that and we're not, Goten retorted reluctantly. We know the truth about us. Who cares what other people think? Trunks wasn't offended by Goten's insecurities. They had a hard enough time trying to fit in while hiding their Saiyajin heritage. Being ostracized as homosexuals wouldn't make anything easier. Thus far they had avoided the majority of the jokes and ridicule, but every now and then certain comments were made. He hid his hurt to be strong for Goten. I just care about you. And your feelings. I know it hurts you too. Goten was ever perceptive when it came to other people's feelings. Probably because he never wanted to hurt anyone the way he'd been hurt. Gohan was also rather diplomatic, so that could also be responsible for the younger son's sensitivities. I'll endure anything so long as we're together. The lavender-haired teen swore. Goten nodded. Okay. Then it's okay. He moved to leave, but his counterpart halted him. What? He questioned, wondering why Trunks seemed so unsettled. This was a touchy subject between them, after all. It almost put a sexual tension on them that wasn't there when they weren't influenced by others' thoughts over them. My dad said that our people were more open sexually. As long as a warrior was strong, nothing else mattered. Intelligence, preference, looks, everything else was inconsequential. He didn't look away from Goten's ebony eyes, his own aquamarine boring into them. Goten swallowed nervously. Are you gay, Trunks? He wasn't going to think anything different of his friend, but he wasn't sure what he was himself. He knew he liked girls, and found them visually stimulating, but none of them seemed able to fulfill his emotional needs like Trunks could. Trunks inhaled, then exhaled. I enjoy making love with girls. I think they're beautiful. But none of them can accept what's between us, whatever it is that is between us. And you're the only emotional connection that I have that helps with how screwed up I am. No holds barred. He'd keep nothing from his old same. You said it exactly how it is in my head, Goten rushed, in my heart. I knew you're just beautiful to me. The person you are is beautiful to me. I don't think of you as just a guy, I see who you are inside. Trunks added. Goten nodded in agreement. He needn't confirm Trunks' statement verbally. Maybe we should. He didn't want to rock the boat, to hurt Trunks, to make it weird between them. So he faltered in his suggestion. Let us not worry about it. If it comes up between us, then fine. But we've never really been sexual with each other. Why try just to satisfy their curiosity? Trunks sensed the pressure of the potential between them, and he knew now wasn't the time to try any crazy experimenting. Goten was going through enough of a change as it was, and their experimentation could hurt the younger son badly. Goten felt relieved. You're right. They were both happy as they were, sleeping with girls to satisfy their itch, and enjoying the emotional interaction of their friendship simultaneously. There was no need to change at the moment, and if it were, it should be because they wanted to, not because others already suspected that they were. Let us get all this shit back to Gohan's, Trunks suggested helpfully. Goten agreed, and they left the quiet that was the house Goku had built for his wife when they had married. They flew back to Gohan's house hand in hand, the silence between them comfortable. When they arrived at Gohan's house, Trunks left his friend to do his unpacking, but promised to call later on that evening. When he arrived at Capsule Corp, he found his father, mother, and sister all curled up on the couch, watching a move that obviously was Bureau's choice. Too many characters were pastel and sparkly otherwise. This was quite an unusual circumstance, but he couldn't find fault with it. Hey! He greeted his family. They turned to look at him expectantly. Are the sons okay? His mother asked, pausing the movie, much to Bureau's dismay. Vegeta quieted their daughter so that he could hear what Trunks had to say. He was curious to see how Kakarot's progeny would handle his latest inconsideration. Trunks sighed heavily, sinking onto the sofa with his family. Mom, go call them and check yourself. He was already beyond exasperated with Goten's stupid parents. Bulma huffed, but left the couch to go check on her close friend's family. He could hear her as she dialed Gohan's number from the kitchen phone, cursing him out underneath her breath. He looked to his father and sister, feeling slightly miffed that Vegeta had no problem cuddling Bureau when he'd been loath to do so when he was 4. Don't be so harsh on your mother, boy. She's going through a rough time right now. His father advised him gruffly. Trunks rolled his eyes. Everyone's having a hard time, Dad. He protested. Why should his mother be treated any different? Especially when he had been the one over at Gohan's house, helping out. She hadn't even called them or anything yet on her own until just now. He heard his mother's voice, concerned and nurturing, from the kitchen. You least of all, so shut your mouth. Father snapped, bristling at his son's blatant disrespect. Bura's eyes widened at her father's temper. Trunks was treading on thin ice. But Vegeta would defend his mate to his last breath, even if it had to be from their own son. What, or you'll shut it for me? He retorted. He was 18 now, so he didn't technically have to listen to his father. Though Vegeta was stronger than him, he was itching for the fearsome battle he knew he could incite between his father and himself. It could blow off some steam, at the very least. His father was part of the reason why he was as emotional cracked as he was. Why he needed Goten in his life so bad. His father plopped Bura gently onto the couch and stood. Get in the gravity room. Now. His tone left no argument, and Trunks stalked off to his father's favorite training tool. Vegeta followed his son closely, slamming the door of the gravity room behind him. What the fuck has gotten into you? He snarled. Trunks was too angry to be afraid at the damage his father could dish out, so he failed to let it himself. I'm sick of Goku fucking Goten up. And Mom is just being dramatic about it. You guys left Bura by herself last night, so I had to take care of her? And if Mom was so worried about the son, she could have carted her ass over to help them today. But I was there, and was helping, so I'm not going to make it easy on her. He rattled his reasons off, counting with his fingers. His father crossed his arms, and though he was taller than Vegeta, he felt intimidated. He never quite stood up to the Saiyajin prince like this before. Oh well, there was a first time for everything. Boy, Kakarot's idiot mistakes are his own, and you're not responsible for cleaning up his mess. Goten is my responsibility. Trunks cried. His father flinched. Have you mated with him? He told Trunks about their people's customs and how a Saiyajin warrior should claim a mate as their own. If Trunks had claimed Goten, then he would be responsible for his mate's safety and emotional well-being, most certainly. Trunks felt himself flush. No. He snapped irritably. Why did they have to be having sex for their feelings to matter? Why didn't anyone get it? But I can't abandon him like Goku does. He continued, softer. Vegeta softened as well. Your loyalty to your squad brother makes me proud. He praised. But then he hardened again. But remember your loyalty to your family and do not disrespect your mother so. She has concerns far more grave than this whole business with Kakarot. Don't take your frustrations out on her. As for your sister, thank you for caring for her. You have been a good brother to her, despite the frustrations of a new child in the family. Trunks was shocked. Dad, Vegeta sighed softly. He had no more patience for these emotions. Shut up and fight me, and since Trunks was still outraged over Goten's circumstances, he obliged. Trunks, of course, got his ass handed to him by his father. But it had allowed them both to blow off the steam and stress of yesterday's events. It was rather therapeutic to methodically pound your opponent into little more than pulp. Especially since both were mad over a similar reason, Son Goku. Though they also had inner demons within them they neither knew the half of. Brat, if you fought with that intensity every time we trained, you would have surpassed me already. His father commended gruffly, wiping the blood that trickled from his lip. Vegeta was surprised at his son's violent reaction to the stress of his friend's situation. It was so Saiyajin to want to punch something because you were helpless about your circumstance. Trunks lay sprawled across the floor of the gravity room, panting for his breath. Really? He muttered, his heart pounding. His father seldom celebrated Trunks' strength, though he had damn near caught up to his father's power level while being only half his age. Usually he was branded a lazy weakling, and it hadn't really motivated Trunks to want to spar with his father in the last few years. But his anger over his and Goten's dysfunctional families had hit a critical mass, and he exploded on the one person he knew would counter with his fists. Only the Prince of Saiyajin would let an insult slide if the person slewing them was willing to endure 2 or 3 hours of full frontal violence. Trunks knew he inherited his father's sometimes sadistic nature, and they had learned over the years that insult from one would lend them both an intense match. Though it had never been quite this intense. If Kakarot's whelp is what inspires you to this level of strength, I fully endorse him keeping you in company. It was almost a blessing, of sorts, though Trunks couldn't say if his father thought there was more into his and Goten's relationship than there really was, but he didn't both to correct him. If he'd gotten his father's approval of how Goten enhanced his life, then that was good enough. Trunks pulled himself from the floor, wincing. Thanks, Dad. Sorry I was hard on Mom, Vegeta snorted in reply. Trunks grinned. They were back to the status quo again. He limped from the gravity room without another word, leaving his father to do whatever he pleased. They were done. He found himself blissfully too tired to even think as he dragged himself inside and upstairs. He shut himself in his room and sought to rummage through his dresser. He had some sensu tucked in his sock drawer somewhere, if he remembered correctly. Finding the aforementioned bean, he popped one in his mouth. The rejuvenating effects were immediate, and without his injuries to hamper him, Trunks found that the fight he had with Vegeta was all over worth it. He'd issue challenge to his sire more often in the future. He suspected Vegeta was quite pleased with his violent burst. Especially now that Goku wouldn't be around to distract the Saiyajin Prince. Trunks paused for a moment. His father would probably be lonely now, without his longtime rival to keep him on his toes. He'd have to make it a point to show up for a spar at least once a week. And if he brought Goten, Vegeta would have double the trouble. That would be a daunting task, to say the least. And if they fused into Gotenks, they could attain Super Saiyajin 3, which could help Vegeta accomplish his goal. As if on cue, Goten called him, and Trunks rushed to answer his cell. Hello? Hey! Goten's voice was warm, and Trunks found himself smiling. I finally finished unpacking. The younger son informed casually. He surveyed the guest room that Gohan had given him, and he was satisfied. It wasn't much bigger than his old room had been, but it was newer, so he welcomed the change. Trunks laughed. What a coincidence, I've just finished being my father's punching bag. Goten made an alarmed noise, and Trunks found it better to explain before making his friend worry. I started it. I was just irked, I guess, and so I started being snippy with the family and my dad stood up to it. He seems more than protective over Mom right now. Trunks trailed off, recalling Vegeta's out-of-character concern for Bulma's feelings. Usually he was the first one to rile the Capsule Corp president up, knowing the buttons to push better than any other. Is she taking this whole thing hard? Goten queried. Bulma had always been like a second, cooler mom to him, and she'd always been very generous when it came to Goten's participation in the Brief's family events, especially when Goku had still been dead. He was concerned over how she would take Goku's decision. But he'd also known that Bulma was perseverant and would buck up over time. I know she's sad, since she and your dad have been friends for so long, but I'm starting to wonder if there's more to it. Both my parents seem different, somehow. Trunks had noticed that much despite his temper earlier that afternoon. His family had even been harmonious enough to sit and enjoy a movie together. Maybe this is a significant life-changing event for them. They were both close to Dad, in their own ways. They have history together, you know? All three of them do, actually. Goten, ever the perceptive one, speculated aloud. Both of them must have come to some sort of terms about what this meant for their lives and how they would react to the change. Tell me about it. I think they're finally deciding to be one big, happy family now. Trunks groaned as he thought of how his father, the once tyrant mercenary of the galaxy, was sitting with his wife and daughter and enduring Strawberry Shortcake, My Little Pony, or whatever inane, childish shows that Bura liked at the moment. The elder Demi-Saiyajin's bite was not lost on Goten. Better late than never. He cautioned. He knew Trunks disliked his parents' favoritism, but at least his father was still around. Certain things shouldn't be taken for granted. Trunks grit his teeth. It just pisses me off how he was a stone wall when I was a kid, but then Bura is born and he does a total 180. He told Goten of this afflicted emotion since Bura was an infant, and Vegeta began to act well, fatherly. Which was foreign to Trunks. And quite shocking. Hey, Trunks, I know, man, okay? But he's fucked up too. He's trying his best. Goten felt his aggravation rising. His father was still alive, yes, but he fucked off. At least Vegeta was still here. Hell, The man hadn't left planetside since before Bura was born. Trunks should be grateful for that much. His father was much more of a creature of habit than Goku ever was. Perhaps Saiyajin were just unpredictable in general. You're the one who's filling in for his holes. Shouldn't you be pissed too? Trunks questioned bluntly. It's not entirely selfless. You need me, and I need you. It does guarantee me a measure of comfort. Goten said honestly. Because he and Trunks were fucked up was the reason also why they had stuck together so desperately. So, Goten was glad that the need was mutual, at the very least. His friend's emotional intelligence scared him sometimes. Where Trunks was more like to fly off the handle and do impulsive teenage shit, Goten was often the one who grounded him out and helped him to understand others. Trunks was often the more spoiled and selfish one. His impulsive youth was something of a bane. Being 18 sucked sometimes. I'm more selfish than you. He finally answered. You're selfish, I'm needy. So what? It works, Goten dismissed quickly, but please don't take your father for granted, however much of an asshole he is, he's there. You guys just spent a few hours together. His voice was almost pleading, and it broke down Trunks' stubborn nature. Okay. And about that, well, he shifted the phone to his other ear as he spoke. I thought that my dad would be lonely without yours to spar with. So I kind of want to initiate a sparring match once a week. And if you want to do it too, he'd probably like the Double Trouble team. And Gotenks can reach Super Saiyajin 3. Goten answered for him, recalling the awesome power he and Trunks could manifest when they combined their powers in the fusion. Right. Trunks affirmed. He was glad Goten was on the same page as him. I'm down. Goten agreed. If he kept up on his own strength, maybe his father would be impressed when he came back. Maybe he'd give up on UUB and come back to their family. Goten slapped himself on the forehead. That was his desperate inner child, wanting everything to be okay again. And blaming his lack of power level as the reason why his father wouldn't stick around, when his father shouldn't have had him to begin with. Cool. So are settling in for the night then? Trunks found himself wondering. Whenever Goten wasn't around, he found that he was really bored. He often had to distract himself with something complex and scientific just to keep his attention. Perhaps that was why he knew he'd make a good future president for his company. It would be the only thing that could offer him cerebral challenge. Yeah, family time, I guess. The younger of the two answered lamely. But Pan seems excited that Mom and I will be living here for a while. Goten was quite excited himself, though for different reasons. Trunks laughed. Goten's niece was too cute sometimes. I think Gohan will like having another dude around. Though Videl will probably get sick of Shishi. Another thought occurred to him. Hey, Goten, how long are you guys going to be staying there anyway? Goten paused. I'm not sure. I think Gohan isn't going to let Mom move out until he's sure that she's stable. Shishi was quite dramatic, and no one really knew what she'd do now that her husband had pulled his disappearing act yet again. But I'm going to live with you anyway in a year, whether she's still living with my brother or she goes back to that hole in the wall. Trunks grinned. Yeah. Consider it my present to you for your 18th birthday, okay? Goten was silent for a moment, and Trunks thought they might have gotten disconnected. You still there? He tested. Yeah. I guess I was just wondering how I was going to contribute, you know? Goten seemed a little, well, bummed. Don't worry about it. I have a trust fund that I can tap into now that I'm 18. And I'll earn some salary with the Capsule Corp intern thing. Money was not an issue when it came to Goten. Trunks wasn't materialistic. He just wanted to ensure that Goten would always be there for him. And if that meant caring for him financially while he figured out what he wanted to do with his future, then it wasn't a big deal. Won't your mom be pissed that I'm gold digging you or something? Goten felt so awkward. He wasn't friends with Trunks for financial reasons. Their friendship was based on a bond created from a mutual heritage, childhood issues, and future concerns. My dad will back my decision. Trunks answered confidently. Goten blinked. Vegeta? Why on earth would Vegeta of all people step in to defend Trunks' decision to support him to Bulma? He thought the Saiyajin prince would want Trunks to find and impregnate the first girl he met to ensure the future of the Saiyajin race. Goten's involvement with Trunks had more often than not unnerved the girls that were interested in Trunks. It was weird, but after our spar he said that if you were the reason why I was so strong, then he didn't care what we did with our relationship. Trunks said. Goten laughed. Okay, well, good to know, I guess. Vegeta saw their relationship for what it was, mutual support when their weakness overwhelmed them. Strange how it took an alien to see how natural their bond was to them, even when others couldn't seem to understand. Maybe it was a Saiyajin thing, to have a blood brother whom you were this close to. Goten, dinner! Videl called from downstairs, reminding Goten that he was now living in his brother's house instead of his childhood home. Time seemed not to matter when he was talking to Trunks. Even Trunks heard Goten's sister-in-law from over the phone line. I guess I'll let you go, but are you going to school tomorrow? Trunks queried. Yeah, I think so. It was better to get back to normal as soon as possible at this point. Not going to school wasn't going to change anything. And it was the end of his junior year, which meant he'd have to prepare for his senior year, an imminent graduation. Speaking of which, Trunks' was coming up. Okay. See you before homeroom. Trunks hung up the phone, knowing that everything was going to be okay. Summer vacation was coming up, and in the fall while he started university and his internship, Goten would be finishing up his senior year. They were so close to their independence he could almost saturate himself in it. Goten cast his cell phone aside and went downstairs. Organizing his room had worked up an appetite that he hadn't had since yesterday before his father had screwed up. And Trunks, of course, had helped him immensely. They would see each other again at school, and they could go on as normal, like nothing ever happened. Or at least do the best they could. Gohan sought refuge in his office after dinner had concluded. Videl and Shishi had found a sort of harmony in washing and drying the dishes together, though dinner had been a bit rocky itself. He fought the smirk that quirked his lips. Videl had wanted a dishwasher, but he could hold off on purchase now that his mother was around. She'd probably take over all of the household chores, which Videl would wisely not find issue with. At least their family huddle would be good for Pan. She seemed delighted that her grandmother and uncle were staying indefinitely at their house. It could probably help to make up for Goku'S inconsideration. And they all seemed better when they were around one another, though Shishi had been adamant about Goten's sexuality earlier. Thankfully she hadn't said anything to Goten yet, but it was only a matter of time. His mother stressed him out, truth be told, though he loved her dearly. This whole situation was stressful enough, and Gohan felt himself worn a little thin. He'd probably be able to endure for a few months, but who knew when he'd finally collapse? A knock sounded on his door, soft and uncertain. Panny would more often than not just barge in, and Videl's knock was confident. It was probably Goten. Come on in. He invited. Sure enough, his brother stepped in hesitantly, looking about the office that he had seldom stepped foot in. This was Gohan's south thinking place and he was reluctant to intrude. Hey! He greeted softly, taking note of Gohan's degrees which were framed on his wall. Achievements, ribbons, plaques, newspaper clipping of Gohan and Videl's superhero escapades. His brother had quite the eventful life in comparison to his own. Solid oak bookcases filled with volumes of literature leaned against the walls, and Goten tired to recall the last book he'd actually read front to back. It'd been a while. Hi. His brother replied, slouching in his chair. The strain was apparent in his face and posture, and Goten walked behind him to massage his shoulders. The elder of the two groaned as the muscle protested. Damn knots, thanks for dealing with Mom and taking us in. Goten acknowledged gently. He continued his methodical massage. Though you won't need to deal with me for much longer. It was probably best to shoot his plans by Gohan first before consulting anyone else. At least Gohan would be pragmatic and rational. Gohan winced as Goten worked his strained muscles. Oh? Why is that? When I turn 18, I'm moving in with Trunks. Gohan blinked, withdrawing from his brother's therapeutic touch. Shishi had been bitching about her son's sexual orientation only this afternoon, and now Goten was doing just what Shishi was afraid of. And his mother, regardless of Goten's orientation, would not want to live out in the woods alone, nor would she want her youngest son, her baby, to grow up any more than he was. You know Mom is going to flip out. He warned. You don't seem like you're flipping out. Goten protested. Gohan rubbed his temples. Because you will be 18 and you can do whatever you want. But Mom was already having a fit this afternoon about how close you and Trunks are. He couldn't protect Goten from their mother's inevitable explosion, so it would be best to warn him ahead of time. Goten tensed. I know, she doesn't like him very much. He replied tersely. Their mother's disapproval over his and Trunks' friendship had been the source of many arguments between them in the last few years. Goku had always jumped in for him, had defended his side, saying that Goten and Trunks were young, were warriors, and such things were natural. It was a valid argument, since Son Goku would spend weeks on end with only another warrior for company during survival training. Because she thinks you're, what? Goten pressed. What does she think? Gohan felt strangely uncomfortable. What if Goten and Trunks were together? What then? He didn't want to hurt his brother's feelings, but he knew their mother would. She expected Goten to marry and have a family, just as he himself did. They both knew this well. She thinks you and Trunks are lovers, or will be, at the very least. If you move in with him, that will only further convince her. Goten felt irrationally angry. His mother was a country bigot at times, and he didn't have much patience for her outdated beliefs and outlooks. I don't care what she thinks. She's going to suck the happiness out of both of us because she can't have any for herself. I won't let her have any of mine. Gohan shifted slightly, studying his brother. Are you? If Goten was, he wouldn't care, really. His brother's happiness was the most important, but he'd have to know the truth if he was going to be on Goten's side and defend him from their mother. And he would. She was a force to reckon with, at least verbally. Goten blinked, confused. Am I what? The course of the conversation changed in a direction he couldn't follow. With Trunks. The elder verified. Goten sighed. There wasn't even need for embarrassment. No. We're close because we're the only demi-Saiyajin of the same age, and we both have daddy issues. That was pretty much the gist of it, really. Gohan grinned wryly. Thought so. You've been with too many girls for me to think otherwise. Leave to his mother to flip shit about a perceived notion instead of something valid and reality-based. Typical she. Now Goten was embarrassed. I didn't know you knew about the girls. Gohan waved a hand. I'm not tracking you or anything. I just can smell it on you sometimes, if I happen to run into you after you've been with one. Teenagers' girls like cloying perfumes nowadays. Goten blinked. I didn't realize. Scent carries, and we're Saiyajin. Enough said. There was no need to make it any more uncomfortable or embarrassing. He knew Goten was more sexually open, and being like any other teenage boy, of course he would take opportunities that presented themselves. Goten stuffed his hands in his pockets. It's hard to find a girl to connect with. He confided softly. Sometimes aggressive, ball-busters sought after him, and he knew because of his mother that was what he was attracting to him. So he had to go out of his way to pick softer, more feminine women. But they often didn't have any backbone of their own, and or were often insecure over his close friendship with Trunks. Nor could they handle his emotional episodes, which had him leaving them to be with Trunks. I got lucky with Videl. Gohan affirmed. Human girls were quite frightening, and being half alien didn't help. So when he and Videl had gotten close, he hadn't thought to look elsewhere, or see if something better would come along. Men usually didn't have a choice when it came to women anyway. They seems to choose you, not the other way around. I'd like a girlfriend, but they always get freaked out about everything. His frustration was evident in his tone, and he knew Gohan would understand. Everything he experienced, he learned that Gohan had also gone through something similar. It was nice when your brother had a decade of experience on you. Gohan laughed. I hear you. But you're still young. You'll find someone, don't worry. He promised his younger brother. It wasn't good for Goten to dwell on the negative, especially when he still had a lot of years to play the dating field. I know you go through things. Emotional things. Similar to my own. Sex is it helps. He managed. If he could explain what the chemistry of an orgasm did for him, maybe Gohan would see why he was so desperately searching for a female half. Gohan became more serious. You're right. My drive is rather high because of my issues. And it does put a lot of strain on Videl. And if you can find a female who has a drive similar to yours, that would be your best bet. But that will invite more issues, for if a female has that higher sex drive that she is using to make up for something, then what is that something she is attempting to make up for? This was the conclusion he arrived to over the last 10 years of being with Videl, and it was the ugly truth. If this hypothetical female had issues too, then she need me as bad as I need her. Which is okay. Vulnerability and need weren't something Goten was ashamed to admit. There was no pride when you were trying to make up for your shitty childhood. He knew Gohan had it even worse than he did. Gohan sighed softly. You're right. Videl is strained from putting up with me. She's more normal. If you can put up with that type of girl, and it gives you the sex life that fulfills you, then go for it. He felt rather bad, actually, that Videl was enduring so much. How much would the recent events strain their marriage? What was that thing you told me a few months ago? That thing about the sex life and your career? Goten questioned curiously. It had been rather relevant, actually, and Goten wanted to commit it to memory. Oh, Gohan exclaimed, snapping what his brother was asking. People require a satisfying career and sex life to be happy. So if either is lacking, you need to change it to something that will fulfill you, or you'll just be miserable. It was something he learned over the last few years, and had struggled to perfect for himself. Goten bit his lip. What if making yourself happy means your mom is going to flip shit? Part of him was so twisted up on keeping Shishi happy and complacent, and the other half of him got righteously indignant over her selfishness and her bad judgment. He was so torn over his mother he wondered if maybe he were bipolar. Maybe his inner child just was unsettled over how his life had turned out and was disagreeing with everything he as a teenager was trying to do. Gohan put his glasses aside, regarding his brother seriously. You know I'll have your back. Goten nodded, grateful. Thanks for listening. So, what should I do? Should I tell Mom that I'm planning to move in with Trunks? Because that was what would make him happy. His future living situation would improve his mood drastically. Gohan furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Don't tell her until you and Trunks co-sign the lease. Then she won't be able to prevent you from doing it. I'll handle her when she starts flipping out. He seemed stressed over the inevitable meltdown Shishi would have over what she would construe as Goten's selfish decision. Are you going to let her live with you indefinitely? Goten asked. He considered it briefly, but knew that Videl would only be so patient for so long. Your marriage might suffer if you keep Mom around for too long. Gohan would be affected by his choice, especially if Shishi refused to go back to her home alone. She'll want to go back to her home eventually, I'm sure. We'll see. Goten. You guys haven't even been under my roof for more than 24 hours. Gohan answered uncertainly. But Goten was right, Videl wouldn't want Shishi ruling her roost for more than a short amount of time. Their marriage would be strained with Shishi's constant company eventually. And if Shishi insisted on staying because Goten refused to live with her, damn it. Goten nodded wordlessly. And I know you have a summer vacation coming up, but keep up on your studies during your senior year. Study hard and get into a university. That will keep her calmer when you decide to move in with Trunks if you have your academics straight. The elder of the two advised. Goten nodded again. Okay. Thanks for the reflection. He bowed his head. No problem. He answered effortlessly. He always had the time for Goten. He cared for his brother and only wanted to see him succeed despite his rocky start on life. It's make him feel better about how good of a job he'd done while helping to raise him. He watched his little brother leave his office, though he wasn't so little anymore. Goten was a year away from being of age, had plans to leave his family, and was going through women faster than a bag of potato chips. But despite their greatly differing goals, Goten was a good person. He was thoughtful, kind, and sensitive to others. Gohan was glad that Goten hadn't lost those integral parts of himself as he'd grown from child to man. Though he was still uncertain of his future and where he belonged, Gohan didn't worry incessantly over his brother's choices. They were better than their parents had been, and Goten wouldn't harm others the way that Goku did. The next year would likely entail adjusting to Goku's absence, and then when Goten graduated and moved out, that would set them on the next big curve of change. All Gohan needed to focus on was keeping his family together in the meantime. Time carried on, as it always did, and the Sun family adjusted to the change that Goku's disappearance had provoked. There wasn't anything to do but adapt, really. They wouldn't all just stop on account of his selfishness. It wasn't easy, but they each managed and coped the best that they could. In a way, it made each of them stronger. Trunks graduated high school, which Bulma threw a party for. No one knew where Goku had gone, nor did they know how to contact him, so he missed the event. Summer vacation started for all the school-aged children. Trunks and Goten spent the majority of their summer together, much to Shishi's dismay. But it was the last 2 months they'd have to themselves as young adults without responsibility, and they both knew it. Trunks would be starting school and his internship in the fall, and even after that, he'd always have some sort of position with Capsule Corporation. This was the last summer vacation of his childhood, literally. They didn't waste it, and spent a majority of it drinking, attending parties, and hooking up with girls. They kept up with their training, and had entreated Vegeta to a weekly sparring session that was oftentimes explosive, and would spar one another whenever the impression flashed to them. Unfortunately, the summer was all too brief, and in the fall Goten began his senior year of high school while Trunks attended university. They found that school, either form of it, was boring without the other to share it with. They both withdrew more from their peers, spending their time together when they found it. But between school, which took the majority of their time, Goten's basketball practice, and Trunks' internship, their time together had become limited. That same fall semester, Bura began kindergarten while Pan attended first grade, which their families were incredibly excited about respectively. Both Bura and Pan seemed to thrive under their family's new closeness. Shishi settled into the schedule that took place at Gohan's house, and wasn't much of a bother most of the time, and Videl's house had never been cleaner. And 4 months after Son Goku had left, he finally found time in his hectic schedule to visit. He appeared in the kitchen, startling his wife and daughter-in-law who were washing the dishes together, as was their nightly habit after dinner. Shishi was the first to recover. "Goku-san!" She cried loudly, stepping over the plate that she dropped in her shock at her husband's arrival, throwing herself into his arms. He accepted her affections, returning her embrace calmly, as though he'd never been gone. Videl crouched to clean the mess, barking warning to Pan as she came rushing from the living room into the kitchen. Her daughter edged around the sharp shards and threw herself onto her grandfather's leg. "Grandpa! You're back!" Videl hid her exasperation well. Gohan, having heard his mother's delighted scream, knew that this inevitable moment was bound to be tense between Goten and Goku. Goten had been at school all day, then had basketball practice, and had only just made it home in time for dinner. After dinner he trudged upstairs to take a shower. Should he go and alert his younger brother that their father had shown himself? It'd probably be best, he concluded. Goten had been stressed lately since he and Trunks were both so busy, and he knew his younger brother had been foregoing his intimate times with girls in favor of seeing Trunks. The boy was bound to be frustrated. Gohan rapped on the bathroom door politely. The shower was still running, so Goten could only invite him in if the door was unlocked. And Gohan didn't know if he heard their mother's exuberant announcement either. He might be completely unaware. "Come in," Goten called, his voice weary, but unchanged from what it was prior to leaving the dinner table. If he knew that Goku was here, he wouldn't be so calm. Gohan swallowed nervously and entered. The humidity of the room made his lungs feel heavy immediately. "Damn, you take hot showers," Gohan commented absently. At least it was something to say before what he'd say about their father's presence. "Muscles are sore," Goten replied shortly as he turned the water off. Gohan located the towel folded neatly on the closed toilet seat and slung it over the shower curtain for Goten. "Thanks," his brother replied as he pulled the curtain aside, towel securely wrapped around his waist. "Hey, I thought I should let you know," Gohan began uncertainly. Goten tensed immediately at his brother's reluctant statement, but waited to hear him out. Dad just showed up in the kitchen. Goten's expression immediately contorted, and Gohan wondered if he was going to lose it. That fucking dick, he snarled, stalking from the bathroom. Gohan, unsure if Goten was going to march downstairs and attempt to kick their father's ass in only a towel, rushed after Goten. Whoa, whoa. But his protests died as he followed Goten to the guest room Gohan had given him for months ago. His brother didn't even care about modesty as he towel-dried himself and dressed while he shook from the fury coursing through his veins. Where are you going? What are you doing? Gohan frantically asked. I'm not going to see him, that's all I know. Goten bent to tie his shoelaces, and Gohan knew he was serious. He struggled with his laces for a moment, since his fingers were trembling, but his years of the mundane task proved him true. See Mon Goten. It's been 4 months. You need to at least tell him what he has done to upset you. He protested. Goten's temper was usually under control as he was more prone to depressions, so when he was angry he was quite unpredictable, just because it happened so seldom. And Goten's lack of communication was not only dysfunctional, but it wouldn't help. Fuck him. Goten answered, standing. He strode to his dresser, collecting his phone, wallet, and capsules he kept his books and other personal effects in, shoving them into his pockets. Gohan's jaw dropped. Really? That is it? Fuck him? Yeah. And as long as he is here, don't expect me to come home. He opened his bedroom window, and Gohan didn't try to stop him. He was disappointed, to say the least. What would he tell everyone downstairs? Should he tell them the truth about Goten's feelings? Would their father even accept the truth and not go after Goten? Or would this lead to an extreme confrontation? Goten had been training quite diligently with Trunks and Vegeta, and he'd been in the best shape of his life, really. But he was still nowhere near as powerful as their father. But Goku would never hurt Goten. So where would that lead them? Okay. Please be safe. Gohan finally conceded. He couldn't stop Goten, nor did he want to force him to do something that he didn't want to. He had more respect for his brother than that. Call me later, okay? So that I know you're okay? He allowed his own fears to tinge his voice, knowing that Goten wouldn't make him worry more than was necessary, given the circumstance. Goten conceded also. I'll call you later. Promise. And Goten had made the habit of keeping the promises he made, precisely because their father didn't. Gohan believed him. Okay. See you later then. Goten wordlessly jumped out of the bedroom window, and Gohan walked over, closing it for him. Goten levitated for a moment, his eyes locked with Gohan's, before he waved and flew off. Gohan sighed softly, leaving the window unlocked for Goten's return. He went downstairs to greet the father, who he quite frankly wasn't too excited about seeing either. Heck, maybe he should have fled with Goten. Goten's mood was shit and he knew it. His day had been ordinary enough, though the last week or so had been stressful. He and Trunks had both been so busy since they were at the middle of their semester, and basketball season was starting soon, so his basketball practice schedule had been doubled. So they barely saw each other, and because they barely saw one another, they had agreed to blow off chicks to be together. So it had been a while since he dissatisfied the itch, to say the least. And now his asshole dad had just showed up, expecting everyone's undying adoration, no doubt. The best thing for him now, probably, was to contact the chick who would be most readily available and fuck the stress away. His right hand never got the job quite done like a pretty girl could. He paused in flight, fishing his phone out of his pocket, careful not to drop it, though his hands were still shaking. Who was available, he considered carefully, as he looked through his address book. It wouldn't be wise to unleash this aggression with a girl who was unaccustomed to him. So a girl he already slept with would be best, though he had to pick one that didn't have a boyfriend who get jealous, nor did still harbor feelings for him, or vice versa. He honed in on a name and dialed the number. Goten? The girl's tone was coy, and already had him burning with need. Wanna fuck? He was blunt, and he knew she wouldn't care either. They had always been friends with benefits whenever he was single, though she didn't give her boyfriends the same consideration. He did have a girl he was courting, but they weren't far along enough to seal the deal, and he was willing to throw the potential away in favor of instant gratification. Father's meeting is carrying late. Her sultry voice replied, an open invitation, basically. Her mother had died years ago, and her father's had closed up, devoting himself entirely to his job and foregoing his daughter's needs. They got along rather well, though she was more slutty than he could tolerate in a girlfriend, since she continually cheated on her boyfriend to be with him. Irregardless, her shortcoming was to his benefit, and would suit his current circumstance. I'll be there in less than 5. He needn't mention flying over, and so when she asked where he was he simply hung up the phone. He dashed to her house, using the neighbor's chimney for cover as he landed. He jumped from the neighbor's roof to hers, wondering if any of the neighbors ever saw him, and if they'd say anything. People were usually concerned about being misconstrued as crazy. He rapped on her window, and she, accustomed to his discreet entrance, opened immediately for him. Goten. She breathed, pulling him into her ultra-feminine room. It was still decorated as if she were 8, since her father was fiercely protective, and yet completely unaware that his daughter was getting laid right under his nose. Amy. He replied, pulling her into his arms. She fell into his embrace, returned his bruising kisses, and he led them to the bed. He lacked patience for any sort of foreplay and disrobed them both. She smiled, yielding to him, watching as he pulled a capsule from his pocket, releasing a box of condoms. Glad you're prepared, she remarked approvingly. Together they sheathed him with protection and he pressed her down upon the bed, nipping her lower lip between his teeth. Skin-on-skin contact had his nerves calming already. No need for accidents, he answered, matter of fact. She was tiny in comparison to him, and he liked it. His hand smoothed over her small waist and hips, stopping to grip her rear. Her hands explored his body eagerly, and he welcomed her touch. Agreed. She lulled, glad to have his weight upon her. Her hips gyrated, inviting him in. He slid inward, inch by inch, earning a hiss from her. Yes, she affirmed softly, brows knit together in concentration. He moaned in pleasure. He missed this. Fuck his father and his unrealistic expectations. Goten thrust his hips rhythmically, creating a tempo. Amy was a very responsive girl, and could get herself off multiple times. She didn't need much help, and enjoyed his strength and endurance. So he'd bang her like a gladiator, get her off as much as she liked, bust a nut himself, and it'd be the sum and total of it. He was good in bed, usually considerate and attentive, but he and Amy already had history together and he was pissed. There was no need to be Casanova. Sure enough, she sent herself over the edge multiple times, before coaxing him to come as well. He nodded, knowing that now he was permitted his pleasure, and so he sought it. The orgasm tore through him, and he cried out as if he were maimed. Amy took his weight as he collapsed on her without complaint and waited while he caught his breath. What happened? She finally asked when he rolled off of her. He grimaced. Shitty day, he mumbled in explanation, busying himself with the removal of the condom. He barely made the edge of the garbage can when he threw the tied-off condom, and he scowled. He was a good shot. At least he was when his dad wasn't dicking the family around. I can tell. She took in his demeanor and tucked herself under her covers. Do you want to talk about it? He gave her a bland look. No, she masked the hurt well, but he knew his callousness had affected her. Sorry, look, my dad came back today, and I didn't even want to see him. He could let that much slide, it wasn't like she knew much about his family anyway. Oh, she intoned, falling silent as she studied him. Her hands, of their own accord, splayed over his muscles, tracing them. Basketball practice does you well, she finally commented. Goten kept his facial expression straight. Amy didn't know the half of it, nor was he going to fill her in. His training with Trunks, and sometimes Vegeta, wasn't something that would make any sense to this human girl. Yeah. Coach is bustin' balls, he replied, feeling stifled suddenly. This always happened. He couldn't open up about his life or family, because there was only so much you could explain away. Things got supernatural fast, and chicks either thought you were joking, or crazy. Amy was probably no exception. She'd already asked once about his scar on his tailbone, and things had gotten awkward. Look, I need to get going. She shifted immediately. I see. Get in, get off, get out, huh? He sensed the danger, justified though it was, and slipped out of bed. It didn't seem to bother you when you were coming over and over. He snapped nastily. Her mood turning only made him realize that his mood was shit again. This whole sex session had been for naught. He located his pants, boxers still crumpled inside, and he pulled them on seamlessly. She scowled darkly. Get out, asshole. She sprang from her bed, pulling her bedsheets as cover. She found his shirt and tossed it in his face. Don't have to tell me twice, he said, angered by her temper. She had a tendency to blow up like she did when she was angry, though she'd never been directly angry with him before. This was too much. He found his socks, errantly strewn over the floor, and stumbled as he forced them on. Don't bother even calling me anymore, I'm so over your bullshit. Her features were fixed into a disdainful mask. He jammed his feet into his sneakers, not even bothering with the laces. Stupid shoes. My bullshit? He was astounded. What bullshit? She was the slutty one, sleeping with him no matter what her circumstances were. You never open up. All you want to do is fuck and then leave. You'll tell Trunks every secret, but won't tell a girl who you really are. Her large brown eyes glittered with hurt, and he realized that maybe he could have told her more, but in his effort to conceal his heritage, he'd been overzealous. Like you could handle the truth. He didn't think she could. Nor did he want to try. Maybe he did come with a lot of bullshit, baggage too. You never give anyone the chance, Goten. She replied, wrapping her sheet more securely around herself. He ignored her, tucking his heels into his shoes, glad that he didn't have to untie and retie them just to get his feet in. Why don't you just tell me about you? What are you hiding? He hit a critical mass, and not caring, moved so quickly that her human eyes couldn't track him. He was before her, and she was afraid. What? She stammered, not quite expecting this. My father isn't of this world. He grasped her shoulders tightly, and she protested, trying to push him away. But he was steel. I have to hide my heritage every day at school. You think basketball has me so fit? Try training under 250 times Earth's gravity. Then we'll talk. She opened her mouth, attempting to speak, but he didn't give her the chance. So, like you said, I won't bothering calling you. He released her, and she stared after him. He didn't bother with the window, and rushed down her stairs instead. She must have found her senses again, for she scampered after him, hurling objects after him. You crazy jerk! She screamed hoarsely. Great, this would be a rumor that would not only be twisted into some weird tall tale, but would probably circulate school 5 times over. He hurled insults in return as he dodged objects and reached for the front door's knob. It opened for him, and a middle-aged man who was most likely Amy's father took in the scene. A haphazardly dressed teenage boy leaving his house, exchanging insults with his daughter, who was dressed in only her bedsheets. The man's face turned purple. I see why. Goten blurted, making a run for it. There was no need to endure the man's wrath. The younger son wasn't interested in his daughter. Leave it for her to handle. He heard the father and daughter's screams as he ran down the block, but he didn't bother stopping. As he went around the corner, Goten slowed. His phone vibrated in his pocket and he pulled it out. 3 missed calls, all from Trunks, each followed up with a voicemail. He called him back immediately, and Trunks answered on the second ring. Where are you? His friend asked in a panic. I'm down the block from a booty call gone awry. Goten replied honestly, grimacing as he thought of the situation. It wasn't in his intent for things to escalate like that, but sometimes shit happened. Trunks groaned with exasperation on the line and Goten sighed. I just needed to blow some steam off, that's all. Well, Gohan called. He told me your dad showed up and you took off. Trunks' voice was urgent with his worry, and Goten wished Gohan had explained things better so as to not disturb his friend in this manner. Goten felt sick. I know he's worried and everything, but I'm okay, he protested. Though nothing had quite worked out since Gohan had informed him of their father's arrival. Cause and effect weren't really firing in his favor. Stop being an idiot and come over, okay? Trunks entreated, worried. If Goten kept up with this course of action, who knew what else he'd botch in the meantime? Goten paused. All right, but I'm crashing there if I do, he warned. He knew Trunks was rolling his eyes on the other end of the line, and he smiled at that. Why hadn't he just gone straight to Trunks anyway? Like a chick was going to know just what to say? No chick ever did, and this was proof of that. I'll be there in 10. He promised, hanging up on his friend. Trunks stared at his phone, shaking his head as he realized Goten had hung up. When Gohan had called him, he had panicked. Goten had kept his ki low, though it had flared just minutes before the younger Demi-Saiyajin had returned the call. In fact, if Goten hadn't answered, Trunks would have tracked him down to where his ki had flared, but Goten had called, and was coming over. In the end, it worked out. Goten didn't have to see Goku, and no one was hurt. But Trunks wondered if maybe his longtime companion should have at least tried to talk with his sometimes clueless father. Not talking wasn't exactly functional. But that was Goten's choice. He could only give his friend the support he needed in this trying time. Kame House was not conveniently located, and so public school had been out of the question for Maror when she became old enough to attend junior high. Her parents had maintained their decision of homeschooling her, and though her mother was extremely competent academically, Maror was lonely and bored. She was almost 14 and had no one to call her friend. Her only company on the small island were a large sea turtle, a lecherous man, her android mother, and her dwarf father. It was like a really bad lineup of misfit superheroes, and lately, things had changed. First and foremost, her body had. Her mother had taken her for a trip in the city to buy her new clothes, because she had outgrown everything over the summer. She found herself appreciating her developing body in the mirror. She had inherited her mother's figure, for as her waist remained small, her hips widened and her bust was filling out. She developed a nose, glad that she didn't look so much like her father anymore, though she wished her eyes were that almond shape that her mother's were, but they were big, blue, and captivating. She knew that much. But only because Roshi had told her. That was the second thing that had changed. He'd been attentive lately, where he used to ignore her for the love of his dirty magazine. Even 4 months ago, he'd been rather obvious about his appraisal, and Maror noticed that Bulma-san had noticed. The older woman seemed at first perplexed, then disturbed. But she said nothing then, and to Maror's knowledge, she hadn't said anything ever because she still lived at Kame House, alone, in the middle of the ocean. Nothing had changed. If Bulma had mentioned Roshi's lewd looks to Maror's father, she was certain he would have at the very least come to her and asked her about it. She asked her father many times if they could move to the mainland already, but he refused each time, claiming it was better for the family this way. She didn't know if it was because of finances, or because her parents disliked the scrutiny of the public eye, or because her father would miss Roshi, lecherous though he was. All she knew was that she was tired of her isolated existence. Even if her parents weren't ever going to leave Kame House, she would leave when she was 18. She vowed that to herself every day. She didn't yet know how she would find a job, pay for somewhere to live, or even survive, but her will was strong enough to see herself through anything. She knew that much. Maror, your mother and I need to go to the mainland for some supplies. Her father called, drawing her attention from the tiny television that she'd barely been paying mind to. Okay, she called in response. They hadn't invited her, which meant she wasn't welcome. They probably wanted her to focus on her studies instead of frolicking in the city. Her studies had been slipping lately, so they weren't really happy with her. She didn't bother chasing after them to bid them farewell. She wasn't really fond of them right now either. She didn't know where Turtle was, but she did know that Roshi was napping. She left the comfort of the couch to enter the kitchen. Maybe she would find a snack in the fridge? She opened it, leaning over to inspect the contents. Her parents were right, they did need supplies, the fridge was practically bare. So focused on her inspection of the fridge, she didn't notice Roshi coming up behind her until he was directly behind her. She jumped, not expecting anyone to even be around, since her parents were gone, as was Turtle, and Roshi had been napping. Or so she thought. "You scared me," she exclaimed, pressing a hand to her beating heart. Roshi had been so odd lately, pushing strange boundaries, like brushing up against her for no reason. Or looking at her when he knew her parents weren't watching. It made her uncomfortable, and though she knew a little bit about sex from Roshi's magazines, she was pretty much an untried virgin. Nothing had happened though, and she didn't think he'd tried anything. He hadn't yet, at least. "Sorry, Maror." He apologized, his toothy grin making her feel extremely unsettled. There was just something about that grin, it made her skin crawl. He reached around her, grabbing a beer, and she winced. His breath was sour from his nap, and the other beers he'd already drank that day. Roshi had increased his alcohol consumption over the years, and she felt he was quite the lush, though no one ever said anything. He was old anyway, so no one would be surprised if his liver gave out. She intoned, moving away from the fridge to go back to the living room. Maybe there was something on that crappy, old television. But he grabbed her arm, turning her roughly. He was still powerful for an old man, for he could reside within the body, no matter how old. He was definitely more powerful than her, since her parents hadn't ever trained her, and she hadn't ever asked them to. "You're hurting me. What do you want?" Her voice rose higher, almost more childlike as she became more frightened. He put his beer on the counter, looking pointedly at her chest. She looked down as well, and realized that her nipples were prominent under her thin tank top. She'd been leaning close to the fridge, so the cold air. "You're developing quite nicely," he said. He hadn't moved his hand from her arms, and had maintained the pressure. Would she bruise? What would she tell her parents? She swallowed, outwardly trembling. If he wanted to, he could do anything. She wouldn't have the physical strength to stop him. "Please let me go," she whimpered. But he didn't. His free hand cupped her, fondling one breast, then the other. Her eyes filled with tears, and she wished she was anywhere but there. He was drunk, she could tell. His judgment was impaired, and oh Kami-sama, he was lifting her shirt. If she screamed, would anyone do anything? Her parents were gone, and Turtle could no more stop Roshi than she could, even if he was around. His hands were touching her bare skin, and she would have sank to the floor if he wasn't holding her up. Tears rolled down her face, and she couldn't move. Couldn't scream. She was frozen, so young. So pink. His mouth was wet from saliva and beer, and she revolted as his lips left a slimy trail across her breasts. Did he even realize he was molesting his student's daughter whom he had known from the cradle? This was so warped on so many levels, and because she was scared, because Roshi was stronger, because she was shocked, she couldn't do anything. She was helpless. He pulled his pants down, and she closed her eyes. She wouldn't see his thing. Anytime she did try to get away, his hands kept her firmly in place. His grip hurt, he wasn't gentle if she struggled. He made her touch him, stroke him, and she complied, hoping it would be over soon. He panted his smelly breath upon her, hips moving in a jerky fashion as her hands pleasured him. She cried the whole time, and whimpered when he came, his semen dripping over her hands and onto her. She was revolted. He cleared his throat as he pulled his pants back on. Without a word he took his beer from its place on the counter and left the kitchen. She sat on the kitchen floor, wondering if that whole interaction had really just taken place. He had touched her, lifted her shirt, touched and kissed her, and then made her please him, but he hadn't penetrated her, or touched her more personal areas. But the molestation haunted her, and she locked herself in the bathroom before Roshi could change his mind and come after her for more. Not that a door would stop him if he really wanted more. She ran a shower, eager to wash his semen from her skin. She felt so dirty. He was dirty. A dirty old man. He was smelly, wrinkled, disgusting, and he had totally just taken advantage of her? She started crying more, wishing her parents hadn't left her home. Wishing they hadn't been stupid enough to live with a child molester. What would she do? Would Roshi hurt her if she told? Would anyone believe her if she told? She remained locked in the bathroom until her parents came home. They had bought a great deal of groceries, enough to last a week. But they would inevitably leave for their next trip in about a week. What would happen if they left her home with Roshi again? Maybe she could somehow convince them to bring her with them, even if she didn't tell them what had happened. And she had no one to talk to. No friends to call. No one who could advise her on how to handle this. And as much as she liked to think she was grown up, this proved she was a weak child. Hardly grown up at all. Just a crying, snotty mess. She said nothing, and went to bed early with no dinner. She had no appetite, and her parents wrote it off as another adolescent mood swing. And Roshi got away with it. Because she didn't say a thing, he had no repercussions for his actions. She could only sleep, cry, and stare out to the sea. So, her grades understandably did not improve, and when her parents were leaving to go to the mainland, she was not permitted to go. And Roshi struck again, and again. Each time her parents left her behind with him, the molestation escalated further, until he had her stretched over the couch and he penetrated her for the first time. She screamed. She knew she did. But she felt as if it wasn't her, that she could be elsewhere. He was too strong for her to deny him anyway. He only hurt her, in little ways, bruises that wouldn't be questioned, or could be hidden by clothing. So she didn't fight, would lay back and pretend that it wasn't her. Or that it was only a bad dream. The dream that she entertained, of moving to the city and surviving on her own, became her only beacon of light. She would constantly focus on that dream, for it was the only comfort she had. Her parents were oblivious, and she had let things escalate too far to say anything now. They were demanded to know why she hadn't told them further, and accuse her lying just to move them away from Kame House. So she bore the abuse, naively not realizing just how extensively it was breaking her mind, body, and soul. Too young to know that it wasn't her fault and too young to know how to protect herself. Son Goku, upon arriving in UUB's humble village, became so preoccupied with his new student that 4 months had passed before it occurred to him that he needed to visit his family. UUB had graciously stepped aside so that he could take the afternoon to see his wife, children, and grandchild. The boy had an expression akin to guilt when Goku announced that he missed his wife's cooking. Goku remembered the Majin's soft, almost pleading tone. "Goku-san, I know you're sacrificing a lot by training me, so why don't you take the rest of the day to see them?" The boy's tanned face reflected a myriad of emotions that Goku found difficult to interpret, but he'd taken his pupil's suggestion and instantly teleported to the home his family had resided in for nearly 30 years. Much to his surprise, his house was devoid of the people he'd expected to be there. Shishi was always home, always. Flustered, he left his home, transporting himself to his older son's house. Upon arriving, he found his wife and daughter-in-law in the kitchen, Pan and Gohan following soon after. But someone was missing. "Where's Goten?" he asked, looking around as if his younger son could be hiding behind a wall or stick of furniture. His son exchanged knowing glances with Videl, and appeared to be considering his next words carefully. "He's still kind of upset with how you left Dad. He's gone out to clear his head." "Goten? Upset? Why?" Confusion immediately presented itself at Gohan's diplomatically phrased statement. Goku thought he'd gotten to know his younger son well over the past 10 years, so he couldn't imagine why he was upset and purposefully did not see him. Shishi, still clinging to him, looked dismayed as well. "Goten only cares about seeing Trunks lately." She wrinkled her nose, as if the mere idea was distasteful. Goku released his wife, picking his insistent grandchild up. He chucked Pan affectionately under the chin, but was still bothered by Goten's absence. "Is he okay?" he questioned, perplexed. His chest felt tight, strained, and his head hurt. Goten was upset enough with him that he didn't want to see him. Gohan sighed heavily, and Goku realized how stressed his eldest child seemed. Had he been under a lot of pressure at work? Gohan, what's going on? This voice became more urgent, demanding, everyone misses you, Grandpa. Everyone is sad because you've been gone. Pan simplified the issue into such appropriate terms that he snapped instantly what he had done. Oh. He paused, taking the revelation in. Should I go after him? He raised his hand to teleport, forgetting that Pan, being in his arms, would go along for the ride. But before he could use his instant transmission, Gohan's hand shot out, locking over his wrist, effectively halting him. No, Dad, just leave him be. You can see Goten when you visit again. In another few months, Gohan thought bitterly. He was surprised at his own ill will, but it was to be expected. He always had to keep everything together whenever his father left to tend to the greater matters of the universe. This gave him pause. All right then, he answered. Before he could say more, his stomach rumbled. Oh, that reminds me. He turned to his wife, who was ecstatic at his presence. She, I'm starving and I could really use your cooking. She jumped at the change, pressing a kiss to his cheek. Oh, Goku-sai, sit right down. It won't take more than 20 minutes. She began to bustle around the kitchen she had just finished cleaning, seemingly forgetting that she'd already made dinner for her son's family. Vidal's eyes widened at Goku's audacity, and she shot a glance at Gohan to see if he was equally as dismayed. He was. Goku really thought he could be gone for 4 months, show up like nothing happened, and request his wife to make his dinner. And she readily agreed, eager to do anything for her husband. She frowned and left the kitchen, motioning for Gohan to follow. She was engrossed in her cooking, as Goku and Pan were in conversation, however rudimentary though it was, so their departure wasn't noticed. Does he really think he can come here, pretending that nothing ever happened? Videl hissed angrily. Gohan, exasperated at his parents' typical behavior, groaned softly and pulled Videl into his office. Keep your voice down, he warned. She bristled. The hell with that. Your parents are selfish assholes. She would know, her father was one of the most self-centered, conceited men she'd ever met. But, she digressed. And what about Goten? Are we just going to? Gohan frowned. Though his parents were idiosyncratic, he did love them, and Videl's truthful assessment stung a bit. But she was right, and he had to give her the benefit of the doubt that she had the most objective point of view. Well, what did you want me to do? Restrain him? He's pretty much an adult by this point, and probably stronger than even I am, he admitted inwardly. If he were to restrain Goten, and Goten did happen to react violently, would Gohan fare well in that battle? Though he and Goten were practically indifferential, both being young adult males, Goten had kept up on his training more than he had. He wasn't sure he could win if Goten was truly enraged. And nothing enraged Goten more than their father. Videl winced. You're right. She had been equally willful when she was 17, she remembered it all too well. I just know that deep inside Goten is that hurt little boy who never met his superhero father. She admitted softly, her face crumpling as she recalled how innocent Goten had been. How sweet, soft, and gentle. Now a decade had passed, and that cherubic, innocent boy had given way to an aimless, angry teenager who only sought to soothe his emotional wounds. Gohan's features twisted as he recalled Goten's young, impressionable times, before the whole Buu fiasco had happened, and even before he had met their father, the legendary Son Goku. Videl had even been there then, and he'd been instructing Videl on how to fly, Goten, ever eager to be with his big brother and the pretty girlfriend. Quite the little cock blocker, actually. It was bittersweet. Gohan, I just can't tolerate your parents' treatment of you and Goten. They're so insensitive to your suffering. Ignorant. So stuck in their pattern that you guys get sucked up into it every time. Videl knew she was close to exploding, her anger was so great. She would make everyone's life miserable without Goku around, but she tolerated his behavior, and so he continued to do it. If she had ever really made Goku understand how his selfishness affected the family, he would never leave their side for a moment. Videl sighed, pressing her fingers to her temple as she continued her litany. Your father would never leave if your mother didn't tolerate it. Look how she just jumped into his arms, like he never hurt her at all. He has no idea what he does to this family, he's so focused on the next thrilling challenge. Gohan's eyes widened. He tried to comprehend all that his wife had said. So if I don't help, what do I do? He never looked at his parents' dynamics so intricately or objectively. But Videl had seen it all pan out in the kitchen, took him aside, and illuminated the entire issue. You need to put your foot down, Gohan. You're so weak to your mother's whims because she ball-busted you whenever your dad wasn't around. At least he persuade her to go easy on you and fight for your side. Without him around, she attacked you mercilessly so you'd never tell her no. Videl was inflamed with anger over how her husband had suffered at the hands of Shishi. She was a bad mom, no doubt about it. She was too selfish to parent her children without their father present. Gohan leaned against his office's desk for support. I know I'm weak to her. I tried to do everything to make her happy. I neglected my own needs to tend to hers and Goten's after he was born. Because I looked up to my dad, I thought he was a great man, and I didn't want to disappoint him with my actions ever again. Not after the Cell games. He trailed off, his emotions overwhelming him. His chest felt pinched, and his hands shook, but Videl didn't want to stop. Not now, when Gohan could have the epiphany that would save this family from tanking. Gohan, you were too young to take on such responsibility. It wasn't fair for your dad to thrust you into all those battles. You shouldn't have been the planet's last hope before you were even a teenager. This has broken you. She hugged herself, feeling the pangs of sympathy for the man she loved. He groaned, as if mortally wounded. Videl, I know. I know this wasn't I never wanted to be this man who lived a man's life before he was even grown enough to do so. His brain was racing, and he knew he had to use every tactic he knew to calm himself. His father was here, now, and this was the perfect opportunity to talk to his parents, right as they were pulling their same old bullshit. Don't put any more pressure on yourself than what is necessary, honey. Your parents' problems are not yours when they infringe on your own mental health. This is too straining for you. You're falling apart, and I love you too much to allow you to do this to yourself any longer. She was putting her foot down. She couldn't let Gohan's family strain him this much. Should we talk to them even though Goten's not here? He wanted to resolve these issues, but not behind Goten's back. If you talk to them now, it will make another conversation with Goten present not only easier, but more likely to happen. She advised. If they waited until Goten was present, they could lose the opportunity that was available now. Gohan nodded, and his features molded into a mask of determination. He took his wife's hand. I'll fight this. I'll have your back. She answered before he could even call her to question. And quite frankly, Shishi was a bitch. She needed her comeuppance. She allowed Gohan to lead her into the kitchen. Pan was present, still in her grandfather's lap, and Videl took her daughter into her arms. It would be best for Pan to see her parents' attempts at functionality right by their side. Mom, Dad, we need to talk. Gohan announced, interrupting his parents' tedious banter. They both blinked in surprise, regarding him with curiosity and reservation. He crossed his arms. You both are ridiculous, you know that? Dad, he aimed his glare right at Goku, how could you just drop the family and leave? How could you stay gone for over 4 months before visiting? How could you just come back and pretend like nothing is wrong? Goku waved his hands, opening his mouth to protest. Gohan, he raised his hand, effectively silencing his sire. Don't worry, I know you're getting away with it because Mom lets you. She tolerates your nonsense because she's been in love with you since she was a girl and no one else could possibly want to endure her nasty temperament. A thought occurred to him. Are you always gone because you didn't even know what marriage was, so when Mom turned out to be less than a demure housewife, you didn't think, you just ran? Gohan bit his lip, his brow furrowing. But it didn't start out that way. Raditz came and you legitimately died. And the Saiyajin were just the effect from the cause. And I understand Namek, but after that you could have returned sooner. Had you not been on Yardrat SEI, you stay away because adventure is better than dealing with the wife you can't stand. Pan sniffled, starting to cry over her angry words. Videl hushed and cooed at her. She hadn't stopped Gohan's speech because his realizations, even as he spoke, were valid. The truth was harsh, but necessary. Gohan had nothing to lose. These epiphanies were priceless. He saw why his whole childhood had unfolded as it had. His parents never should have married, nor bred. If you can't stand mom, divorce her. Don't leave the whole family hanging because you don't like being a husband or father. I get it, you didn't realize what you were signing up for. But man up and say so. Shishi, silent in her shock, broke down. You can't stand me, Goku-sa? Why? Her shriek was more than Goku or Gohan's Saiyajin hearing could handle, and they winced. Goku stood, trembling from head to toe. This Gohan, he seemed lost, looking to his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and grandchild. How had this family suddenly gone from okay to so unhappy? He thought that his life, his family, and Earth were all in a calm, peaceful place. He had no idea. He must have come to some sort of conclusion, Gohan thought wryly, for his father placed his forefingers on his forehead and disappeared. Again. This hadn't quite worked out as he planned, but at least he illuminated the issue to the two people who were causing it in their space between. Neither was directly responsible, but between their participation, they had manifested this shoddy outcome. His mother was hysterical, abandoning her cooking to collapse on the floor. Gohan sighed, looking to Videl, who was attempting to calm their devastated daughter. Well, I tried. He managed, Videl sighed, looking down at her mother-in-law, the mess that she was. This is just the first step. Let them both think about it, and when they come to their conclusions, Goku will be back, and we'll talk. She stepped away from the kitchen to comfort her impressionable daughter. If she thoroughly explained the family's problems, it wouldn't be so scary. Gohan picked his mother up off of the floor and guided her to her room. He shut her in there to cry it out as she had done for him when he was an infant. He joined his wife in talking to their daughter. He and Videl were a unified front, even if Pan's grandparents weren't functional, they could be. It was nearly 6 months before Goku returned to visit. As the year progressed, so did the lives of the Z warriors who had been affected. Things were in a limbo of sorts, since Shishi and Goku never talked about or resolved the issues that Videl and Gohan had illuminated. Goten hadn't even been present, so when he come home the next day, the tension of the household wasn't any different to him than it had been before Goku arrived. And he didn't bother to ask his sibling about how it had turned out. He didn't care. Gohan, shocked that he, with his wife's coercing, mustered up the courage to confront his parents' infuriating pattern, wasn't sure what to tell Goten. Would bringing the subject up to Goten about what had passed help or hurt him? There was the limbo anyway, since his parents had withdrawn into their fortresses and stalemated one another. They had circled one another for 30 years, keeping the other at an arm's length, just within each other's grasp. How endless and utterly pointless. Goten didn't necessarily need to be privy to that. He needed to focus on his senior year, on earning a basketball scholarship, on graduating. Gohan didn't want to distract him, especially since he was on the brink of his issues constantly as it was. So Gohan neglected to tell his brother what had happened in the kitchen of his home. When Goku finally did visit again, appearing in the living room, his shoulders were hunched with defeat. It was a Saturday, a day that he obviously and purposefully chosen so that he would be less likely to miss seeing anyone. Goten, who been blearily watching television with a bowl of cereal on his lap, was quite startled when his father instantly teleported right in the middle of the living room. He yelped, his bowl of cereal meeting a messy splat with the ceiling. "Shit, Dad!" he screeched, his heart banging around in his chest. Gohan and Videl, who had just returned from dropping Pan off at Bura's house, were coming down from upstairs, since they had changed into their typical weekend attire. Gohan had barely even tied the drawstring of his lounge pants when he heard Goten's yelp and the crash that was unmistakably porcelain hitting a wall of some sort. He and Videl exchanged glances and rushed down the stairs. "Dad!" Gohan protested as he came upon Goten and Goku, covered in milk and cereal. "Why can't you use the damn door?" He failed to watch his language since his daughter was securely tucked away at Capsule Corporation. It was rather convenient, actually, because all of the adults were present and had no need to censor themselves. Goten's expression was murderous, though he curbed his rage well. "What do you want, Dad?" he demanded callously, uncaring that his own father, who'd been absent from his life for 10 months, had just appeared right before him. His inner child would have jumped at the opportunity, but he was a child no longer. Goku's eyes darted between his belligerent sons. "I just wanted to talk about what happened, I guess," he said softly. His entire demeanor was that of a husband and father who was defeated. He was the strong, altruistic warrior, as usual, but the man he had been was not present now. That naive innocence had died the last time he and Gohan had talked. Gohan sighed. "That's fine. Just start using the front door." He sank into his love seat, preparing himself for what was bound to be an emotional and drawn-out conversation. "I'll go wake Shishi," Videl offered, but Goku shook his head. "Can just we talk?" Goten? He looked between them, his two near mirror images. The gift he thought would make Shishi happy, though he hadn't realized he wasn't up to the task of fatherhood. He was a far better warrior than a father, really he realized that now. Goten's fists had been clenched so tightly his nails had bit into his palms. "Fine." He sank into Gohan's reading chair, kicking his feet up on the ottoman. "Shoot," Videl stood, remaining silent. This was not the place for her to insert herself. Goku sat on the sofa, and so each son was on his own furniture island, distanced from the other two. "I'm really sorry I wasn't there for you two while you were growing up." Goku bowed his head as he finally spoke. Goten bit his lip. "You were pretty thoughtless," he sniped, earning a glare from his older brother, but Goku accepted the insult in stride. "I didn't think, I guess I never do." "Gohan, you were right, I'm a great warrior, but as a father and husband I do fall short," he confessed openly. Gohan's eyes widened. Had it really taken Goku 6 months to come to terms with his failures? Had his father been so blissfully unaware that he could barely accept the truth and consequences of his actions? Goten, unable to follow the conversation, blinked and his eyes narrowed. "Wait. What are you talking about?" he questioned, a sinking feeling in his gut, a horrible side effect to this tension. Gohan jumped in, knowing his diplomacy would be better than any explanation of their father's. "When you left, the last time Dad visited, I confronted Mom and Dad about their harmful pattern." "A whom?" Videl cleared her throat from her corner of the room. Videl pressed the issue in the first place. He added affectionately before regarding his brother seriously. "And it ended in a standstill. So I didn't tell you about it because I didn't want you to get caught up in Mom and Dad's limbo." But his excuse sounded dumb even to his ears, and he knew Goten would be upset with him for not telling him what had happened. "Why didn't you tell me?" Goten demanded, infuriated. How could something so big have happened and no one told him? Sure, he'd run off, but if Gohan had his back he would have filled him in, right? Gohan should have told him that he'd torn Mom and Dad a new one. What if Goku had gotten so pissed that he never came back ever? He tried to calm himself, he knew he was freaking out far more than the situation called for. Videl sighed. "Arguing over why you're not up to speed isn't going to be productive to this conversation," she piped up, knowing that Goten's indignation over Gohan's careless mistake would veer the conversation too far left. Gohan merely confronted Goku on his neglect, and Shishi for tolerating his behavior in the first place. But we also suspect that Goku's absences are also due to Shishi's volatile nature. She looked amongst the three before honing in on Goku. "Is that right, Goku?" His head bowed. "I just didn't think about what being married meant before I married your mother. Heck, I didn't even know what sex was." He seemed almost amused, for sex had always been a source of contention between Shishi and himself. She wanted it daily and he was more satisfied with a healthy spar. A difference in priority, and when our marriage and family was threatened by the enemy, I wanted to protect you all, so I fought. But the more intense the battles became, the more powerful I became. It was addictive. I still love it, and probably always will. But I do love you both, though I haven't been. Goten scowled. "You would have been fine, just being the champion of Chikyu." He noted bitterly, I was 20 when I married your mother. I didn't know any better. Goku replied, not knowing how to comfort Goten's long-withstanding indignation. Gohan sighed. I married when I was young too, and made mistakes, but that doesn't mean it's over, Dad. He shared a soft look with his wife. Maybe they hadn't married for the right reasons, but they were still a team, and as long as they were both willing to work on it, it could be saved. It is over, Goku said. Goten opened his mouth, about to blow up, but someone else beat him to it, though not through yelling. It's over, Goku-san? His mother stood, almost diminutive like a child, at the base of the stairs. When she woken up, when she come downstairs, what she heard, no one knew. Goku tensed, not realizing that he end up confessing such an ugly thing right before his own wife of nearly 30 years. He cared for her, as one would after almost 3 decades, though they hadn't spent much of them truly together. That had been primarily his fault, he reflected. But he still hadn't meant to hurt her feelings. Not like this. She seemed to waver, and Videl rushed to her side, helping her to the sofa beside her husband. Goku-san, we're over? She repeated, unable to let his open disclosure. Goten and Gohan watched their parents, mortified. Goku winced. Gohan was right. You're unpleasant to be around, and I stayed away more and more. He was doing his best to be honest, and truth be told, his wife bothered him. She always seemed to get angry with him for doing what was best for the welfare of Earth, not just her. It made saving the world seem damn near impossible half the time. Her eyes were hard, glittering diamonds of malice, all vulnerability gone. If Goku-san didn't like her, then she hated him. Hated him for everything she'd gone through for him. It was all for nothing. Then divorce me. You've wasted enough of my life with your selfishness. She spat angrily. Goku didn't look away from the women who mothered his 2 now grown sons. There was nothing left to salvage. Nothing that was needed from him. The damage had already been done. Okay. Let us divorce. He didn't want to fight this battle any longer. He could never win. Not with She was never happy. Goten rolled his eyes. They were both selfish, as far as he was concerned. You've both ruined my life with your selfishness. Gohan too. I'm moving out. Fuck the both of you. He stood, marching himself upstairs. His parents were divorcing. After nearly 30 years, they decided that they didn't like one another anymore, and had wasted each other's time. How immature. It made him want to dismiss the idea of marriage from his future entirely. What ridiculous nonsense. Gohan watched his brother leave, and didn't stop him. His own childhood had just crumbled right before him, and he started it. But it wasn't his fault. These were problems from the beginning of his parents' relationship, before he'd even been born. Their reasons for marrying, and reasons for staying together, weren't because it was a good idea. It was obligation, duty, and long-suffering pride. This inevitable end just showed that the beginning hadn't lent itself to become a happy ending. Videl said nothing, for there was nothing to say. Trunks was still asleep when an unfamiliar noise woke him. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. It was too early on a Saturday morning for him even to be conscious, let alone trying to figure out where that infernal noise was coming from. He squinted. The morning light was bright. But there, his bedroom window. Goten? He tore his sheets aside and jumped from his bed. Goten! He ran to his window, unlocking it to allow the other Demi-Saiyajin entry. Goten didn't look good either. His hair was slick with sweat, his face flushed, and he looked quite shaken up. What happened? The boy scrambled in through the window, and paced a circle before his friend. They're doing it, Trunks. They're really doing it. He rambled, panicked. His whole world was starting to crumble around him, and his inner child was not happy. This could all end right now. Trunks grasped his friend by his shoulders. What? What are they doing? He knew Goten was talking about his parents, and he could assume from Goten's hysteria that his father had showed up again. Goten stopped, his face twisting up. They're getting a divorce. They said so. He stuttered, collapsing into tears. Why did it matter so much? He was practically grown up. Why would his parents' divorce bother him so bad? Why was everything falling apart? Trunks pulled his friend close. Goten, I'm sorry. His friend sobbed, and all he could do was hold him. I'm here. He intoned gently. I told them I was moving out. Right now. I'm over their bullshit. He hiccuped, wiping at his face. Cammy, he felt like a helpless child. And only Trunks could do anything to make it better. Only Trunks would still be there once everyone else fell apart. Nothing gold could stay. The last 10 years had been a lie. Trunks' features hardened. I'm ready. Right now. If you want, say the word. We'll get an apartment. He was 18, and whatever Goten needed, he would render service. This was his best friend, his trusted fellow warrior, his fusion partner. No one else mattered more. Goten took a moment to seriously consider. It was March now, and school would be over in June. But Trunks was already of age, and had wanted to move in together months ago. There was no reason to say no. His family was crumbling, and he'd be damned if he stayed with his mother and pretended that everything was okay. Let us get that apartment. Trunks was on the phone before Goten could dry his tears fully. Vegeta, well aware that his daughter had a play date with Kakarot's granddaughter, remained in the gravity room. In the past, if he ventured from his haven and happened to run into the two Demi-Saiyajin girls, he was usually roped into some sort of ridiculous pretend playing, such as house, tea party, or something of that nature. The Saiyajin prince was far too regal to be subjected to such nonsense, though, whenever Bura gazed at him with his woman's eyes, he was unable to deny her anything, especially something so simple as an imaginary game. He recalled that his mate had said that such games were good for their daughter's mental development, and reluctant to ruin her young mind, he seldom denied her anything. Just as he could not deny his mate her requests either, he enjoyed the last few months, despite Kakarot's absence, in terms of the time he spent with his family. He and his mate had not only devoted a great deal of time to one another, but had knit tightly together where their daughter was concerned. And Trunks and Goten had also developed the habit of a weekly spar that surprised him each time. They would always have some sort of strange strategy that only the two of them could comprehend. The spars were quite interesting, and did provide challenge, since both boys were strong, and fought well as a team. And when they did fuse into Gotenks, they were a force to reckon with. They could reach Super Saiyajin level 3 when fused as Gotenks, which made him quite a useful training tool. And, on the more gentle side of Vegeta's personality, which dwelt in the deep recesses of his psyche, he appreciated his son's effort to ease the transition of Kakarot's absence. It was really quite considerate, and its meaning was not lost on Vegeta. Plus, he was relieved that Trunks was taking up his training again. He started to worry that the Demi-Saiyajin had completely shed his father's nature. Despite Kakarot's transgressions, Vegeta found that his family was faring well. He was satisfied. His senses tingled, and he turned just as Kakarot appeared where he just had his back turned to. That cursed instant transmission gave the third-class Barker quite the advantage. He scowled. He hadn't seen the moron in over 10 months. If he was expecting a quick spar, he was sorely mistaken. What do you want? He snapped expectantly, but as he gazed upon his longtime rival he realized that something was seriously wrong with the taller Saiyajin. He seemed distraught. Kakarot was never upset, and in fact was the eternal optimist. What had happened? You were right, Vegeta. The younger of the two hung his head despondently. Though his ego cackled sinisterly, Vegeta maintained his composure. What exactly was he right for? What had Kakarot actually done wrong? What do you mean? He arched a brow at Kakarot, his concern growing as the man sank to the ground, seemingly defeated. But Vegeta had done nothing to earn the victory. The great man heaved a great sigh. That day when I saved your life, and he ignored the elder's disdainful glare at the mere mentioning, you told me that I harmed my family with my selfishness. Vegeta blinked, recalling the event well. It had been years ago, before Bura had even been born. He'd been furious with the younger Saiyajin. Kakarot, he spoke, uncertain what to say, or what to do. Why was he even here telling him this? Well, you were right. I did hurt my family with my selfishness. The earth-raised Saiyajin reiterated. He laid his head in his hands, and Vegeta feared that he was about to dissolve into tears. I've been hurting them for years. He mourned. Vegeta hesitantly stepped closer, but didn't he touch his longtime rival? He wasn't quite sure what to do. He hated and despised Kakarot, but couldn't he help but respect the strength the other warrior possessed? The warrior had come to him, vulnerable and needing some sort of comfort, blindly trusting that Vegeta would be the friend he needed him to be. Vegeta didn't know if he considered Kakarot his friend, and often verbally claimed the opposite, but Goku's chest heaved, his breath hitching, and Vegeta's keen sight saw the tears fall onto the floor of the gravity chamber. He knelt beside him, and placed a tentative hand on the warrior's trembling shoulders. Though every cell in his body revolted at the mere thought of being nice to Kakarot instead of taking advantage of his vulnerable state, he knew that he could not. His own honor and pride dictated that he defeat his enemy on fair ground, where both had equal advantage. To exploit Kakarot's weakness would not only be dishonorable, but repulsive. Kakarot, what happened? It was all he could think to ask. Maybe if he knew what had given the man this epiphany, he could offer some sort of advice, or at least an objective point of view. Malice absent. His crying was now audible, and from his incoherent babbles, Vegeta surmised that Gohan had confronted his parents about their dysfunctional relationship, effectively popping the ignorant bliss bubble that Goku had lived in for 30 years. He calmed somewhat after that, as if it was the first person he confessed his true emotions to. This happened today? Vegeta asked. He finally sat down while Kakarot explained the tongue-lashing he and Shishi had received from their son. Gohan and Videl had only just left Bura with them not an hour before. He brow creased with puzzlement. No, this happened 6 months ago. Goku sniffed, wiping his nose on the short sleeve of his GI. Vegeta wrinkled his nose in disgust at the action, but the other Saiyajin was either unaffected or oblivious. Damn, Kakarot! I've been accused of being emotionally constipated, but you take the cake. Over the years he spent on Earth, he picked up quite a few choice phrases that really delivered a punch. He was almost amused. Goku blinked, the humor lost on him. I guess it was just such a shock it took me a while to even know what to do next. He made a small cry of surprise, and Vegeta could only keep his stone-faced expression as another realization occurred to the third-class barker. So, anyway, today Shishi and I decided to get divorced. Vegeta's jaw dropped. You're divorcing that screeching harpy? He thought that Kakarot would never leave his mate, nor would she ever stop pinning for him when he was away, even on her human lifespan's deathbed. But, apparently, they had changed their minds. Goku nodded, seemingly somewhat wistful. Shishi and we were never like you and Bulma. It doesn't bother me, but I think it bothers her. He knew it would be strange to try to explain why this divorce didn't bother him as much as hurting his wife and sons had. The divorce was just the right thing to do for everyone's sake. But had he known how much he hurt his family, he would have thought twice about his actions. Vegeta scowled. How dare Kakarot assumed anything over his relationship? When you say you and your mate are not like me and mine, what do you mean? It was as diplomatic as he could be, given Kakarot's infuriating assumptions, though his voice still had bite. Goku was not perturbed by Vegeta's temper. You and Bulma are so intense. And I can tell you're in love. You always want each other, always want to be around each other, no matter how mad the other might make you. His smile, his pure happiness for the two people he cared for deeply, shone in his eyes. It shocked Vegeta that Kakarot even cared that he and Bulma were happy together. That he was happy for them. Me and Shishi, he trailed off suddenly, seemingly uncomfortable. Vegeta remained silent, for Goku had not said anything that wasn't correct, and he waited for the other to give voice his true feelings regarding his soon-to-be ex-wife. The younger Saiyajin sighed. She and I don't match well. We married because I had made a promise when we were kids that I saw no reason not to uphold when we were grown up. I had no clue what being married was about. Vegeta chuckled. This is where, if you had known about our people's inherent natures, it would have saved you a ton of grief. And it was true. Vegeta himself had never been arranged with a female, he'd chosen Bulma specifically because she was his equal and opposite in every sense of the word. If Goku had the opportunity to meet a female that he was attracted to in his manhood, he would have certainly chosen differently. But he hadn't had the choice, he'd been duped into the domestic life by a cunning female. Which was the problem he was facing now, here, having his mid-life crises in Vegeta's gravity chamber, interrupting his training. He felt a irksome twitch in his brow at the prospect of training missed. But I digress, he wisely continued, Saiyajin, as they come into adulthood, will form a deep bond with another whom they deem worthy, and they are worthy for. Trunks and Goten have done so with one another, sealing a deep, platonic bond that they will never sever. Whether they will each find females to increase their emotional connections, I am not certain, but they will never sever their brotherhood if the female or females asked it of them. The same should have occurred for you. You had formed strong friendship bonds, but as for your mate, you would have chosen a female you were attracted to, and could also match your talents, and thus there would be no genuine disagreement, nor severing of the bond. Goku's brow furrowed as he processed Vegeta's words. It was true, he did not know much of his people and their culture, and so he blindly followed the human culture as it was his only example. But what was right for humans was not necessarily right for him. And now he was learning the lesson in his life too late. He'd already hurt his wife and children. So I probably would have been like Goten and Trunks. He answered without censuring himself. Vegeta arched a brow. They're not lovers, more like blood brothers, or the Saiyajin equivalent. He wanted to make their relationship clear to younger Saiyajin, in part due to his past difficulties of differentiating genders and sexualities. Goku nodded. I know. They never smell like Gohan used to whenever he spent private time with Videl. How Goku connected using the smell of a lover's tryst to discern his son's relationships Vegeta would never know, but it was certainly an indicator his people often used, and thus whenever lovers were involved, or not, they were often not ridiculed. A person's relationship with their mate or blood brother sister was dangerous to scrutinize, and often resulted in the death of the person who had first given voice to the scrutiny. Because of their bond, their romantic relationships with females have been complicated. And damn near impossible. Saiyajin, though they sometimes would engage in a one-night stand or a short, casual affair, were often dissatisfied until they found the romantic partner who fulfilled their needs, whatever gender they were. He knew that his son and friend were reduced to flighty females they didn't connect or bond with. They hadn't considered how earthling females would take the brotherhood they formed before they had committed to it. Too bad they can't just share a girlfriend. Goku said in his offhand manner that was akin to the simplicity of a child's unblemished view of the world. Vegeta blinked. Did this Morin even realize what he just said? Implied? It wasn't as if Vegeta was offended. He had his fair share of sexual situations in his time, but he had no idea this idiot could conceive of such a thing. He had to say something. You do realize that means they would take turns with her sexually, and even at the same time, to satisfy all three's needs. He didn't bother censoring himself. Kakarot had brought it up in the first place. Goku blinked, then nodded. Well, I guess you're right. Earthlings have done that before. Is it bad, by Saiyajin standard? His ignorance to their people's customs was not lost on Vegeta, and was damn near close to an insult. Must I really tell you these things, Kakarot? He demanded angrily. The younger Saiyajin waved his arms defensively. I just want to know. So I can better understand our boys. He protested earnestly. Though, on his own, he could admit he was curious. Vegeta paused. If it was for their son's sake, then he'd indulge this bizarre question and tell the third-class idiot the truth. Back on Vegeta's eye, the only thing that mattered was power. So whatever a warrior's sexual preference, or current relationship was, it didn't really matter, nor were many privy to such information, as we were not the most affectionate culture outside of private quarters. Goku ingested the information, saying nothing, his eyes only filled with more questions. Vegeta sighed. This buffoon wanted to know about their people's manager trios. Well, he asked for it. The ratio of females was slightly less than the ratio of males, so oftentimes a pair of sworn blood brothers would share a female. And Saiyajin females had a voracious sexual appetite, so they often had no problem handling two men. That was another reason why we utilized gestation tanks. Not only did females find pregnancies cumbersome, but they needed to bear the pair of blood brothers viable sons to carry on their bloodlines. Goku nodded knowingly. So maybe Trunks and Goten can find a girlfriend to share. The matter was settled, in his book. What other things did our people do? Vegeta groaned. This conversation had opened the proverbial can of worms. Well, other than two males and a female involved in a triad relationship, there were bonded mates, such as what Bulma and I have chosen for our fulfilling sexual life. That was the biggest majority, really. The triad I described, along with homosexual couples, were the other percentage. Very rarely was a male warrior lucky enough to have two females jump his bones. Goku blinked. So if Saiyajin females want a lot of sex, what's going to happen to Bura and Pan? The question, though relevant, was somewhat left field. Oh shit, Vegeta hadn't he even though about what kind of woman his 5-year-old daughter would become. Would she inherit his people's heightened appetite? And even if she didn't, Bulma's was rather extensive as well. But he hadn't cared about his son's sexual habits, and he knew his woman would encourage their daughter's sexcapades, as Bulma's mother had encouraged her to jump Vegeta himself all those years ago. He just felt odd knowing that his daughter, who resembled his woman damn near exactly, would become a sex vixen once she arrived at womanhood. Bura, there is no telling. She could be more human with her appetite, but she possessed as much Saiyajin blood as her brother, so there is no telling. Pan's disposition may be more human, since she is only a quarter Saiyajin. He answered honestly. Demi-Saiyajin were not unusual for his people, since Saiyajin were notorious rapists when they purged, though the half-breeds typically didn't survive to adulthood, culled by either race, whomever despised the by-blow more at the time. Vegeta knew full well that his people's culture was often barbaric, but that brutality was what had forged their strength. Seemingly satisfied, the younger counterpart remained silent. Then he stood, dusting his GI pants off. Thanks for listening, Vegeta. He finally said gratefully. Before the elder of the two could reply, he teleported off, leaving Vegeta furious. What a waste of time. With a snort of derision, he went back to his training. Things unfolded rather rapidly thereafter. Goku and Shishi had agreed simultaneously for a divorce, and refused to further reiterate their reasons for it. Gohan took it upon himself to hire a lawyer who could handle the division of family assets. Though there really hadn't been much to divide. Shishi claimed that she wanted nothing, and so Goku kept possession of the humble home he'd built his wife. Shishi obviously wasn't keen on Goten moving out, but he refused to discuss it with his mother. He insisted that if he could not move out and live with Trunks, then he would not attend and graduate from high school. Devastated, Shishi grudgingly relented, allowing Goten to move into the apartment that he and Trunks had already chosen together. The school, of course, was concerned, and so Gohan agreed to take legal custody of Goten until he graduated. Goku left to continue training UUB once all the paperwork was filed, and it was some time before he visited again. Shishi remained with Gohan, adjusting to the fact that she was separated and would soon be divorced. Pan, too young to understand what had happened, was glad that her grandmother had decided to stay, though she was disappointed that Goten had chosen to move out. The Briefs family was shocked by the news, but they could do nothing but offer their support. Pan and Bura became especially close as the families bound themselves together in a last-ditch effort to remain close. Trunks and Goten, relieved to finally have no resistance, flourished once they moved in together. Goten finished school, graduating with a basketball scholarship to the same university Trunks was attending. Trunks' own studies and internship were also going well, and they enjoyed their success together. Trunks' internship only lasted 2 years, and when he was a junior in college, having earned his associates, he gained an entry-level position at Capsule Corporation so that he could learn his company from the bottom up. The entry-level position, being a paper pusher, only lasted for 2 years. Once he graduated college, he became his mother's understudy, a shadow vice president until he could earn his master's degree. He would have gone through college more quickly, but he and Goten barely had enough time together as it was, and so he foregone the rushed college career in favor of spending more quality time with his friend. The next 3 years, until Trunks was about to graduate university, revolved around their studies, their home life together, parties, and quite a few women, though neither Demi-Sire Jin formed a bond with any of them in particular. And though they were happy with the way things were, they knew that something was missing. Meanwhile, on Kame Island, Maror groaned as she rested her cheek against the porcelain toilet. She'd been puking all morning. And her mornings had been like this for a week. Her period was late, and she'd learned enough in her homeschooled sexual education class that women didn't get their periods when they were pregnant. She was only 16, and she was terrified. How could she tell her parents that she was pregnant? How could she explain that Master Roshi was the father of the baby and how he'd gotten to be the father of her baby? Things had gone so badly the last 4 years, she resisted the urge to cry and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. She almost slapped herself, just to bring herself back to the present. She'd gotten pregnant by Roshi before, this was actually the 3rd time. She'd miscarried both times, and she wondered if Roshi was so old that his sperm wasn't even viable. Though, with the 2 previous pregnancies, she'd starved herself the moment her periods were late, and continued to do so until she finally bled. It was a tormenting process, and she'd hid the blood and her condition expertly before collapsing into bed, claiming illness. With how shaken and pale she was, how flushed and weak, her parents believed her and had lovingly nursed her back to health both times. And they still did not know. Roshi was not so uncontrollable in his lust that he didn't take drastic measures to conceal it. He never crept into her room while her parents were home, and he would only attack her when they had left her home to handle some sort of business on the island. And sometimes she could manage to leave with them if they felt her grades were improving, or that she'd been well behaved enough. Given her current circumstances, her mood was usually shit, and so more often than not she'd get into meaningless fights with her parents for no reason. Her grades had gotten better, but it had taken her some time to learn the zen she needed to excel at school. At first she was usually too numb to do any level of higher thinking, and would often blank when she sat to take the test, and resulted in failure. And now her grades would take a dive again, because in all likelihood she was pregnant, and would have to starve herself to encourage a miscarriage. The next month or so was going to suck. She fought the urge to cry again. She was 17. Only 1 more year left until she was 18. Then she was going to the city, escape her past, and create a new life. When she first began dreaming of moving away to the city, she hadn't known what she was going to do. She began to dream idly that she'd meet the man of her dreams, and he'd whisk her away so she could forget everything. That she'd be spotted on set by a modeling agent and become a world-famous model. That maybe she'd run into a lonely, old woman who would see promise in her and adopt her. But the more television she watched, the more dirty magazines she filched from Roshi, she saw what was more likely to happen. Worst case scenario, since she had become a pessimist, was that she'd get wrapped up with some pimp and become a common whore, drugs a potential additional chaotic detail. Her younger self was naive enough to get stuck in that situation. But now she had wizened some, and knew that was not a fruit to be plucked. A step up would be to walk into a pornographic studio and ask to audition. She was all too familiar with pornography, since Roshi made her watch them. He made her perform like the girls on the screen did, and she'd become a master at tantalizing the old pervert. She'd learned that the faster she blew his load, the sooner he'd pass out and leave her alone. She actually disgusted herself somewhat, for she'd become somewhat of a sex kitten to ease the torture of her abuse. He'd gotten violent when she resisted, but when she played along, got into it, he was complacent, and even pleased with her. Her parents had no idea why he defended her so fiercely when she was being scolded for her bad behaviors. And she could only stare down at the floor with tears blurring her vision. How could she say she was on his good side because she'd learned to squirt and did so all over his face just earlier that week? It wasn't well, appropriate. But he catered to her every whim the more she played up to him. It had become a sick sort of play game they had. She would hate herself if she could still feel. A part of her, that had been close to losing control just today, was the younger, softer side of her. Her inner child, she supposed. Little Maror still felt. Still loved, still cared, was still whole. But when she stood and gazed at her reflection in the mirror, she saw herself for who she was, a broken teenage girl. A woman child who was so twisted that she actually got off when Roshi abused her now. Who felt that nothing sexual was ever beyond her. She'd already done it all by 17. She hugged herself, leaning against the sink. She didn't want to be a porn star, nor did she want to consider being a crack whore. The only option that she knew was realistic, that could be her only real shot, was to become a stripper. Exotic dancer. Entertainer. Whatever you wanted to call it, she knew that with that, she could be independent and keep her dignity. She could even hold the power, and she had learned to do with her own abuser. She would make more money than any retail or nanny job could pay, nor did she feel like she could do either job without having some sort of meltdown. If she could play act for Roshi, and even orgasm with him, she could give lap dances. She knew what she would have to do, leave Kame Island with the meager allowance she'd saved over the years. It had grown to $250 over the last 4 years since she'd resolved to walk away from her nightmares. It wouldn't be much, especially in the city. She'd have to get a hotel, buy the necessary outfits to audition, work immediately, and take the money back to the hotel to survive off of. She hoped that within a month she'd be able to get an apartment, and then eventually furnish it. It would take time, but she was willing to rebuild her life from the ground up. All she had to do was wait, bide her time, and make her move. She only hoped that this plan would work. She had little other options. Trunks' graduation didn't change his routine much. He'd gone from intern to paper pusher, and now he was going to be his mother's shadow vice president, whatever that meant. It was probably more like mom's personal bitch toy for the next 2 years. While he spent 3/4 of his day at the office, he was spending the late afternoons and evenings going for his master's degree. There was no way Bulma would let him be a full-fledged VP if he didn't have a master's degree. The company would have been in an uproar. The first year went by quickly, for he and Goten still lived together, and Goten was taking on full semesters just to fulfill what Trunks had labeled as doing his part. They argued some, since Goten felt bad about Trunks footing all of the bills, especially their grocery bill. Trunks had argued back that all Goten needed to focus on was his full ride to the university that they both went to. They saw one another on campus often, and their respective circles of friends and available females had grown to encompass one another. They were quite popular, often called the dynamic duo by their peers. College had been quite the ride, Trunks thought fondly. He and Goten had been 2 crazy bachelors, living it up while they still could. Whatever that meant. And now Goten was just about to graduate, and was rather perplexed as to whether he should get a job, or get his master's as well. Trunks had reassured his companion that he could take some time to consider it. There was no rush, and he knew Goten had trouble making executive decisions, whereas he was a whiz when it came to that. But he wouldn't decide for Goten, no matter how much he loved him. Trunks, hello, Earth to Trunks. His mother's voice cut through his thoughts. Had he really gone off into some sort of internal litany? It was Friday, and he sometimes got really daydreamy. He and Goten always had fun partying on Friday nights, going out to clubs, and bringing home chicks. He blinked, and then gave his mother an apologetic look. Sorry Ms. Briefs, I was thinking about Goten's graduation. He kept his tone respectful, and played down his relationship with his mother to be more professional. Nobody hated a spoiled brat booze more than he did, after all. Bulma softened, and she excused their assistant, Psycho, from the room. Though he hated to see her go, he loved to watch her leave. But he'd already grazed at that pasture, and she was somewhat concerned with his closeness with Goten, so he distanced himself from her. Once she exited the office, Bulma turned an intense eye on her son. You're not taking him out this evening, Trunks scowled. Usually his mother kept her nose out of his business, but she had been acting rather strange and secretive as of late. What? Why not? Come on, what's going on? He demanded. Honestly, he was 23 and Goten was 22. There was no way that they'd keep the dynamic duo from partying it up. Bulma rolled her eyes. Calm down. We're throwing a surprise party for Goten tomorrow. We can't have him be hungover and miss his own party. Now be sure you keep him home and mellow tonight. Okay? She pinched his cheek affectionately, and his play bit at it like an eager dog would. She yelped, smacking him on the top of the head. Oh, Trunks, it's so nice to have you around every day. He blinked. Hadn't he been aware that his mother enjoyed his company? Mom, she sighed softly. I've always hoped you'd be my successor. Bura is too flighty to take seriously at the moment. She frowned thoughtfully. Trunks' sweat dropped, for Bura was still only 9. Why the hell was his mother even judging her so harshly? Tea parties were still part of Bura's itinerary. Okay, Mom. He decided to humor his mother's nostalgic, yet ditzy, moment. I'm enjoying your company too. And it was true, his mother was a genius, and he loved following her throughout the day as she made her corporate decisions. Bulma pressed a kiss to his cheek, and he knew her fuchsia lipstick was now in the shape of her lips on his skin. Damn it. Mom. He protested, grabbing for the napkin that his coffee cup sat on. Oh, Trunks, you're so high-strung. She waved him off, then blinked. Oh, yeah, so don't let Goten go out tonight. Bring him to CC tomorrow around 1 in the afternoon. She instructed, bossy as ever. Trunks arched a brow. Just who did you invite? He asked openly. Bulma looked thoughtful. Shishi, Gohan, Videl, Little Pan, and Krillin's family. You should see Maror, she's become quite the looker. She rummaged around in her purse, pulling out a somewhat aged photo of Krillin, Ju Hachigu, and their daughter, Maror. She handed it to Trunks. I know they haven't been too involved lately, since Goku'S off training UUB, but they RSVP'd. Trunks studied the picture. How old is she? He handed the picture to his mother, feeling slightly, well, off. Maror's face was so haunting. She was very beautiful, but there was something sad behind her eyes. He wasn't sure what to think of it. Bulma replaced the photo in her wallet's mini-album, seemingly distracted herself. That picture was from about 2 years ago, so she was 16. She just turned 18. Trunks usually would have made some sort of joke about how Maror was barely legal, but by the young girl's troubled demeanor, he knew that something had seriously gone awry. What could have happened to the little girl that he and Goten had played with as children? Over the years they hadn't really maintained a relationship with her, becoming more involved with their problems and each other. But something about her was affecting him. So, you'll keep Goten home tonight? His mother pressed yet again. She had seemingly forgotten all about the photo, and Trunks wondered if maybe there was something his mother wasn't telling him. About Maror. About herself. But now wasn't the time to ask such things, nor did he necessarily want to know. Yes, Mom, he sighed, and I'll swing him by CC tomorrow too. What else could he do but agree with Bulma Brief's overbearing personality? Maror, newly 18, could barely contain her excitement when her parents announced Goten's graduation party. It would be the perfect opportunity to escape. She discreetly encapsulated all of her clothes and toiletries, leaving behind anything that wasn't absolutely necessary. She knew she had to keep her calm and plot this endeavor carefully. If she failed, or was caught mid-escape, she'd blow it completely, or at the very least would have some explaining to do. She traveled the entire journey with her parents in complete silence, though she kept her outward demeanor calm and content. As long as she kept her cool, this could work out. After the long drive to Capsule Corporation that she remembered quite well, she exited the vehicle, stretching casually. Judging from the splashing, talking, and laughing drifting from the backyard, it sounded as though the Sun family had arrived as well. She followed her parents to the backyard, taking in the lush beauty that was the Capsule Corp compound. Though Bulma's mother had passed several years ago, the flower gardens had been maintained by the servo bots that scuttled about. Maror blinked, barely avoiding the one beneath her feet. It blipped at her before toddling off, rather drunk in its weaving through the backyard. Maror found herself mildly amused. Personality chips were a welcome addition compared to Bulma's older servo-bot models. Hey guys! Gohan drew attention to her family's arrival, running over to give her diminutive father a giant hug. His wife followed him, though she remained silent, though pleasant. Hey Gohan! Her father exclaimed brightly, delivering a few mock punches to his friend's arm as they separated. She recalled that Gohan and her father had gone into space together when Gohan had been a boy himself, and they had formed a close bond because of that trip and what they survived on Namek. Though her father had died, which had fueled Goku becoming Super Saiyajin in the first place. Is Goku coming? He asked apprehensively. Gohan's features shifted before settling into a small smile. I don't know. We told him about Goten's graduation party, though Goten wasn't keen on him even coming. He seemed resigned to the fact that his family was broken, and that he was helpless to do anything about it. He held it together for the last couple of years the best he could, and though he hadn't been perfect, Gohan done pretty well. Maror had heard about Shishi and Goku's divorce back when it had happened. It hadn't really mattered at the time, since Roshi had begun abusing her. So anything else was secondary to that. But she knew that it had harmed the Sun family irreparably. Shishi had apparently become quite cold and bitter, and Goku was staying his distance from the family, continuing his training of Majin Buu's reincarnation. And neither party had spoken more than a few strained words to one another or the family about their sudden and unexpected divorce. Effectively stalemated, Maror frowned thoughtfully as her father caught up with his friend's situation in hushed whispers. She didn't have time to waste learning the Sun's sordid family history. She needed to start planning escape routes, and possibly fish around the Capsule Corp building for anything that could be useful. She wouldn't steal any money, or anything else valuable, but she was sure that they wouldn't notice a few extra capsules going missing. Or an older model scooter, or something like that. She looked across the yard, noting that Bulma and Shishi were involved in serious conversation, martinis in hand as they sat in the shade together. Her own mother had gone to join them, and Maror noted how young and beautiful her mother appeared compared to the other two women. Bulma was still beautiful, aging gracefully, but she was in her mid-50s. Shishi, however, was not aging well. The strain of her life and marriage had taken its toll, and she looked pinched and embittered. Bura and Pan were playing in the pool together, and Maror felt a smile tug at her lips. They were both innocent, she could tell by looking at them. They had no dark secrets, no horrible truths that they couldn't know. Their bathing suits were frilly and childish, and she wondered how old they were. She recalled that she had been about 8 when Pan had been born, so Pan was probably about 10 now, and Bura was a year younger than her, so she was 9. That sounded about right. Of course both girls would be safe, their fathers were immensely powerful aliens. Not clueless, comedic effect humans who ignored their daughter's plight. Though she hadn't been forthcoming either, and it was probably better this way. No need to stain the family's name or history with her own blemishes and scars. She grit her teeth, feeling the familiar wave of anger that had taken up residence in her heart the last few years. She was 18, yet she felt so old. She had once been innocent like Bura and Pan were. Had been innocent at their age. But now, she pushed the thought away, and continued her scan of the backyard. Vegeta was nowhere to be found, probably in the gravity room. Trunks and Goten were at wet bar together, mixing drinks that she had no idea what they were. Probably their own personal concoctions with the ability to knock a demi-Saiyajin on their ass. Maror wondered if they let her have a drink. The drinking age in Japan was 20, so she still had 2 years to go, but maybe they let her slide because of the festivities. Her eyes remained on the demi-Saiyajin for a moment longer. They were both dressed in swim trunks and flip-flops, their muscled chests bare and gleaming in the afternoon sun. She hadn't seen Trunks and Goten since the Budokai, but they'd been just as chiseled back then. She'd been young, only 13, so they hadn't given her a second glance. But she was certainly intrigued by their masculine bodies back then, and still was now. She'd become a sexual deviant of her own in the last few years, mastering Roshi's desires and delivering them with sizzling heat. She had come into her own sexuality, possessing a high sex drive, and a penchant for muscular men. Trunks and Goten would not be a challenge for her, though she would enjoy them greatly if given the opportunity. But drinking and sex were not on her agenda that day. Escape was. Her own desires could not deter her from her mission. She said her pleasantries to Gohan and his wife before leaving her parents' side. She was aware that the Sons and Briefs were all watching her cross the lawn, but she ignored it. People usually stared at her when she was in public, however seldom those occasions were. It was probably partly due to the fact that she was a woman now, having filled out on all the right places. She inherited her mother's knockout figure, and used it to her full advantage, aware of the power of her sex appeal. But she also knew the attention she drew was in part due to the sexually mature mind she developed in the last few years. She mastered sex under Roshi's tutelage, and exceeded expectation. She gotten him to cater to her whims, using him as much as he used her. So she gained carnal knowledge, extremely powerful and volatile, and used it to her advantage. She used intensity that made many people uncomfortable, or extremely turned on. Whichever side of the fence you Saturday, she approached Trunks and Goten. "Hey guys. Long time, no see." She greeted casually. Trunks gave Maro's body the once-over before he lifted his sunglasses. She'd been a scrawny teen the last time he'd seen her, but wow. She'd certainly grown up, and that crummy picture his mom had showed him hadn't done the woman before him justice. He felt that attraction, small as it had been when he'd seen her picture yesterday, skyrocket to levels he wasn't sure he'd ever experienced before. He certainly enjoyed women, yes, but he'd never been so drawn to one like this. Goten, the less smooth of the two, barely managed to keep his composure. He hadn't even known about this party, nor had he known that Krillin was bringing his family. So when he and Trunks had seen Maro from across the yard, he'd been stunned by how beautiful she'd become. He almost hadn't made the connection that the grown woman before him was the tow-headed little girl he and Goten tried desperately to avoid as children. "Hey Maro." He replied neutrally. It was the best he could do. Trunks grinned, turning the charm on, and Goten almost groaned. There was no way he could be making a move on their parents' family friend's daughter. The age difference between them wasn't big enough to make the scenario inappropriate, but the family ties alone should have been enough to deter his longtime companion. "So, glad you could make it to my best bud's graduation party." He pulled Goten into a half-hug, testing her reaction to their obvious closeness. It was probably the best route to take. Before anything progressed, Maro smiled softly, momentarily dazing the Demi-Saiyajin duo. "Glad you two are still tearing it up," she commented. She tucked an errant strand of gold behind her ear, and hooked her thumbs in the front pockets of her denim shorts, which were quite short, the two noticed, appraising her toned and tanned legs. She noticed, but didn't mind. "I could use a drink myself, though I'd like to freshen up." Trunks stood. "I'll show you to the restroom while Goten makes you a drink," he announced quickly. Goten, knowing Trunks was planning something, eyed him suspiciously, but rose to make a drink. Trunks gripped Maro's shoulder, leading her into Capsule Corp. "Thank you, you're such a gracious host, Trunks." Maro flirted slightly. Just slightly. You couldn't overdo it, subtlety would work in her favor instead. She knew Trunks and Goten were quite the players, neither was able to settle down with just one female. She knew they were close, like brothers, as they had just demonstrated in front of her. She had to play her cards carefully. Other females had already come and gone, had lost their respect. He grinned at the compliment, though she knew he was calculating just as much as she was in his head. The potential of getting her number, all laid, she supposed. But she didn't mind. She would enjoy a roll in the hay just as much as he would, as long as they both knew there were no strings attached, no one would get hurt. She only ever slept with Roshi, and his old, wrinkled body was not desire-inducing in the slightest. Though Trunks and Goten were certainly drool-worthy. "This is the restroom," he motioned to the door they stopped in front of, "so if you need anything, let me know." He was close to her, their breaths mingling in the tight space between them. She looked into his eyes, which was sky blue, similar to the color of her own. His lavender hair fell into his eyes, making him appear every bit the dreamy hunk. His skin was tanned, probably from the hours spent at the pool. "I will," she murmured softly, well aware of how feminine her voice was. It affected Roshi, and she knew it was a tone that most men were susceptible to. Trunks was no different. She saw how her voice had affected him, seducing every so tantalizingly. Desire was evident within the massive Demi-Saiyajin, his muscles flexing ever so slightly. His hand rose, and she wondered if he was going to touch her. He merely took her golden hair in his hand, one of her naughty girl low-tied pigtails that was her trademark ever since she was a little girl. He was absorbing the texture of her hair, he knew, but he didn't care. She was so alluring he found it difficult to control himself. He wanted her badly, and knew that Goten would probably be taking a crack at it as well. "You've become quite beautiful," he told her earnestly, no guile in his eyes. Sometimes the truth was better than any smooth game he could pull. "You're quite the specimen yourself," she replied, leaning in to press a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth. A soft lick, tasting him, before retreating. "See you outside." She wiggled her fingers at him before entering the restroom, leaving him in the hall. He touched his mouth where she had only just kissed him. How had Maror, in her limited years and isolated upbringing, learned how to be such a vixen? She was smolderingly dangerous, something of a challenge, he now knew. She was way too cool for a girl of 18, though he and Goten were rather cool too. He frowned thoughtfully, leaving the house to join Goten again. Goten approached him, drink in hand. "So what is the game plan?" he queried intently. Trunks laughed. "You know me too well," he answered, returning to the bar to get his own forgotten drink. He and Goten had started out with Long Island iced teas, but had soon given way to adios motherfuckers. Maybe he only liked them because they were blue. Goten laughed as well. "I do." "So, what happened?" he pressed. Trunks seemed lost in thought, and he knew something had happened. He knew Trunks was definitely interested in Maror, though he wasn't sure how he felt. He and Trunks never got territorial about girls, since they shared almost everything. They sometimes ended up sleeping with the same women, though never at the same time. So if Trunks was going to make a stab at Maror, it didn't mean he would step aside, or even be an issue if he pursued her himself. Trunks furrowed his brow, for Maror's suave mannerisms weren't quite sitting well with him. He enjoyed her lack of hesitation, and her apparent boldness, but this was not the same girl he'd last seen at the blasted Budokai 5 years ago that had changed his best friend's life irreparably. Of course, she'd only been 13 then, but she'd been, well, innocent and guileless. This newer, older Maror was downright sizzling and sultry. "We didn't talk much." "She's just different." Goten absorbed his friend's words and nodded. "I know. She blew me away too," he admitted, for he never hid anything from Trunks. "And she didn't seem to care that we're best buds or anything." Trunks chewed his lower lip thoughtfully. "Yeah, until you or I go through some emotional bullshit, have to be there for each other, and she feels jilted." It was a rather pessimistic prediction, but completely feasible. Ever other chick had gotten jealous or weirded out by his and Goten's deep bond. They would feel threatened, and like a red herring. Their girlfriend's disapproval only made it blatantly obvious how wrong these girls were for the Demi-Saiyajin duo. "But she knows about our past. About our dads. About why we're so fucked." Goten protested. He was more often the optimist out of the two of them, though he could fall into his own depressions that last for days, sometimes weeks. But right now he was too excited at the prospect of a sexy female like Maror fitting into his and Trunks' lifestyle to even consider a negative outcome. "Something tells me she's fucked too," Trunks murmured aloud. Goten paused, taking in Trunks' voiced observation. Maror, fucked up too. But Krillin was such a loving father, though a bit goofy. And Ju Hachigu, despite being an android, obviously loved her daughter as well. What could have happened to her to make her fucked? "How do you?" Trunks took a large swig of his drink. "I don't know exactly how I know. I just do. She should probably be coming out of the bathroom soon. Why don't you bring her the drink you made her and guide her back out here?" He gave his friend a nudge in the direction of the house. Trunks was completely supportive of Goten's success when it came to pulling a chick. There really was no jealousy between the two of them. They cared for one another too much to tolerate jealousy in their relationship. Goten gave Trunks his winning son smile. "Okay." He entered the house, leaving Trunks under the shade near the wet bar. The cool air conditioning greeted him, and he almost felt a chill from it. It even took a split second for his eyes to adjust from the bright sunlight to the dim household. His delicate Saiyajin hearing picked up the sound of running water from the guest bathroom, and he took up position in the hall as if waiting patiently for his turn, though her drink he made her was still in hand. The door opened soon enough, and he observed the daughter of Ju Hachigu and Krillin leave the bathroom, but her demeanor was entirely different from the flirtatious, coy persona she presented outside. This Maror was alert, her defenses up, seemingly ready for any sort of enemy to present itself. He instinctually didn't move, sensing that it would be better for her to see him first than for him to startle her. She saw him, registered the drink in hand, and her demeanor changed once again. She was no longer tense, and strode to him, a smile on face. "Thanks for the drink, Goten." Her tone was warm. But between his and Trunks' conversation, and Maror's obvious wariness, Goten was convinced something was up. Maybe Maror really was fucked, just like Trunks said. Her hand rested on his forearm, and he felt a chill. What had happened to her? "Hey Maror," he kept his voice soft and soothing, "can we sit and talk? Catch up on everything? It's been, 5 years since we've really seen one another?" His now free hand, since Maror had taken her drink, rose to rest on her cheek. Her skin was warm beneath his fingertips, and he wondered if the rest of her skin would feel that way against his own. She blinked, and arched a brow to cover her surprise with query. "Don't you want to sit and drink outside with Trunks? One tea at both." He removed his hand from her face to cross his arms. Bother him that I'm in here, flirting with you while he was just doing the same before me? He shocked her, and as emotionally intelligent as Goten was, he wanted to get to the bottom of this. The better he and Trunks could understand Maror would be the better she could under them in return. She was already playing this dangerous game, and it was probably fair to let her know the true stakes. She was a family friend, after all. Trunks isn't jealous of anything he or I do with whatever girl catches our fancy. Her brows furrowed to a cool scowl. "I'm not going to play the girl between you guys game to make either of you jealous," she told him flatly. She leaned against the wall, and her new demeanor radiated cool as a cucumber. He blinked. She obviously wasn't going through the jealousy route. If she were, she'd be trying to cover it up or make excuses instead of address it directly. "So what do you want?" He parried back, curious. Did she have some sort of motive in coming to this party? She scowled. "I'm not telling you anything. You and Trunks haven't ever made the effort to be my friend while you still believed I was a scrawny teenager. Now that you've seen me for your own eyes, you both are being sweet in an attempt to see who gets at me first. Don't think you're going to conquer the virgin maiden." He blinked. Wow. She was just as astute as Trunks and himself when it came to people and their intent. It was true, he and Trunks had both enjoyed the eyeful they'd gotten and were both interested in sleeping with her. But that wasn't just it. They also wanted to know if perhaps she was the female that could match them and their needs. An added bonus would be that they, too, could match the female's needs. And if Maror was fucked, the three of them could get along nicely. "It's not a game to see who gets you first," he told her earnestly. She wasn't an object to be used, they wanted her to be the girl they could trust to let into their lives. She snorted. "I find it hard to believe, Goten. You and Trunks have been frat boy bachelors for the better part of a decade. Why wouldn't I come to the conclusion that you both want to bed me because of some silly He-Man game?" She had effectively turned him from offensive to defensive. Tuche. Goten looked about the hallway. It had always carried sounds from the socials areas to the more private areas, and he didn't want anything that was said between them to be overheard. "I'll explain it to you if we can go somewhere more private." She wasn't afraid of anything he'd try if they went somewhere private. Besides, she maneuvered her way around Roshi enough to be confident in her abilities. "Fine. I'm following you." Goten wondered briefly if he should get Trunks to join the conversation, but if Maror was willing to listen, he didn't want to sabotage that. He led her to the den, which wasn't likely to be occupied or checked upon. And Trunks would probably include himself where it was appropriate. He'd know something was up if he and Maror were gone long enough. Goten took a seat into the plush sectional and observed the pretty girl as she sat a few cushions away from him, setting her drink on the floor. She obviously figured now wouldn't be the best time to drink. So long story short, Trunks has issues from his family's bullshit, and I have some big time fuck ups going on in mine, as you already know. We're both fucked. We just can't function easily in society, or with our parents' expectations. The only thing that helps either of us is the help of the other. But everyone else seems to have a problem with it, and the general census is that we're closeted gay lovers. We're both straight, we both love chicks, but they don't like our close friendship. So our dilemma is that no girl fits into our lifestyle. Maror remained silent, taking it in, and gave no reaction in blissful comparison the adverse one. Goten didn't press her, allowing her to compute everything he told her. It was a lot to process. I get you guys on how hard it is to function when your childhood was too fucked to let you. Her tone was soft, almost morose. Goten bit his lip, dare he ask. His own past wasn't pleasant, and obviously hers hadn't been either. But would she tell him? What happened? Both heads turned to the doorway to the den, where Trunks stood, arms crossed, as he regarded the pretty blonde seriously. His Saiyajin hearing had picked up Goten and Maror's conversation from down the hall, so he knew where this was headed. Maror's spine straightened. I don't have to answer to either of you. She was feeling caged, backed up against a wall. Goten shoot Trunks a warning look. If he pressed it too far, she could bolt, potentially never to come near them again. We're not asshole grown-ups making you explain yourself. We're allies who can help you if you tell us how. He explained gently. He was softer, where Trunks was more harsh. Almost like the good cop, bad cop, but more in a counseling sense. I'm being intense, because if someone hurt you, Goten and I will kill him. Trunks added, walking into the room to sit beside Goten. He clapped his companion on the shoulder affectionately, and they turned to gaze upon the desperate girl before them. Maror hugged herself protectively. Why would you guys do anything for me? Her voice wavered, and she cringed. She was becoming like a child instead of the sexy woman she was. Or at least strove to be. Goten's features softened. Because we need your help as much as you'd need ours. We're fucked too, remember? Maror's features crumbled and she covered her face with her hands. I came here today to run away. I've saved money, and I'm going to become a dancer in the city and survive. I can't live there anymore. It'll kill me. She blurted it, her voice cracking. They both joined her, Demi-Saiyajin on either side, and she felt safer than she had in years. What happened, Maror? Trunks pressed. She had to tell them so they could understand. She trembled in their arms, sobs racking her frame. Goten and Trunks exchanged glances over the tow-headed teenager. We won't tell anyone. It's your story to tell. Goten reassured. The dam broke. No other soul in existence other than Roshi and herself knew these dark truths. And now she couldn't stop herself from telling them. No longer could she refrain from carrying the burden alone. It was Roshi. He began molesting me when I was 13. It quickly escalated to rape. He'd do it whenever my parents came house to go to the mainland. She dissolved into her tears once more, for this had broken her beyond repair. Trunks barely kept his key level. Fucking asshole pervert. He swore vehemently. 13 was too young. What a lecherous pedophile. And suddenly another thought occurred to him, regarding his own mother and Roshi. She'd been 16 when she met Roshi, and he'd been a pervert then. But now wasn't the time to address those issues. He needed to be with Goten in helping Maror. But his mother, able to handle the post-traumatic stress of his father, obviously had issues of her own. Ones that hadn't been dealt with ever, to Trunks' knowledge. But Goten's voice centered his thoughts again. We're sorry that happened to you. It wasn't right. Had we known anything at all, we would have protected you. The sympathy was apparent on Goten's expression and Maror knew he meant it. I never told anyone. Tears trailed down her face and she grimaced as the wave of emotional pain rolled over her once again. It was always the same, always deep, heavy, suffocating. I was so scared. And I know it was wrong, and that's why I'm leaving. I can't be there. He's sick, and his sickness infected me, and I need to be alone, away from him, from them. Goten stroked Maror's arm tenderly. You don't have to run away. You could come and stay with Trunks and I. The dancing would be a great way to provide for yourself, but Trunks and I could help you. It wouldn't be good for you to be alone either. Maror was struck by something suddenly. She did know these men, for despite their hard childhoods, they were still the sweet and caring boys they had been when they were all young. When she was 5 and they teased her mercilessly, only to include her in on their silly little games. When she wanted to play, and they endured a tea game at the Kame house. Even when she was the awkward teenager, they were still polite and kind to her. She could trust them, but something inside of herself insisted that she go it alone. That she couldn't accept their charity or that of anyone else. That she would be manipulated somehow, hurt somehow. But these weren't rational fears, right? That's a huge offer. She trailed off weakly, feeling lost. What had just happened? She had plans of effectively escaping and going it alone, but she hadn't banked on Trunks and Goten intruding in on her plans, least of all wanting to help her. She never conceived that she would have any assistance. Trunks had taken up stroking Maror's back in soothing circles. I agree with Goten. If you danced and lived alone, you'd be susceptible to a lot of danger, both in and outside of the club. We want to try to keep you from dancing, if that is something you want to do, but at least let one of us accompany you to the club and make sure you're safe. And you don't have to stay with us permanently if you don't want to. But at least stay until you've got some savings and we'll know you're okay. She couldn't believe this was happening. Seriously? They nodded in unison, without checking for the other's certainty. It was the real deal, she marveled. If I come to stay, I don't want anyone to know I'm with you. There had to be some sort of rules, right? Might as well get everything out now. We'll agree not to tell anyone you're staying with us if you promise to keep your parents in the loop that you're okay. The entire family would freak if you went AWOL. Goten compromised. Not just that, Trunks piped up, but what about Roshi? Personally, I want to kill him, but at the very least he needs to go to prison. He's a pedophile. And if it would give his own mother some peace of mind, all the better. Maror cringed. I can't just not yet. She barely managed. Goten sighed softly. Okay, another condition then, for you to come live with us. You have to tell your family what happened to you, and we have to try to get justice in an appropriate manner. He shot a knowing look at Trunks. It doesn't have to be right away, but eventually, once you've had enough time to spread out, heal. Maror bit her lip. If she didn't want to tell anyone and they forced her to, they had already vowed that they wouldn't speak for her. So she could move out, fend for herself at that point, if they pushed her too far. As much as they were all family friends, she still didn't know the men that they had become too well. Nor did they know her. Maybe they wouldn't want her around after a month or two. And what about the sexual tension that was between them all? She was as attracted to them as they were her. How would that work out? I know this is all happening fast. Believe me, Goten and I had no idea we'd be saving a damsel in distress, but we're totally down if you are. No pressure, no expectation. Just come stay with us, spread out, and heal. She was convinced. Okay, let us give this a try. Trunks and Goten exchanged a grin, and Trunks stood, gaining the other two's attention. So, obviously you have your stuff with you if you were splitting on your family. He chewed his lip thoughtfully and continued talking aloud, as if verbally planning their new outcome. We need to get you to our apartment without arousing suspicion. This whole party has everyone here at once. Damn, girl, you planned a near impossible escape. A small smile quirked at her lips. I was just going to slip out the front door while everyone was outside. Goten laughed. Well, maybe we should just tell everyone you and Trunks fell madly in love just now and want to shack up. They all chuckled, but each considered the potential. It wouldn't necessarily turn out well in the long run, then the family will be all over us. Cute, but not so great an idea. Trunks answered seriously, giving voice to their simultaneous doubts. Any announced romances would send their families into a riot. And probably extensive wedding planning. You're right. Goten conceded. Well, Trunks, fake not feeling well and go home. I'll stay a bit longer, since it's my graduation party, and then I'll bail early to come check on you. It was probably the best suggestion out of all of them. And the most plausible. Trunks nodded. Okay, tell everyone I ate something bad and took myself home. He extended his hand to Maror. She took it, and he pulled her from the couch. You're riding shotgun, sweet pea. Goten rose from the couch and pulled them into a hug. See you guys when I get home. The warmth in his tone was unmistakable. Though everything had happened fast, he found himself pleased with the sudden change of things. Despite the bleak situation, Maror grinned. Okay, Trunks exchanged a quick hand clasp with Goten before escorting Maror out of the den and down the hall. We've got to move fast so no one catches us leaving together. And when our families inevitably call us tonight, freaking out about where you are, you need to call your family and tell them you're staying in the city. You don't need to disclose any information or explain anything to them just yet until later. She was practically jogging to keep pace with his quick stride. She didn't know the maze of CC well, and so she was lost. All right. She really couldn't do much else but agree, for she had agreed to place her fate in their hands. She'd have to trust them to do right by her. He entered the laboratory part of Capsule Corp, and then they were in some sort of break area. Was this the working space for Capsule Corporation employees? We'll use the personnel exit, since it's not visible from the backyard or my father's training area. He explained at her confusion, opening a heavy door to the outside. They squinted under the bright glare of the sun, and she realized that barely any time had passed since she and her family had arrived. Luckily, everyone will be distracted by the party, so they won't notice you gone for some time. He took her in his arms unexpectedly, but she was still astonished, and so it didn't faze her nearly as much as the epiphany that she was going to be living with him and Goten. He jumped off the ground, blasting like a rocket quickly into the clouds where they wouldn't be visible. The music would be loud enough to cover the noise of their quick shot into the air, and everyone would be drinking and socializing, not paying attention to the sky. He was relying on their family's predictability. Maror remained silent for the entire flight, short though it was, to his and Goten's apartment. Trunks wondered what she was thinking, because everything had happened really fast. But strangely, this all made sense, and apparently it made sense to Goten as well. The Demi-Saiyajin prince touched down on the roof of his apartment building and let blonde-haired beauty down to her feet. She looked at him wonderingly. That was amazing, she remarked. He smiled. I'll take you flying whenever you want. But they couldn't dally on the roof like this. He and Goten had already garnered a bit of attention over their flight schedules. They entered the stairwell that led down into the belly of the building. Our apartment isn't huge, but it's definitely generously sized. We have 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. And it's actually our condo, but I guess we refer to it as an apartment out of weird habit. She tried to keep her features controlled. Trunks and Goten probably lived much better than she ever expected she would on her own, especially in the beginning of her intended journey. He entered the floor level that was presumably his, and he strode to a specific door. We're the 20th floor, apartment number 2011. He pressed the key code to the door and opened it. Our password in the number keys for DBZ'd. She had been admiring the lavish hallway carpeting and the wood trim, but Trunks and Goten's apartment was even more impressive. It was definitely a bachelor pad, with little thought to decoration, and was quite sterile in its contemporary nature. Wooden tables and a leather sectional graced the living area, and Maror could see cold steel appliances and marble countertops in the kitchen from where she stood. There weren't many little nostalgic touches either. Hardly any family pictures graced the bachelor abode, but she would be safe here, at least for some time, and it mattered not. It was upscale, clean, orderly, and that was all that mattered. It was heaven to her. Never had she imagined such an opportunity. She turned to Trunks. It's perfect, he softened then, all business of getting her there safely now concluded. He closed the door behind them and took her into his arms. You'll be safe here, I promise you. No matter what ultimately happens, just know that when you're here, Goten and I are here for you. He felt somewhat overwhelmed himself by all of this, and knew she did too. But he had to tell her this much. She returned the hug, enjoying it much more than she probably should, given the circumstances. Thank you. So much. This is just, thank you. She didn't know how to put to words yet how much this all meant. How relieved she was that she wouldn't be alone. At least not right now. He withdrew from the hug to look at her. Her eyes were large and blue, her nose little and dainty, her lips like a small rosebud. She was quite pretty, and he knew it would be hard as hell to keep from initiating contact with her. She was too delectable to keep his hands off, but if he didn't control himself he'd be no better than Roshi. She felt the rush of arousal as well as he looked through her, into her. His tan-skinned, his chiseled features, his aquamarine eyes, his lavender strands of silky hair falling perfectly into his face. He was like a heartthrob right out of a teen magazine. But she wasn't a young girl anymore, she was a woman. And had to behave as such. Especially now that she would be living with them. She had to discipline her desires, didn't she? Trunks opened his mouth to speak. I'm going to show you the guest room. Before I kiss you crazy, he added inwardly. This woman-child was too alluring. It would probably be better if he didn't show her his master bedroom. She followed, taking note of the condo's layout. It wasn't huge, but it was comfortably roomy. They had an expansive living room, a dining area, a full kitchen, and from what Trunks had told her, 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. He led her to what she presumed was her room and looked about it. The walls were painted an ugly sort of grey-beige, but that color had been rather savvy last season, if she remembered correctly. A small queen-sized bed, with a matching dresser and bedstand, were the only objects in the room. He looked at her, as if seeking approval. Will this be okay? He secretly wanted Maro to like his and Goten's home. They'd done their best in making it a home, and if Maro didn't like it she'd be less inclined to stay. It's great. Really? She reassured him, smiling as she took it all in. It was better than she had back at home anyway. New walls meant old memories couldn't haunt you. Or not quite so bad, right? In all honesty, this was more than she could ever ask for. The lavender-haired demi-Saiyajin kept a small distance between the two of them, for even her body heat was driving him crazy. Don't worry about rent or anything. Although, if you're a good cook, you're hired. I fold mean laundry. She offered, a grin tugging at her lips. Despite the heavy emotional wounds brought to light, she felt better just being with him. His brusque nature suited her, made her feel sane with his crisp view on reality. He leaned against the wall suavely, and she ran her eyes over his body appreciatively. Not even desserts or pastries, really? Trunks questioned skeptically. He had been secretly hoping that Maro possessed culinary talents, since he and Goten were so lacking in that department. But even if she couldn't he found he wouldn't mind. His mother hadn't been much of a cook either, so his expectations were low to begin with. Goten could probably lay claim to a pickier palate. She laughed. Okay, I'll tell, I can cook. And I'll cook whenever I can, I promise. But she knew she had to get herself to the nearest lingerie shop and prepare for her imminent audition as a dancer. And if the cabarets and clubs she auditioned at hired her, she'd probably be working relentlessly just to get a hang of the game. Would she have time to cook, especially the enormous amount she'd have to whip up for 2 hungry demi-Saiyajin? She felt a streak of guilt. Goten and Trunks were going out of their way for her, and here she was debating whether she'd be having time to do the considerate act of cooking them sweets. Trunks grinned at the prospect of pastries. He had quite the sweet tooth, and Goten wasn't opposed to snacks either. I'll give you the household expenses bank card. Goten and I have our own copies, and whatever you need for the household or yourself, just use it, okay? We have a grocer deliver twice a week, so anything you want, add it to the digital list on the console in the kitchen. Maro arched a brow. She knew Goten had just graduated university, hence the party that they all met at, but she didn't know if he worked or not. Was Trunks actually paying for everything Goten needed? She was struck by how unselfish Trunks was with his vast wealth and how deep his and Goten's friendship seemed to go. They really were an inseparable pair, but Trunks being willing to pay for everything she needed, she wasn't sure if it was appropriate to accept his generosity when he was already putting an unlimited roof over her head. And she was determined to be a self-sufficient erotic entertainer. Soon enough she'd have money of her own, and probably a good amount of it. I can't let you pay for everything, Trunks. She protested gently. The Capsule Corp sighed. At least let me help until you get the hang of dancing, okay? She sighed softly, hugging herself. I vowed to myself that I would be independent. She argued. As much as Trunks seemed to be the Prince Charming, which he was on both accounts of his father's blood and his mother's corporation, this was not a fairy tale, and she wasn't a princess or a damsel in distress. She was too damaged at this point to even dream of Trunks whisking her off of her feet. He couldn't not touch her, not when she was so fiercely determined and strong. He stepped to her, studying the glimmering resolve in her eyes. His hand rose, stroking her prominent cheekbone. I know you weren't expecting anyone's help once you made your getaway, and I know you're not here to exploit me. I just want to help you, Maror. He softened his voice to an almost nurturing tone. He didn't know the woman she'd become, but he knew the pure heart of the little girl he'd grown up with. And the woman she was now, who she had displayed herself as, was one worthy of his respect. She didn't like her lot in life, and she sought to change it. She just didn't plan for two demi-Saiyajin whose needs were as great as her own. She softened at his tone and his touch. Okay. She relented, rested her cheek into his palm. His free hand pulled her closer, and her head tipped back, her lips barely a breath away from his. I'll also admit I'm finding you quite irresistible. He murmured against her mouth, their lips grazing, sending electric volts coursing between the two of them. He kissed the corner of her mouth as she had to him earlier this afternoon. But I know you're hurt, and I don't want to add to that hurt. He did want to be a gentleman, and if Maror was going to be living here, he didn't want her to feel pressure or anything unsavory. I'm a big girl. I can handle the advances of a half-Saiyajin hunk. She whispered, leaning in to kiss him. Her arms came to wrap about his shoulders, and he pulled her close. His lips were soft and warm over hers, and she felt a thrill rush through her as his tongue quested at her lips. Maror thrust her tongue to meet his, and smiled at the taste the last of whatever sweet mixed drink Trunks had imbibed. He groaned, his hands roaming over Maror's back to rest on her denim-clad rear. Her shorts were so short his fingertips brushed over the tops of her toned thighs. Fucking sexy, he murmured against her lips. Her moaned softly as he gripped her rear and he pressed her to the wall of the bedroom that was to be hers now. Their eyes locked and she smirked at his aggressive move. Kiss me, she demanded. She was not a shy girl since she'd been subjected to Roshi's perversions, so now that she'd come across a man she was attracted to, she had no reservations about getting horizontal immediately. She longed for intimate pleasure, to be held by someone she wanted as badly as they wanted her. Trunks was not a bad candidate. He obliged to her bidding, lacking reserve himself. She was intoxicating to his senses and he wanted to immerse himself in her. He deepened the kiss and his hand snaked up her shirt. Her swimsuit, intended for the pool party, was underneath her tank and he groaned with disappointment. She laughed, pulling her shirt over her head. He smirked, shedding his own guinea tea, and shivered as their warm skin connected. Her soft curves and his rippling abs mingled nicely. Exquisite body, Maror complimented as she ran her hands over the tanned expanse of his skin. Her commendation gave him pause and he studied her, looking for any hesitation or fear. But she seemed entirely okay with getting intimate fast. Perhaps they would be going too fast? She was 18, he was 23, and they were both legal and consenting. There really wasn't a problem, but she caught his hesitation. What is it? She queried. Trunks had just been all about getting frisky, and now he was balking? He blinked, his hands that had encircled her waist resuming their caressing movements. I know you're okay with this, but I just want to be careful. He leaned in to kiss her gently, his fingers trailing over the soft cuts of her abdomen. His pinky dipped into her navel and she quivered beneath him. Well, you are significantly stronger than me, she whispered teasingly, her lips trailing over his ear, his neck. He shuddered, pulling her closer, though their bodies were already firmly melded together. His erection was straining against his swim trunks, and her tiny daisy dukes left little to the imagination. She ground her hips against his, eliciting a growl from his throat. There was no way she'd shy away from a stud like Trunks. A half-alien hybrid was bound to be dynamite between the sheets. I'll be gentle if you'll have me. His nose nuzzled her neck and her head tipped back to allow him access to her throat. His teeth grazed her throat and he felt the vibration of her moan with his lips. I'll have you, though I'd rather we share than have. And gentleness isn't of the utmost concern. She acceded. Trunks still had her pressed against the wall and she yearned for him to take her to the bed and ravish her. As if reading her mind, he gathered her in his arms and dropped her rather gently onto the queen-sized bed. He quickly covered her body with his, their legs tangling. He murmured her name as he kissed her, untying the strings of her bikini with finesse. She grinned as he tossed the pink triangle top aside, and her breasts were bared. Trunks' expression was appreciative as he drank her in. Gorgeous, he remarked as he lowered his head to lavish her breasts with attention. She moaned softly, back arching at his ministrations. His touch made her shiver with delight. Trunks, she breathed his name, a torturous ache taking up residence between her thighs. She had longed for a man's caress for so long now. He kissed a trail down her stomach and she squirmed beneath him. Her stomach was flat, taut with rippling abdominals. He looked to her for approval when he came down to the clasp of her denim shorts. Yes. Please, she said as she tangled her fingers in his lavender hair. He unfastened her shorts, dragging them, along with her pink bikini bottoms, down her hips and legs. He tossed them aside and promptly forgot them, eager to feast his eyes upon her nudity. She was not shy like some girls were, open to his assessment. He admired how she had groomed herself to be bare with the exception of one little trimmed strip of blonde hair. He absently thought that she would bank if she danced nude, for her womanhood was tantalizing. Beautiful, he commented, situating his head between her thighs. A sultry smile graced her lips, and her hands resumed their coursing through his hair. He didn't hold back, using every trick he'd learned to please a woman on Maror. Soon she was shuddering beneath him, moaning his name as his fingers and mouth worked her over. Oh, Trunks, I'm. She bit back a cry as she trembled beneath him. The first orgasm she'd ever had where she didn't feel disgusting and lewd. He drank the flow that followed, eager to taste her, smell her, immerse himself in her femininity. This was where he felt the most adept, the most confident, the most sane. She fell back against the pillows that decorated the bed, attempting to catch her breath. Felt so good. She managed. More? He gazed up at her, taking in her flushed face, her relaxed expression. She was lovely. He wanted to savor her like one would an aged bottle of Cabernet. She nodded. He continued. She came again, quicker than the first, and cried in unexpected joy as he wrenched a third from her quivering body. Gods, please, take me. I need you. She wrenched him up to her, desperately locking lips with him, her tongue exploring every cavity of his mouth. He shimmied out of his swim trunks before she could blink and joined her, laying by her side. He was painfully erect, and she took his muscled form in. Though he hadn't been keeping up on his training vigilantly, he still made effort to stay in shape. His tan skin gleamed with sweat from the ministrations to please her and probably from the desire that had been raging through him since they'd met that day. She kissed him again, pulling him atop of her, but he flipped them so she was the one who was on top, straddling him. His cock brushed against her core and she groaned. Ride me, babe. He encouraged. He wanted her to have the full control. He could take the reins later. She nodded eagerly and poised herself above him. They locked eyes, aquamarine clashing together. He resisted the urge to buck his hips, and she instead sank down onto him. Trunks hissed in pleasure. She was like a satin vice, and he found himself close to coming already. Do it, Maror. Come for me. He urged. She leaned down to kiss him, and her hips rotated and rocked in a dizzying motion. He gripped her hips, admiring her gentle, sloping hourglass shape. She was certainly athletic, with curves where a woman should have them. She gasped, shuddering over him, her walls constricting as she came once more. Trunks' hands cupped her breasts, gently rolling her nipples. He appreciated how responsive she was. They developed a rhythm which sent her spiraling into pleasure. He grit his teeth. This woman's south eagerness was close to driving him over the edge himself. I'm close, he warned her. It had been a while since he'd bedded a vixen like this. Her complete open and eager wantonness was overwhelming him. She rolled them, and he followed, pressing her down to the bed. She engaged him in another deep kiss, her legs locked around his hips to keep him from thrusting. Not yet. Maror bit his ear and he bucked in reply, his cock striking deep within her. Pin me down and fuck me hard. She commanded. Dirty talk was one of his weaknesses. His hands gripped her respective legs, pinning them back so that she was nearly forced into a split. She was wide open for him, and he thrust his hips, ramming into her. The short time she spent kissing him had calmed him down some, and he was ready to give her whatever she wanted. As long as she kept that beautiful pussy coming for him, he'd do anything. She reached between her legs, rubbing herself, as he pinned her and fucked her. Maror screamed as she came and Trunks grinned. He was unrelenting with his strong thrusts, and she found her orgasm connecting to the next almost seamlessly. Trunks, oh yes. Her eyes remained locked on his, that the energy surge between them was palpable, and it sent him over the edge. Trunks hurriedly pulled out. Shit. Shit. He cursed, stroking himself as he too came. She smirked, leaning up to take him in her mouth. He cried out like a man wounded as she took every drop, and he barely avoided collapsing atop her. He found himself trembling, barely able to lace a coherent thought together. She lay beside him, catching her breath, her own nerves more shaky than she'd ever experienced before. I've never before that was thank you. She didn't know what to say, how to tell him that despite how crazy everything was, this intimate encounter made sense. So I didn't come too soon? He finally asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. She grinned, leaning in to kiss him, nuzzling her nose against his. Not at all. I came so much. She kissed him against, resting her head on the pillow beside him. His hands traced over her side lazily. That was amazing. He commented thoughtfully. Not many women had a passion to meet his own, nor were they that flexible. She had been quite the treat, and he hoped that this wouldn't be isolated to only one incident. Thank you. Her fingers linked with his own. They lay there for a few moments in sleepy, comfortable silence. Then Trunks raised his head, a look of concentration on his face. Goku'S on his way home. He announced softly. She blinked. Is he going to be hurt that way? No. Trunks cut her off before she could even finish her question. We're not jealous like that. Whatever happens between you and me is on you and me. Whatever happens between you and Goten is on you guys. He closed his eyes once more, not perturbed by the situation in the slightest. I see. She trailed off, unsure. Was this some sort of test, or just was it the truth? They really had no reason to lie about it, for she would be able to tell if jealousy arose. Maybe they were open to her forming a relationship with the both of them. And if they were both happy to share her, would they literally share her? A miniature trios with two Saiyajin hotties? That would be an opportunity she would not be able to turn down. So we're all open to whatever, as long as we're all honest with each other and give each other the benefit of the doubt, it'll be okay, right? He queried, cracking an open to gauge her reaction. He and Goten could still pursue other girls if they wanted, though he'd completely forgotten about any of his recent pursuits now that he'd been with Maror. He was even ready for another round, if she was. Yeah. An open relationship would be best. She wasn't really the jealous type either, and her options would be open for other men. She'd actually get to play the field and have the sexual escapades that she wanted. She was actually rather excited about the prospect of living the fast life, dancing, enjoying herself. She'd been imprisoned for so long. He leaned over and kissed her before rolling out of bed. Do you need anything? She furrowed her brow thoughtfully. Not at the moment. She felt tired suddenly and peeled back the covers to snuggle underneath them. The sheets were silky against her naked skin and she sighed in pleasure. He grinned as he kicked their collective clothing into a small pile by the closet. I'm gonna throw some dinner together. Do you want me to wake you when it's done and Goku'S here? She nodded sleepily. Yes. Her brain was already shutting down, exhausted from the day. But she had to tell him before she fell asleep. Hey Trunks. Her voice was small, almost like a child's, in her fatigue. He reached to flick the light switch off but paused to look back at her. Yeah, thanks for everything. She looked so small, nestled under the covers, and he felt the sudden urge to keep her safe, here, with him for longer than she probably intended. No problem, babe. Rest well. He turned the light switch off and closed the door to give her complete quiet. He felt her key calm into a state of unconsciousness almost immediately. Trunks leaned against the wall, still completely nude from his romp with the daughter of Krillin and Juhachigu, and stood in silence for a moment. In only a few short hours his life had done a complete 180, at least on the more personal side of things. He and Goten, together, had agreed to pull Maror under their protective wing. And now things had just been complicated further by his bedding of her. It wasn't just a conquest, he knew that much, but he didn't know what was going to happen now. Trunks shook his head, trekking to his bedroom to find a pair of lounge pants. He had a dinner to start and Goten was going to be home any time now. Once he and Goten got to talking, they'd figure out what to do next. Ura Briefs had always been a curious child, and she hadn't yet shed her juvenile habit of putting her nose where it didn't belong. She was still 9, after all. The Saiyajin princess was also quite observant when it concerned the biggest crush of her life, son Goten. She watched him from the corner of her eye for the entire duration of the party. But once Maror showed up, everything had changed. Being the aforementioned curious girl, she had to find out where Goten had gone for so long. Maror was missing too, and Bura secretly feared the worst. Had Goten fallen to Maror's sexy seduction? Bura had studied Maror when she arrived, newly 18 and looking very much a woman. Bura hid her envious streak well. She knew it was only a matter of time until she grew up into the woman that son Goten would fall in love with, but Maror was indeed beautiful. It was definitely a disadvantage to be 13 years younger than the love of your life. She remained in the pool, keeping up the guise of enjoying the pool time with her best friend Pan. Pan wasn't oblivious to Maror's arrival either, nor did she fail to notice Trunks' interest in the blonde bombshell. But Pan typically would brood over her similar situation of being in love with a man who also had 13, almost 14, years on her instead of taking any action. Though there wasn't much to be done until either of them were of age. Bura saw Pan watching her older brother, and they observed as the vice president of Capsule Corp also entered the building to escape the heat. Now Maror, Goten, and Trunks were all missing. Bura turned to Pan. Do you think she's going to play off of them both to see who she's going to be with? Pan's expression turned serious, and she kept up with the splashing of the pool water to dim their voices. If either of their respective parents overheard what they were talking about, it would lead to awkward conversation later. She's all sexed up, so probably. It occurred to neither how odd this conversation was, let alone the maturity with which they grasped the situation. Bura chewed her lip pensively. This can't be good. One of us is going to lose out. The future she envisioned with Goten already seemed to be wavering from Maror's appearance alone. She had a bad feeling. Would she ever get to be with Goten? Pan scowled softly as she tread water. Why can't we just grab the Dragon Balls and wish to be older? It could solve all of their problems, and she was irked that she hadn't thought of it sooner. Bura splashed her. We're still not grown up enough to attract them anyway. It's not just the physicalities. Though Pan was smart, she sometimes lacked objective observation. And Bura, wanting to become a scientist just like her mother, knew the objective was the best point of view to regard the world with. Pan sighed impatiently. Should we go and interrupt them? The Demi-Saiyajin princess paddled to the side of the pool and latched onto the edge. They'll just see us as annoying kids, and that could further ruin our chances. The granddaughter of Son Goku had followed her friend to the side of the pool and nodded. You're right. But spying isn't out of lines, is it? In unison a mischievous smirk came over their faces. Well, if we don't get caught, the younger of the two trailed off. Pan hopped out of the pool and extended her hand to the princess of all Saiyajin. I'll go round to the front and infiltrate. Take the back. They shared a giggle before separating. The two Saiyajin females were officially on a mission. Goten smirked as he left the den. He had no doubt that Trunks would get Maror to their apartment safely. He just had to tell everyone Trunks went home sick, act natural amongst his family for an hour or two longer, and then head back to Trunks and Maror. And then what happened next? Well, his imagination had quite a few scenarios available for immediate review. He was so lost in thought that he didn't even realize that Bura was standing at the end of hall until he was just a few feet from her. "Oh, hey B-chan." He greeted affectionately, placing a hand atop her blue tresses. She looked up to him, her features twisted into confusion and shock. It suddenly occurred to Goten that though Bura didn't often display the physical power that a Saiyajin possessed, she still had full access to other attributes, such as the sensitive hearing. So, the question now was, how much had she heard of the conversation he, Trunks, and Maror shared in the den? Her face twisted, and she looked as if she was going to burst into tears. He knelt before her. "B-chan, you and Trunks are bringing Maror home?" Her voice wavered and he grimaced. Their whole plan was about to go down the toilet unless he acted fast. He kept his voice soothing and low. "A bad man hurt Maror, so she'll be staying with us for a while. But she's scared of the bad man, so we're going to keep this a secret for now. Trunks and I are going to keep her safe." It was the truth, albeit a sugar-coated one, so his conscience felt clear enough. Though he knew Trunks' little sister was very intelligent, there were certain details that just weren't for her to know at this present time. She processed what he told her, her little face furrowed into a pensive expression. "But won't Maror's parents be upset if she goes missing?" she finally asked. Goten was blown away by how emotionally intelligent this little girl was. She would be quite the handful as she came of age. Vegeta would certainly have a lot to worry about regarding this precocious child. Maror's parents don't know what happened to Maror. So right now Maror needs to be in a safe place until she is ready to tell them. She'll call them tonight to let them know she is safe, he assured her. His nerves were trembling. How could he prevent this girl from informing everyone at the party of this subterfuge? She hugged him then, burying her face into his shirt. "Okay. I won't say anything, Goten-kun." She agreed, her voice muffled into his chest. It killed her that both Trunks and Goten would be doting on Maror, but if this made Goten happy then she couldn't go and spoil it. Bura didn't want Goten to think she was a spoiled, selfish brat. Goten held her close, stuck by how good it felt to have a small child show you unconditional love. "Thanks, Bura. I knew I could count on you." His praise gave her hope, and she reluctantly withdrew from his warm embrace. "I guess you better go tell everyone that Trunks doesn't feel good." No matter what, she had to maintain her composure. She had to be the graceful lady that could eventually win Goten's heart. Goten hid his shock well, but he now knew that Bura had heard even more than he originally thought. "You're right." He pressed a kiss to her forehead and stood. She seemed so small, so vulnerable. "I owe you big time, B-chan." She smiled weakly, and he patted her on the head before going off to complete their mission. Bura sighed, watching the love of life leave, and couldn't help but feel that she was going to lose him forever. "Goodbye, Goten," she murmured softly. She was only 9, and already her heart was broken. Pan snuck around Capsule Corp and found herself face to face with the gravity dome. Vegeta hadn't been at the party, and the dome was alight with activity, so it was safe to assume that Trunks' father hadn't deviated from his usual routine. She was curious to spy on Trunks and company, but she always wanted to see Vegeta-san train. Since her grandfather had left to train UUB, she really hadn't had much sparring interaction. 5 years was a long time to stagnate. She was torn. Should she find Trunks? Or peek into the gravity room and watch Vegeta in the small chance that she could learn a new technique from observation alone? She frowned, refraining from slapping herself. Bura was counting on her to collect intel. If Bura couldn't find them, and Pan was training with Vegeta, she'd probably be quite angry at the lost opportunity to find out what was going on. But the choice was made for her when the gravity room opened and the Prince of all Saiyajin stepped out. She froze. "Busted, brat, you don't belong here," he informed her disdainfully, arms crossing in his customary disgruntled pose. She stood tall, refusing to be intimidated by the prince of her grandfather's people. Grandpa Goku could defeat Vegeta on any day of the week. She didn't need to explain herself to him, or anyone else. He scowled at her defiance. If you're going to lurk about the compound, perhaps I should pound some respect into you. His suggestion sent a thrill of anticipation racing through her. A chance to spar with Vegeta. Even if he beat her senseless, it was still a great opportunity. Okay. She agreed, dropping her defensive posture. He marched over to her, plucking her off of the ground by the straps of her bathing suit. You're not dressed, brat. He turned away from the gravity chamber and entered the house. Pan squirmed in his grasp, wondering if maybe he was going to get her in trouble with her parents for wandering around. Vegeta navigated the maze of CC effortlessly and then stopped, frowning. Just what are you and my daughter up to? He questioned, probably more aloud than to her specifically. He resumed his pace, seemingly target-locked, and when he turned the corner they came across Bura. She sat slumped against the wall in the hallway, tears trailing down her face. She noticed her father and Pan's presence immediately. Daddy! She whimpered softly. Vegeta placed Pan down as he rushed to his daughter's side. Are you hurt? His hands roamed over her, checking for any sort of injury. He kept his features schooled, though his worry was clearly evident. She shook her head, slumping into her father's body. No, her voice was small, and Vegeta frowned softly. Pan crouched beside father and daughter, concerned for her best friend. What had happened? Did she find Goten and Maror kissing? Vegeta looked between the two girls who had deflected from their normal behavior. Just what was going on? Children were beyond his comprehension, especially when they were female. He plucked them both now, a brat in either hand, and he entered the den. Tell me what is going on this instant. He ordered briskly, setting both the girls on the sectional. Pan looked away defiantly as his daughter stared at the floor. Just as his patience, already minimal, was running thin, his daughter opened her mouth to speak. Trunks, Goten, and Maror had left the party, so we wanted to see where they went. Vegeta immediately honed in on the aforementioned youth's key signatures. Goten had returned to the party in the backyard, but Trunks and Maror were together and heading in the direction of the boys' apartment. It seemed his progeny was engaging in some sort of human mating ritual with the daughter of Wee Man and the bucket of bolts. While that was fine and all, he knew both of the Demi-Saiyajin girls harbored feelings for the Demi-Saiyajin boys. It was natural, since they were all that was left of their race, to hope to be mated to one of your own. He would actually be pleased if Kakarot's brat mated with his son when she came of age, but he knew it was unlikely, given the age difference between Pan and his son. By Saiyajin standards, the gap in years was not significant, but by human standards apparently it was uncouth. It is likely that Trunks may chose this woman to be his mate. If he does not, the son boy may. His words broke through Pan's stubborn will, and now she looked as if she were going to burst into tears as well. Great, 2 crying girls. Just what he needed. Maror's going to be living with them now. Goten told me. Bura mourned aloud, more salty tears trickling down her little face. Vegeta blinked. Just what were these boys playing at? He knew Trunks and Goten had bonded as blood brothers, and though his people had very unusual mating practices, the 2 Demi-Saiyajin appeared to be following their mother's customs in courtship. Were they intending to share that female? He smirked, proud that his eldest was, for once, following Saiyajin culture and custom. If Trunks and Goten are not available to you when you come of age, you both will find mates suitable for your needs, I assure you. Oddly, he was reminded of his conversation with Kakarot from almost 5 years ago where they discussed Bura and Pan's future sexual habits. He was still quite put off even thinking of his young daughter's future puberty-induced moments. Both girls absorbed his words, but were clearly disappointed at their fairy tale bubbles being burst. I just always thought we'd be together, Pan spoke up, trailing off. Bura heaved a sigh as well, clearly agreeing with her friend's sentiments. Life seldom goes the way you'd wish, brat. Get used to it. Vegeta had lost patience for the girls sniveling. If they wanted any further nurturing, they'd have to run to their mothers. Pan scowled. Vegeta-san, you're such a jerk, he clucked patronizingly. Brat, you're treading on thin ice. He smirked, his canines bared ferociously. But it seemed not to perturb the girl, and he found that despite her emotional disposition towards his son, she was spunky otherwise. She held quite a bit of promise as a warrior. I'll fight you, Vegeta-san, I'm not scared. She stood upon the couch as she said this, her ki glowing faintly. He chuckled outwardly at this, unable to contain his mirth. Oh, that's rich. He guffawed a while longer, inciting the child's anger. Goku's granddaughter jumped off the couch, lunging towards him, and he caught her effortlessly. Her anger made her sloppy, a dire mistake for a warrior to commit. Brat, run and tell your father I will make you my pupil. He set her upon the ground, and her face broke into a look of astonishment. Really? You'll train me? She had longed for a teacher since her grandfather had disappeared. Her whole family dynamics had changed after that, revolving around recovering emotionally instead of moving forward. She'd been hindered for too long. Yes. Now run and tell your father before I change my mind. He nudged her with his foot to get her started. She ran to her friend, giving her a quick, reassuring kiss on the cheek before running off, Trunks momentarily forgotten. He looked to his daughter, who had ceased crying, but still seemed disturbed. At least Pan's friendly gesture had cheered her some. Would you want to train as well? He queried out of curiosity. She shook her head. No. I like science better. Thanks for the offer, Daddy. She scrubbed at her face tiredly. She seemed, at the moment, much older than her 9 years. I guess it just hurts my heart. Bura touched her sternum idly, his features softened. When a Saiyajin loves, he or she loves deeply, and often for life. It seems his daughter had inherited the deep well of emotion that often came with a Saiyajin's psyche. It was what kept a Saiyajin strong, no matter how dire the situation, how bleak the defeat. She smiled at this. Like you and Mom? She longed for Goten to love her like her father loved her mother. They were her ideal of a fairy tale prince and princess. But it seemed as though he might develop those deep alien feelings for Maror instead. The pang of hurt struck her again square in the heart. Vegeta nodded. Since you have never consummated your bond with Goten, the hurt will end eventually. But there will always be a section of your heart that is devoted to fond feelings for that man. He explained gently. He thought to his own son and his bond with Goten. It seemed that Pan had a close friendship with his daughter, and it would be wise for them to deepen the bond to ensure emotional support through this current ordeal. Though the Sun Girl will be excited about my training of her, she will still be hurt by Trunks' decision as well. You two are already close, and on Vegeta many female warriors would have a sworn sister whom they would share their victories and even sometimes deaths together. Bura blinked. Make Pan my blood sister? She questioned curiously. The Prince of Saiyajin grunted affirmatively. It will keep you strong when you feel your weakest. Trunks and Goten's blood bond has gotten them this far. Your close relationship with Pan will sustain you while you both experience your love aches. Kakarot's granddaughter is strong, and she possesses a spirit that is quite Saiyajin. I will make her my pupil, and she has proven her worth to be sworn sister to the Saiyajin princess. This had been the most he'd said to his daughter in quite some time, surprising even himself. Bura mulled the idea over in her head. She did love Pan, and they were best friends. They were as close as two girls could be really. They shared the same bed whenever they had a sleepover, they shared the same clothes, and would even share the same baths. And they most certainly shared all of their secrets. What do you do for your sworn sister? Allow no one to come between your bond. Hold your blood sister above all others. Never let doubt, miscommunication, or jealousy come between you. It will destroy everything. Love her as you would love yourself. Vegeta replied seriously. Bura blinked, absorbing her father's words. Thank you, Daddy. She threw her arms around him, and though intimate embraces still shocked him, he recovered quickly to return his daughter's affection. He spoke a short phrase in Saigo, the language deep and guttural. The warmth was evident in his tone as he said the term of endearment which loosely translated to my heart in her mother's native language. It meant that his daughter was as important to him as his vital organs, and in Saigo was not something said lightly. At the party no one had yet noticed the absence of Trunks or Maror, and so Goten made no mention of them. He also had to see if Bura was going to come out and tell everyone just what he and Trunks had planned. He looked about the backyard, taking note of where all the parental units were situated. His mother, Bulma, Hachigu, and Videl were still clustered together, sharing intimate secrets and laughing uproariously. His brother was sharing a beer, and probably good old times, with Krillin. Pan was nowhere to be found. Goten took his place at the bar, mixing himself another drink. His arrival was noted by the others, but they resumed their activities, too caught up with their own concerns to ask where Trunks was. He tracked Trunks' key, as he often did when they weren't together, and smirked to himself. He and Maror were practically at the apartment already. Good, he wandered over to Gohan and Krillin, figuring it was best to begin mingling before he ultimately had to leave. It was his graduation party, after all. Man, you're telling me? He blew me to smithereens. Krillin exclaimed, the memory none too fond, given the expression on his aging features. They must have been talking about their time on Namek together, for Krillin hadn't he truly fought against the evil and risked his life in years. Goten's brother shook his head, sighing. Those were some scary times. He trailed off before looking to his brother. Well, hey there, champ. Way to go, graduating college. Gohan raised his beer to clink it against Goten's mixed drink and they shared a grin. Thanks for all the support, Gohan. I couldn't have done it without all your help. Goten acknowledged softly. It was true, Gohan had spent many hours tutoring him in various subjects that he struggled with. With the basketball scholarship Goten had earned, academics weren't his forte. Krillin grinned at the camaraderie between the brothers. So you guys have been hanging in there, huh? His concern, though not necessary, was touching. Goku had been gone for over 5 years now, training UUB still. No one knew how much longer Sun Quan would remain in the reincarnated Majin-S village, but they certainly weren't holding their breath. The Sun brothers nodded in unison. Yeah, always have been, any? He nudged his younger brother affectionately. Goten really was like the son he never had, now that it was clear that he and Videl were not having any more children. He was disappointed with his wife's decision, but his investment in Goten had paid off and it was enough. Goten couldn't help but grin. Gohan was everything to him. Nothing we can't do together. He agreed aloud. Gohan was the family's rock now. Goku had long since relinquished the title. Their sentiments were interrupted as Pan ran exuberantly towards them, leaping into her father's arms. Gohan barely caught his excited daughter and almost lost his beer in the process. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. The young girl babbled incessantly. Gohan laughed, setting his daughter on the ground. What is it, Pan? His daughter was usually energetic, but he hadn't seen her this enthused in quite some time. She could barely sit still. Vegeta-san said he detrained me. She beamed. Gohan blinked. The father within him revolted, knowing full well that not only was Pan barely 10, but Vegeta-san was a prime-time asshole most of the time. Would he be cruel to Panny while he trained her? But then again, he was strong and the only person who was qualified to do the job. Gohan was too involved with work himself, and he also lacked the passion for fighting that his daughter possessed. She took after his father more than was probably healthy, since Pan would constantly put her life in danger to defend Chikyu when she came of age. Pan would want this more than anything, and despite his reservations, he wouldn't be able to tell her no. Though Videl would object, he knelt beside Pan and nodded his head. That sounds like quite the opportunity. What will you do with the power that Vegeta teaches you how to wield? Pan's brows furrowed into a concentrated look. I'm going to keep Earth safe. She was completely serious, and Gohan took her as such. He didn't doubt his daughter's resolve in the slightest. Very well then. I can't tell you no. Pan squealed with delight, showering her father with kisses before running off to tell her mother the news. The three men smiled after her retreating form before regarding each other. He'll be fine. Bureau's softened him up considerable. Goten remarked before taking a swig of his drink. Krillin was the only man of the three who seemed doubtful. Perhaps because he remembered the most clearly what a savage murderer Vegeta was when he first came to Earth. Not that Gohan had forgotten his childhood fear of the Saiyajin prince in the slightest. Gohan sighed ruefully. She is headstrong, just like her mother. And mine. Combined with the Saiyajin fighting spirit, well, who am I to keep her from her destiny? Goten nodded in agreement. His brother's judgment was sound, and if Goten ever had children himself, he wouldn't prevent them to claiming their own birthright either. Then, out of nowhere, a large, orange-clad form appeared in the backyard, a tall, tan boy standing beside him with a hand on the Saiyajin's shoulder. Son Goku had actually made it to his second son's graduation party and had even brought a guest. Goten's posture went from relaxed to tense in seconds flat. "Oh great," he muttered under his breath. Why did his father have to come? And why did Goku have to bring his twerp pupil? But UUB wasn't he really a twerp any longer. The young man had grown tall and had filled out with muscle. "Hey everyone," Goku greeted amiably. He seemed somewhat surprised that no one had cried out his name or rushed to his side immediately. He turned to UUB, whispering something softly so that only the Majin could hear, and he approached his old friend and two sons. Gohan smiled weakly. "Hey Dad." He leaned in to give his long-lost father a hug before pulling away. Goten stood by his brother's side, and made no move to embrace his father. There was no way in hell he'd run crying into Son Goku's arms. Goku looked between his sons. "Well, you guys remember UUB, right?" He rested a hand on the young man's shoulder and Goten felt a streak of anger run through him. "UUB, my sons Gohan and Goten, and my good friend Krillin." The tanned, mohawked boy bowed respectfully. "Nice to meet you. Goku-san had told me many stories about all of you." His tone was gentle and polite, and Goten couldn't find fault with him. He wanted to hate the kid for taking his father away, but was it really UUB's fault or choice? "Ah, Goku, you dog. Long time no see." Krillin gave his friend a companionable shoulder punch, but it hardly mattered in comparison to the Saiyajin's strength. They had come a long way from being Master Roshi's students together. The Earth-raised Saiyajin laughed heartily and returned with a very controlled tag back. "Yeah, well, training UUB is a full-time job." Gohan felt his own, perhaps irrational, pang of hurt. Shouldn't Goku be the one to train Pan? Instead he was focusing on the reincarnation of Buu, and now Vegeta was picking up for his father's slack. This was rather unfair, actually. His daughter rushed over, having thoroughly convinced her mother that training with the Prince of all Saiyajin was a good idea, and stopped before her grandfather. She had missed him, and as intensely as she loved him, that love had been tainted by his selfish decision to leave them to train a stranger. "Hi Grandpa." She was 10 now, double digits, and would behave as such. Goku blinked, confused when his granddaughter stopped short of giving him a hug. Why had his family changed so drastically? He felt a deep mourning of all a sudden, wishing things could go back to the way they were. His ex-wife hadn't and wouldn't come over to greet him. They hadn't spoken since the divorce, and he could see from her disdainful glare that she still hadn't forgiven him for wasting her good years. "Hey Panny. Been keeping up on your training?" he asked, for lack of anything better to say. "She'll be training with me now, since you're not up for the job, Kakarot." Vegeta's voice carried across the lawn as he crossed it. Where he had come from, no one had noticed, but the tension of the backyard changed noticeably. Vegeta was still intimidating, even when his young daughter was clinging to him like a burr. "Hi Goku-san." Bura chirped from her perch in her father's arms. He grinned. "Your daughter's gotten big, Vegeta," he commented. Goku's grasp of time was so inconsistent. It seemed like only yesterday Bura and Pan had been born, and now Vegeta was setting himself to become Pan's sensei. The Saiyajin prince snorted. "Yes, but enough about my offspring. I'm training yours now." Goku looked down to his granddaughter, who nodded in confirmation to Vegeta's proclamation. "Well, thanks Vegeta. Pan's going to be in good hands if you're the one teaching her." He wasn't upset, but he was curious. Bulma approached the group, perhaps to prevent any misgivings at the party. "Hey Goku." She leaned in to press a kiss to her friend's cheek, smiling wryly. "Aging well, I see." There was a tone of envy, for though Bulma was aging gracefully, she still loathed that her husband appeared decades younger than her. It was apparently a Saiyajin thing, since Goku didn't look a day over 20 either. "Hey Bulma. Thanks for throwing this party for Goten." He answered warmly. They shared a smile, for their friendship had spanned for 4 decades now, and yet little had changed. Vegeta scowled, and opened his mouth to speak, but Goten beat him to it. Oh, by the way, Trunks went home. He wasn't feeling well. I'm probably going to leave soon, to check on him. The younger son brother informed the small group. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. He knew that his son had taken Krillin's daughter to his condo, and if Goten was fabricating this tall tale of a demi-Saiyajin feeling under the weather, the two boys obviously had something planned. But being an ex-mercenary and galactic tyrant, he wasn't out to bring half-truths to light, or to rectify the situation by any means. So he said nothing to contradict Kakarot's youngest. Pan and Bura also remained silent, and merely exchanged glances with one another. Vegeta had supplanted their mutual crushes with viable answers instead, and so neither felt the need to contradict or interject. Bulma's brow arched. Well, that's unusual. Well, when you go to check on him, give me a call and let me know how he's doing. Her care for her firstborn was evident. Goten nodded. Will do. He winked discreetly at Bura, who blushed. He owed her big time for keeping quiet. He was none the wiser to Vegeta and Pan's involvement in the matter. Well, I'd better get going. I think Trunks ate something that didn't agree with him. The group crowded around Goten, each wishing him their congratulations and fond farewells. The only tense moment was saying goodbye to Goku and his student. Goten managed to keep a straight face throughout that mini ordeal, though his temper was roiling just beneath his cool exterior. As he lifted off, he heard Krillin comment that he needed to find Maror. Shit, panic would start soon enough. Resolving that he had to get home quickly, Goten sped off into the sky. Trunks had just started on dinner when Goten arrived home. He cranked the radio station up on the computer console they installed in the kitchen. He was glad for the addition, for it kept him company. Maror was still asleep in the guest room. His mood was close to cloud 9, and he found himself humming as he cooked. Never before had an interaction with a female left him with such a lasting contentment. Goten, neglecting to announce his arrival home, strode straight into the kitchen. Hey! They shared a quick hug before regarding one another. Goten took note of how relaxed Trunks seemed, the exact opposite to how he felt, now that he'd unexpectedly seen his father. His nose picked up the familiar scent of sex all over Trunks and he grinned despite himself. How was she? Trunks blinked and smiled softly. She's quite passionate. I hadn't thought that it would all happen so fast, but hey, I'm not complaining. She's still resting from it all. He felt giddy, but he sensed something was amiss with his friend. Goten was more stressed than when Trunks had seen him last. What happened? Goten took a seat on one of the kitchen island's stools. Shit, where do I begin? He rubbed his temples tiredly, thinking over the long day and everything that had happened. The people he'd encountered, the strange twist that life had taken, it was all so much. His and Trunks' family sometimes caused more stress than was desired or necessary. Trunks pulled a soft drink from the fridge and coasted it across the island to Goten's waiting hand. He turned back to his cooking, but kept his attention on Goten. I'm listening, he assured softly as he stirred the concoction he was tending. Goten rested his elbows on the counter. Well, after you left with Maror, I ran into your sister. Trunks winced, but said nothing. Goten had obviously handled the situation, since their phone wasn't ringing off the hook. She'd overheard more than was kosher, so I had to maneuver around that one shit. I owe the kid big. She didn't say a word when I told everyone that you were sick and I was going to check on you. He was grateful that Bura wasn't the spoiled brat she usually acted like. The Capsule Corp heir was rather surprised at his sister's unlikely selflessness. Wow, yeah. Let us buy her something. It'll be reward enough. Trunks commented as he checked a strand of angel hair pasta. It seemed about done, and he brought the boiling pot to the sink. As he drained the noodles he turned to his blood brother. But that's not what's bothering you. He broached gently. Goten sighed. Trunks knew him all too well. My dad showed up with UUB. He couldn't even begin to describe how infuriated he'd been. How dare Goku insult him at his graduation party by bringing the very person he abandoned his family for? Trunks ignored the drained noodles and immediately went to Goten's side. Are you okay? His hand smoothed Goten's unruly hair from his forehead in a tender motion. Goten calmed at his friend's touch. Yeah. He's just a jerk. Hasn't he changed? His dismissive nature was a defense mechanism, and probably not healthy, but he didn't care. He and Trunks were on the cusp of a major life change, and he wasn't going to let his father's insensitivities ruin that. Maror was what was important right now, not his family's bullshit. Trunks nodded before returning to his culinary duty. Well, dinner will be done in about 10 minutes. Why don't you shower up and wake Maror for me? It had been hot outside, and the day had been long, and the warm water would probably help to soothe Goten's nerves. Goten chuckled softly before taking a swig of his soda. Trunks arched a brow. What is it? Your dad is going to be training my niece, since my father's absent and all. A byproduct of the chaotic afternoon, though how Pan had impressed Vegeta enough for him to take responsibility as her teacher was a mystery to Goten. Trunks was surprised. I'm surprised he offered. I doubt he has the patience. Pan had certainly grown into a handful. Perhaps Vegeta was the only one suited for the task. He certainly instilled some discipline into the quarter Saiyajin girl. Perhaps it was good. Gohan offered Pan little resistance. Goten shrugged as he rose from his seat. We'll see, I guess. He stretched. As I was leaving, Krillin was inquiring about Maror's location, so we should probably have her call Capsule Corp ASAP. Trunks nodded. It was inevitable that Maror's absence would be noticed. Cool, we'll broach the subject over dinner. Now get your ass in the shower and wake up the sleeping beauty. He flung a random noodle at his friend. Goten laughed, dodging the flying food, before retreating from the kitchen. As he walked down the short hall that led to the bathroom, the smell of Trunks and Maror's mating permeated his nostrils. Her scent was quite delectable, and he found he didn't mind it in the slightest. He kept his shower brief and dressed quickly, eager to see their longtime family friend. Goten entered the guest room quietly, and was hit with the full-blown scent of his friend and this young girl. Their chemistry blended well together. He sat at the edge of the bed, careful not to jostle the mattress too much with his weight. Hey Maror, it's Goten. He whispered as he touched her foot. She jumped, startled at first, but calmed as she remembered herself and her surroundings. Roshi's abuse had conditioned her to be jumpy. He'd come to her bed on many occasions, expecting gratification. Hi Goten. Her voice was sleepy, and he found it to be irresistibly cute. He felt his cock stir in the comfortable lounge pants he donned after his shower. But Maror had just been with Trunks, and had just woken up. Perhaps later she'd be open for some sort of interaction, though he wasn't certain if she'd want him as well, or if she was just interested in Trunks. I dodged the party and came home as soon as I could. He murmured, his hand squeezing her foot affectionately. She sat slowly, brushing her mussed hair from her face. Thanks you. She withdrew from under the covers, and he barely kept his breath even when he realized she was nude. He hadn't turned the lights on, but his eyesight was quite keen in the dark. Whether she knew about Saiyajin's exemplary night vision or not, he didn't know, but she didn't seem to mind her nudity before him. Is Trunks making dinner? She queried. He swallowed, his member pulsing painfully. Kami-sama, he hoped he'd have the patience to keep himself from he didn't want to think further into the fantasy. Yeah. It should be ready any minute. Are you hungry? I could eat. She rummaged through the clothing that laid crumpled on the floor from her and Trunks' tryst and extracted her shorts and tank. She donned them blearily, not shy around Goten in the slightest. He shifted on the bed, watching her smooth skin gleam in the dim light. Just to warn you, your disappearance has probably already been noticed, so you should probably call your family to quiet them. They might file a missing persons or something if you don't. Goten stood, adjusting his pants to conceal the raging hard-on she'd given him from dressing alone. She nodded knowingly. Okay. I will. She joined his side, and he pulled her into a hug. She softened, feeling safe in the large Demi-Saiyajin's arms. Thanks for everything. Her voice was muffled into Goten's broad chest. He smiled softly. Anything, as long as you're safe. She inhaled his fresh scent and surmised that he'd just showered. She liked the soap he'd used and cologne he wore, and felt a rush of arousal, surprising herself. She'd just had an electrifying encounter with Trunks, and already she wanted Goten. How on earth was going to handle living with these two Saiyajin studs? Neither seemed opposed to sharing her, but would they think less of her for having such an appetite? You smell good, she informed him softly, her hands running over his bare chest and down his toned sides. His skin was smooth and hairless, and she longed to taste him. She wondered if his naked physique was as impressive as Trunks', probably, given their shared genealogy. She could see why Shishi, Bulma, and Videl had all claimed and stayed with their Saiyajin men for so long. How could a female resist such a masculine physique? He shivered beneath her touch, unable to hide his reaction to her light touches. You do too, she wrinkled her nose. Really? It had been hot out, and then she'd gone and screwed around with Trunks. She didn't know much about Saiyajin, but she suspected their senses were more acute than a normal human's. Your pussy smells divine. He husked in her ear, sending chills throughout her entire frame. His hands brushed over her sides, and he was keenly aware of her body mere inches from his own. His cock was painfully hard, and he hoped fervently that her apparent interest wasn't just in his wild imagination. She probably would have been embarrassed, but it was his assessment, and she couldn't invalidate that. I'm glad I don't offend. She leaned up and into him, their lips barely touching. His dirty talk, though simple, was a turn-on. He kissed her gently, his fingers tracing over her back in random patterns. Not at all. He confirmed, his tongue snaking out to taste the corner of her mouth. Her lips quirked into a grin and Goten couldn't help but smile himself. I'd love to taste you. There it was, the offer extended for her to accept or reject, however she wished to reply to it. Her fingers roamed over the front of his pants, brushing over his erection. He seemed quite large, and she wasn't disappointed. I wouldn't mind assessing your flavor either. She murmured aloud. Maro's touch ignited that flame of desire that was damn near impossible to extinguish. He moved her hands from him, though it took exorbitant amounts of restraint. Perhaps after dinner? Not only had Trunks been kind enough to cook, but she had a phone call to make. And he needed to calm his anger he'd accumulated from his father's appearance before he attempted to bed her. But her reply of mutual desire was all that Goten needed to know. He and Trunks had equal advantage on this ground. She nodded, though she sighed with disappointment. But he was right, now probably wasn't the best time to engage in such activities. All right. She agreed reluctantly, standing and following him out of the bedroom. As she trailed Goten down the short hall of his and Trunks' condo, the smell of Trunks' efforts greeted her nose. Oh, wow, she commented, the brightness of the kitchen immediately awakening her senses. Trunks greeted them with a wide grin, stunning them both with his handsome features. Goten hadn't seen his best friend this happy in quite some time. Dinner's ready. He gestured to the breakfast nook, where the table had been set and the plates of steaming food waited. Maro looked between the demi-Saiyajin men. You didn't have to do this for me. She protested gently. They had already done so much for her, and that small voice inside her head told her she didn't deserve this kind of good treatment. Between the two of us, we've figured out mediocre dinner options. Perhaps you'll exceed us. Goten commented cheerfully, taking a seat at the nook. He immediately began plowing through the meal with the typical son vigor. Trunks brushed past Maro to retrieve a bottle of wine from the fridge. It wasn't expensive, but the flavor would complement the simple meal. I've already teased her enough regarding her culinary prowess. He laughed, uncorking the bottle expertly. Maro grinned, appraising Trunks' body as he moved fluidly throughout the kitchen. Had she really only just made insistent love to him? She desired him again, and had just been lusting after Goten. Her appetite certainly could be fulfilled between the two of them, that was for certain. I might just surprise you too, I hope so. Trunks answered with a toothy grin, his blue eyes gleaming with obvious lust. He leaned in, pressing a quick kiss that to Blonde's pouty mouth before placing the wine on the table. He returned to her side, ushering her to the table. "Come and eat." He pressed gently. She agreed and took the seat at the triangular arrangement at the table. The three of them each had one another at their side, a perfect sharing scheme. She found she liked it, and could get all too used to this. Would she even be able to leave once she was an accomplished dancer and could afford to live on her own? Would Trunks and Goten want her to stay even if she did want to? The phone rang insistently and Trunks sighed as he lunged to answer it. "Moshi moshi." He greeted neutrally. Goten and Maror paused in their consumption of their meal as they watched the president of CC don an exasperated expression. "I'm fine, it's just a little bit of food poisoning." "No, I do not need you to come over, Goten-s here and taking care of me." Trunks rolled his eyes and made a face, earning smiles for his companions. Maror and Goten exchanged glances. "It's Bulma-san." Goten whispered softly to alleviate any confusion. He recognized Bulma's shrill tone, knew it by heart, in fact. Maror nodded knowingly and they turned to look at Trunks again. "They still haven't found her?" "Wow, that sounds petty serious." "Goten and I will keep an eye out for her, don't you worry." Trunks found himself grinning, and knew better than to let his pleasure seep into his voice. He kept an eye out for Maror all right, and then some. He leaned against the kitchen-s island, glancing towards his best friend and the delectable woman he found himself quite stricken by. Maror chewed her lip nervously. It sounded as though her parents were freaking out, given Trunks' response to his mother on the phone. But she couldn't cave, not now. Not when she was finally safe. "I'm sure once she's settled she'll give her parents a call to let them know where she is." Trunks answered smoothly, his mother's panicked voice streaming incessantly through the phone. He winced. Bulma's raging and conniptions were not something he took as seriously as he used to. Both of his parents were usually filled with hot air. "Mom, who knows what happened? Maror probably needs space. She probably isn't doing this for no reason." He sighed heavily. "Listen, I'm not feeling so hot. I'll stop by tomorrow. I need to go over the new shuttle blueprint with you before releasing the design." He hung the phone up while his mother was still babbling, and he earned nervous laughs from Goten and Maror. "Kami-sama, the woman is high-strung," he commented lightly. Maror stiffened slightly. "So my parents are worried?" she queried lightly, though her voice wavered. She felt an extreme amount of guilt now that she'd actually gone through with her plan, though Trunks and Goten had modified it. Her parents meant well, she knew they did, but they were so clueless. Trunks joined them at the table, setting the phone down beside Maror's plate. "Of course they are. They have no idea about anything you've gone through, do they?" He fixed his eyes on hers, blue clashing against blue. She wanted him again, even in the midst of this tense moment. "They don't know anything really. It's due to my lack of communication," but she picked the phone up, her hands feeling clammy. "I'll give them a call." Her heart pounded like a jackhammer in her chest. Goten's hand covered hers. "Star 67 the call, so they don't figure us out," he advised carefully. Up to now, to his knowledge, no one was the wiser to their plan. But the plan was flawed from the get-go, and hastily thrown together. It was only a matter of time before all three of their families would be storming their doorstep, right? Her fingers trembled as she dialed the number that Trunks' mother had just called from. Logic dictated that her parents wouldn't return home until they knew she was safe. "Okay." She put the phone to ear and waited patiently as it rang. Bulma Briefs felt her heart drop as the party members came to the realization that Krillin and Juhachigo's only daughter was missing. Goten's graduation party, with the exception of Vegeta's refusal to participate, had been quite enjoyable thus far, and the unexpected arrival of Son Goku had only sweetened the deal. Now there was a whole new, and unpleasant issue to deal with. "I don't get it. She's always been so good. Why would she run away?" Krillin mourned aloud. The festivities had ended in the backyard, and everyone had now crowded into Bulma's living room under Bulma's direction. Son Gohan frowned pensively. "Do you think maybe she was kidnapped?" he suggested, hoping to be helpful to his longtime friend. His daughter Pan clambered into his lap, curling up in the security that was his presence. Kami forbid anything ever happened to her, Bulma scowled. We have a constant alarm and surveillance systems. No one can break and enter without the system firing. Or Vegeta. Despite the grim situation, everyone laughed lightly. Some still feared Vegeta more than was probably necessary, given his loyalty to Goku's cause, so then she must have run away. Videl commented lightly. She and Shishi had taken up the task getting water for everyone, and Videl took of residence on the arm of the reclining chair Gohan had chosen to sit in. Juhachigu had been eerily silent the whole time, and barely noticed when Shishi handed her a glass of water. Something has been wrong. Ever since after the Budokai, she's been sad, off place. I just thought it was being a teenager. She said aloud to no one in particular. Son Goku winced. He'd missed a lot since the Budokai while he was off training UUB, and he hadn't actually seen Maror at all that day. I'd try to find her with my instant teleport, but her key is so little. He looked to his student, who looked equally glum and helpless. What use was it to be a hero when you couldn't save someone you actually knew? It's okay, Goku, I know you'd try whatever it took to get her back. Krillin assured his friend weakly. Bulma scowled softly. Maror's disappearance was rubbing her the wrong way. Something had seemed out of place regarding the teenage girl since she'd seen her. Since the Budokai, like Juhachigu had said. Something niggled in the back of her brain, reminding her of demons and nightmares she hadn't thought of in quite some time. I guess we'll have to file a missing persons report with the local police. There isn't much. She is of age now, so they won't initially file a missing persons report. Gohan interjected. He held his daughter close in his lap, as if afraid she would leave at any moment. Pan didn't seem to mind her father's attentive behavior. The phone rang shrilly, and Bulma had kept it in her hand since she'd called Trunks, so it startled her. Her yelp startled everyone else and she laughed sheepishly. Sorry. She answered the call, scowling when she saw that the call was untraceable. Moshi moshi. She answered politely. Hello Bulma-san. It's Maror. Her voice sounded somewhat apprehensive. Hello sweetie. Everyone is really worried about you. Where are you? She kept her voice gentle, afraid that if she handed the phone over to Krillin or Juhachigu then the flighty teen would hang up. More flies with honey was the old saying, right? I'm somewhere safe. I just wanted to call so my parents wouldn't worry, so she was unwilling to return, that much was obvious. Do you want to speak with your parents? She queried cautiously. Tell them I'll keep in contact. But right now I need some space. So many questions she could ask this girl. Bulma was afraid they had more in common than she really wanted to know at the moment. Sweetie, I really think you should talk to them. A pause. Then, all right. Bulma passed the phone as if it were something scalding her. Juhachigu snatched the phone expertly away from her husband. Maror, it's your mother. Oh mom, I'm sorry. Her voice finally cracked. She knew without seeing her daughter that she was crying. Honey, why? Juhachigu could barely think of what to say. Why had her daughter left? Why had she never given any clue as to what ailed her? How had they never truly spoken about anything that mattered? Why had she allowed Krillin alone to dictate the parenting, simply because she had felt he was more human and therefore more capable? I just can't live there anymore. It'll kill me. I need to make my own life. Away from Kame House. Away from Roshi. The desperation was clearly evident. Juhachigu was reminded of Jero for some reason. How strange that the monster of her nightmares wasn't something she managed to protect her own daughter from. Human emotion had become so confusing since he hardwired her brain into a killing machine. Many things were lost to her now. How did she not see this? Her eyes, for whatever reason, met with Bulma's, and a purely female emotion, a yin communication passed between them. Juhachigu, in becoming an android, had long ago lost the fear of abuse and rape. But it was something very real to human females. A valid fear. I'm so sorry, Maror. She murmured. Her daughter's heaving sobs were the only thing on the other line. She handed the phone to her husband, at a loss for anything else to do. Are you coming home? Can we talk? Krillin asked, heartbroken. Just what had Maror said that shook his wife so badly? What was going on? Not now. I need time. I'll call you soon. To stay in touch. Until I figure everything out. His daughter's speech was interrupted with a bevy of sobs and heaves. Krillin nodded numbly. All right. I love you. At the very least, he needed to tell his precious only child that, I love you too. She replied before the phone clicked, the connection ended. Krillin was left staring at the telephone in his hand. I don't want to live on Kame Island anymore. Juhachigu announced, hugging herself. She never really wanted to, she realized. But had done so because of Krillin. Because he thought it was a good idea at the time. Because it made everything easier. The temporary solutions ended up causing long-term problems. Bulma was also shaken. Roshi? She croaked. The past roared in her ears, that summer when she was 16, hunting for the Dragon Balls, running into Master Roshi, what she truly had to do to earn the Dragon Ball. No. Videl stood, guiding Pan and Bura into the kitchen with the suggestion of baking cookies. Both girls, eager to not be privy to such a tense moment amongst their families, agreed. Besides, they had secrets of their own regarding Maror's location, and they would be less likely to reveal them in the other room, away from the conversation. Son Goku frowned. Master Roshi? What did he? Satisfied that his daughter was not present to hear such unsavory information, Gohan interrupted his father. Dad, he's a pedophile. Krillin balked. I raised my daughter under his roof. I trusted him. Everything he had known, everything he had thought to be true had just instantly shattered. The very sensei who had trained him to be a warrior had betrayed the honor code by molesting his student's teenage daughter. Of all that was wrong in this world, foolish humans. The voice was so contemptuous it couldn't be anyone other than the Saiyajin prince. Vegeta stood in the door, a towel slung over his shoulder, as if he entered the house to refresh himself from training, and overheard the conversation. Your daughter is in safer hands now than she ever was under your roof. Leave her be and she'll return to you when she is ready. Krillin glared. He still didn't like Vegeta, even after the years he spent peacefully residing on Earth and defending it whenever new enemies arrived. You know where Maror is? Why haven't you said anything? This matter is not my business. He replied shortly. His self-assured aura wafted off of his regal form in waves. The prince would not back down when he felt he was right. Bulma glanced at her husband, shocked. Vegeta? She protested. Krillin was a good friend of hers, and at least deserved to know where his daughter was. Who was Vegeta to withhold such information? His obsidian eyes fixed on hers, and she hadn't seen him so solemn since the night in the lab after the Budokai, when she was revisiting her old, distant memories of Roshi. When he told her the gist of what he endured in service to Frieza. He, out of all of them, would best understand just exactly what state of mind Maror was currently in. You're right. Let her have her time to recover. And she'll come around, eventually. Bulma found herself saying. If her husband could give voice to what he had suffered, then Maror, too, would eventually explain everything. Her husband snorted and left the room, probably to go to the kitchen. She didn't miss him, for the tension of the room eased marginally once his presence was gone. If you need anything at all, Bulma opened her mouth to speak. Krillin and Juhachigu stood. We need to handle our living arrangements, he began. Bulma nodded. Please, by all means, stay as long as you like. Inside, she was freaking out. On the outside, she just had to handle the problems immediately in front of her. We can notify the authorities of Roshi's transgressions. Though Maror would need to testify. But the justice might bring peace to the teen, and, by proxy, herself. Goku stood as well, and Uub took his example and also rose. Is there anything? Shishi, who up until this point hadn't even addressed him directly, spoke to her ex-husband with civility that no one had suspected her capable of. At this point we can only offer their family emotional support. Maror is calling the shots as of now. Please, return to your training. Uub looked amongst the three combined families. Please, Goku-san, I don't want. Nonsense, Uub, you're a part of this family too. His sensei replied. He refused to allow anyone to insult Uub or make him feel guilty for the decision that the Saiyajin warrior had made himself. She sighed heavily. She understood that Goku had decided to train Uub to become the next line of defense for Chikyu, but she couldn't help but feel bitter and jealous. Goku, Gohan will contact you if we need you. Her eldest son had been the communication between her husband and herself since his birth practically. It was no different now. Goku sighed and placed his hand to his forehead. All right. His student grasped his arm instinctively before he teleported from sight. Gohan sighed softly. Mom, he was just trying to help. His parents' estranged relationship frustrated him to this day. His mother bristled. There are certain problems the strongest man in the universe can't solve. She stood as well, bustling into the kitchen, probably with the intention of assisting in the baking of cookies with her daughter-in-law, granddaughter, and hostess daughter. Gohan looked to the small man who'd been his constant companion on Namek. I'm sorry, Krillin. Please let me know if there is anything I can do to help. His earnest caring was touching. The ex-monk bowed his head. Thank you. All of you. We're sorry to air our family problems out in public like this. He was still in shock that there were problems in family. Only just that afternoon everything had been peachy. This would take some getting used to. But at least he and his wife were not truly alone in this. The end. Thanks for watching.